global power suddenly decreased by 100 times. Some people can carry bricks with their bare hands and be considered strongmen. Some people can handle dogs and become the focus of national protection. Even those who can scare away wild chickens are called warriors. But your strength has not changed. At this moment, you suddenly wake up from the dream. And then you are scolded by the foreman from head to toe. You lazy bug, sleeping on the job on the first day here. I took you in yesterday out of pity, and this is how you repay me? I'm sorry, foreman. I won't dare to do it again. You shrink your neck, quickly run to the side of the cement pile, ready to move the cement. I made it very clear, if you want to be lazy, you can. Whoever can move this bag of cement to the 3rd floor, can take a break, and the cement's salary will be paid. You had just wanted to move the cement, but upon hearing the contractor's words, you involuntarily glanced over. You only saw the words 25 kilograms on the cement packaging, which was very eye-catching. You involuntarily rubbed your eyes hard, falling into a state of bewilderment. I didn't read it wrong. Are you sure it's 25 kilograms and not 25 tons? You look at the contractor. You pointed at the bag of cement on the ground with a puzzled look. Foreman, are you sure it's just this bag of cement and not the whole truck? When did our job become so easy? As soon as you finished speaking, the nearby workers burst into laughter. Ha ha, this kid probably slept until his brain broke. 25 kilograms, carrying it to the 3rd floor, even a strong person would take at least a day. Even the foreman was amused by your words. You're not still dreaming, are you, kid? Don't think I look down on you. If you can carry this bag of cement to the 3rd floor in one go, you won't have to work today. Just go home and rest, and you'll still get paid. What do you think? You glanced over. That's a paper plate, with a few kilograms of cement on it. At this, you immediately looked dumbfounded. Stop talking, why don't you try moving it? If he could have moved it, he would have done it already. Why would he still be talking here? Some workers who don't mind trouble immediately teased. You frowned, vaguely realizing that the situation was not simple. Could it be that the foreman wants to fire me, but can't find a good reason, so he's making up an excuse to send me home? Thinking of this, you sincerely apologized to the foreman. Foreman, are you kidding with me? I know it's not right to sleep during work hours. I promise it won't happen again. But can you not fire me? I really need a job to earn money. Kidding, who has the leisure to joke with you? But now that you mention it, this stack of cement is at least 5 or 6 kilograms. It's really impossible for you to carry it. Since you can't do it, then go and work hard right away. Isn't this looking down on people? You can't help but mutter and prepare to continue working. What did you say? Looking down on people? The contractor is furious again at the words. You, kid, have some guts. Lift this bit of cement. You're also getting angry about lifting it. A few pounds of stuff, isn't this an insult? If you don't leave, I'll make you leave. You've really gone all out. Gritting his teeth, he extends his right hand, and lifts the pile of cement onto his right palm. Is it enough? Are you going to fire me? No one responds to you at your will, and the entire construction site falls into a deathly silence at this moment. Even the corner of the contractor's mouth, holding a thin cigarette, drops to the ground. After a few minutes, the entire construction site boils over like a pot of boiling water in an instant. My goodness, this kid actually lifted 5 or 6 pounds of cement with one hand. I didn't see it wrong, did I? 5 or 6 pounds, this is even stronger than those weightlifters. The contractor tremblingly points with his finger, and his tone of speech also starts to shake. Damn, you really can lift 5 or 6 pounds of cement. How is that possible? How could you lift it? As the person involved, you can't help but be dumbfounded. I'm not suspecting that you're acting as me. Don't just say this small pile of cement, even a whole bag, isn't that also easy to lift? You can do it too. As soon as you said this, the whole construction site erupted into an unbelievable gasp. Impossible. That's 25 kilograms of cement. Even the champion of the world's strongest man competition couldn't do it. Damn it, not to mention lifting it, I can't even move 1/10 of that weight. Stop arguing. Shut up, all of you. The contractor shouted hysterically, then looked at you with an incredulous expression. What did you just say? You can lift this bag of cement too? What's with these expressions? It's just 25 kilograms of cement. Are they acting? Your acting skills could compete for the Oscar Golden Rooster Award. Contractor and everyone, don't mess with me. I truly realize my mistake. Let's get back to work seriously. What did he say? We're playing with him? I don't have time for this. I might as well go play after work. Room 9. At this moment, a group of people walked into the construction site. The young woman in a professional suit leading the group is none other than Qin Yanran, the CEO of Yida Construction Company. As soon as they came in, they saw the workers gathered together. So, Qin Yanran and her group quietly gathered around to watch. The contractor, obviously still in a state of shock, completely failed to notice Qin Yanran and her group. Try lifting that bag of cement. I'll try, but you can't fire me. If you can lift it, why would I fire you? Hurry up and do it, satisfy you guys. And so, amidst the astonished or rather terrified gazes of everyone, you lifted the bag of cement. Wow, he really lifted it. How is that possible? That's a whole 25 kilograms of cement. Am I dreaming? This is terrifying. In history, Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Shu, was said to be able to carry dogs. This kid, he's even more terrifying than Xiang Yu. Oh my goodness, the contractor couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That's a whole bag of cement. Having this kid move cement with all his might, doesn't that mean one person can outdo me? With this kid around, what project on the construction site can't we finish ahead of schedule? Even the onlooker Qin Yanran, her smiling face was full of astonishment. I've heard about the hidden talent in the construction site, but I never expected to see such a mythical figure. It wasn't until this moment that you noticed something was wrong. Weren't there tall buildings all around here before? How come they've all turned into low-rise buildings? The tallest is only 4 stories. Weren't these workers carrying cement before? Why are they all using small paper plates to carry it now? So delicate. How everything in front of me is so familiar, yet so unfamiliar. It's Manager Qin, hurry up and get to work. Just when you were doubting life, your co-workers finally noticed Qin Yanran's presence and quickly continued to carry the cement with the small paper plates in their hands. Manager Qin, you stared blankly at Qin Yanran. The Qin Yanran in front of you, I've seen her on TV more than once. She is definitely a goddess-level figure. Yi Xingqian, right? Qin Yanran slightly clasped her hands. Can you do me a favor? You stutter and can't speak. If it were usual, you would definitely agree without hesitation. After all, Qin Yanran is your big boss. As long as the money is in place, as long as it's not illegal, anything can be done. But right now, you haven't digested everything in front of you, and you're a bit out of sorts. Don't rush to refuse. Qin Yanran smiled again. If you help me with this favor, I will introduce you to a new job. Go to work at our Yida Construction Company headquarters. It's okay if you didn't help, I will also pay you a considerable amount of hard-earned money. So, can I ask what the favor is first? You have concerns. What if it's taking yourself to the lab for dissection and research? Then you're in big trouble. It's very simple. The neighboring construction site is the Oriental Sakura Construction Company. They have been provoking us these days. I hope you can help me punish them. After hearing Qin Yanran's words, you nodded without hesitation and agreed. Working for the small days, there's no need to think about it. Every member of the Xia country will do it without hesitation. Ha, you Xia country people are all a bunch of trash, all East Asian invalids. From a distance, following behind Qin Yanran, you heard a burst of barking. You couldn't help but frown, vaguely feeling that the next thing wouldn't be simple. See, you heard it too. How foul these guys' mouths are. We'll have to teach them a lesson later. Qin Yanran raised her eyebrows, her face full of displeasure. General Lin, you've finally arrived. You don't know, these small days have been barking here all day, making it unbearable for us brothers to work. Unfortunately, that small day is very strong, and none of us can match him. It's really frustrating. Don't worry, Uncle Huang, I brought people to deal with this ignorant small day, didn't I? Uncle Huang looked in the direction Qin Yanran was pointing. Then he turned his head to look at the cursing East Asian. His expression became extremely strange. No way, this kid, look at how skinny he is, although he doesn't have a beer belly, but no matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like the opponent of that muscular small day at all. Miss Yushi, is there no one left in your Yida company? Are you here to compete with me? If you lose, you have to accompany me for the night. The East Asian employee of Sakura Construction Company burst into laughter at the right time. It's clear that Qin Yanran is a high-quality successful person. Faced with the impudence of the Japanese, she just sneered. Just based on you, try to surpass the employee under my command. Under the crowd's encirclement, you stood at the forefront. Honestly, none of the employees from Yida Company here have high hopes for you. But after all, everyone is from the same country, so they are all enthusiastically cheering you on. The Japanese man looked at you with disdain, his attitude extremely arrogant. I am Nikowa Koban, the top strongman under Shokin Inu Cairo. Losing to me is not shameful for a man from Xia country. After all, you Xia people are all weaklings in East Asia. Hearing Nikowa Koban repeatedly insult Xia people, even if you have a good temper, you can't help but be provoked. If you can fight, stop the nonsense. Let's hear how we'll compete. Ignorant Xia person, you know nothing about my strength. Let's compete in pure strength, a showdown between real men. Nikowa Koban pointed to a brick in front of them. Let's see who can lift it with their bare hands in the shortest time. I bet you're shocked. This brick might look a bit big, but it's only 2 or 3 caddies at most. Compared to a strongman, who can lift a 2 or 3 caddy brick in the shortest time, you can't help but blush. Feels a bit staged. Nikowa Koban seemed very satisfied with your silence and stood next to the brick, not letting the businessman intervene. Xiaoguaran, open your eyes wide and look, this is absolute power. Richuan Gangban, after speaking, squatted down, firmly grasped the brick on the ground with both hands, and then let out a pig-like scream. Then, amidst the terrified eyes of the crowd, he laboriously lifted the brick from the ground with his bare hands. Damn, he really lifted it up. Such terrifying strength. This guy is too scary. Xiaoguaran, it's your turn. Richuan Gangban threw the brick in his hand on the ground, then looked at you arrogantly. Looking at the brick in front of you, you are really at a loss. Did you really run into bad luck today? It's just a brick. Do you really need to look so shocked? Seeing that you've been silent for a long time, Richuan Gangban starts to laugh smugly. Ha, Xiaoguaran, are you scared now? Don't compete with our Sakura Corporation for projects, just go home and drink milk. Yi Xingshan, what are you doing? Seeing you in a daze, Xin Yanran couldn't help but get anxious. At this moment, Xin Yanran couldn't help but start to suspect whether the foreman and Yi Xingshan's group were acting. In response to Xin Yanran's shouting, you snapped out of it. Glancing at the brick in front of you, I want to change something. As soon as you said this, Xin Yanran couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Richuan Gangban smiled smugly, saying, what do you want to lift? Lift a plate of cement. Shouldn't Mr. Xin call that young man back? Holding an empty plate, I feel embarrassed in front of the old man. If we continue to be messed around by him like this, not only will our company lose face, but our country will also be thoroughly disgraced by him. After careful consideration, Qin Yanran agreed. Just as Qin Yanran was thinking of calling you back, she was surprised to find that you had been staring at a large stone not far away. That stone is neither big nor small, but it looks like it should weigh around 10 caddies. Qin Yanran couldn't help but feel excited as she looked at you expectantly. A brick is too childish, it would be embarrassing to say it out loud. I'd rather lift this stone. Desire to pierce steel plate? I can't believe what I'm seeing. Hey, Xia, are you kidding me? You must be thinking that since we can't lift anything anyway, you might as well choose something that nobody can lift. Who's kidding? I even think lifting this stone is child's play. But there's no more suitable option nearby, so let's just make do with this one. Arrogant to the extreme, Richuan Gangban. Of course, I don't believe you can lift this nearly 10 caddy heavy stone. Are all you people from Xia country like this, having no skills but boasting so much? You look at Richuan Gangban with a sly smile. What if I manage to lift it? As long as you lift it up, I'll listen to you. Alright, if I lift it up, I don't have any other demands. I just want you to shout I am a dog-born little devil 3 times. Richuan Gangban was so angry that his face turned red and his features twisted. Alright, if you don't lift it up, then you shout I am an East Asian leper 3 times. Deal. Yi Yu walked leisurely to the side of the stone, then smiled slightly and easily grabbed the stone with his right hand. What the F***ck? How is this possible? With one hand. Oh my god. So damn awesome. What a strongman. What? Impossible. This stone must be hollow. No, it's fake. The crowd was initially silent, then erupted in bursts of exclamations. Impossible. Richuan Gangban also stared at the stone in Yi Yu's hand with an incredulous expression. You must be cheating. You must have placed a fake stone here in advance. Is that so? Yi Yu casually threw the stone on the ground, then you try it? I'll give it a try. Richuan Gangban, full of dissatisfaction, walked to the side of the stone, then reached out his right hand and tried to lift the stone. Ha! Richuan Gangban was dumbfounded, realizing that he couldn't move the stone in front of him even a bit. Impossible. Richuan Gangban didn't give up, quickly extending his left hand as well, trying to lift the stone with both hands in a pincer-like posture. But no matter how much force Richuan Gangban exerted, the stone in front of him remained motionless. In the end, Richuan Gangban came to a despairing conclusion. This stone is real, and it weighs about 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms. Not to mention lifting it, he couldn't even push it. But, how did this Xia country boy lift this stone just now? Is it pure strength? How is that possible? How could there be someone in this world who can easily play with a 10-kilogram giant stone with one hand? How about it? Do you surrender? Little devil, honor the bet and quickly curse yourself. Urged by the employees of Yida Company, Richuan Gangban had no choice but to turn red-faced and, like eating a cockroach, fulfill the previous bet. I am a dog-born little devil. I am a dog-born little devil. I am a dog-born little devil. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. So this is a little devil? Turns out they're all dog-born. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant in our Xia country in the future. Serves you right. Still a strongman, huh? You better go back and make love action movies. The employees of Yida Company clapped and celebrated, creating a festive atmosphere. Even Qin Ruyan couldn't help but show a smile at the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, the employees of Sakura Company fled in embarrassment, fearing being further mocked by the employees of Yida Company. As one of the parties involved, Yiyu stood quietly in place, without any emotional fluctuations on his face. He had initially suspected that these Easterners were also acting, but now it seemed things were far from what he had imagined. What on earth had happened to this world? How could he have fallen asleep and woken up to such a dramatic change? Was he still dreaming and hadn't woken up, or had this world really changed? Qin Ruyan, enjoying the celebration of victory, glanced at Yiyu from the corner of her eye. Not arrogant or impetuous, mature and steady. This person not only had innate divine power but also seemed very reliable. It just so happened that she had been competing with Sakura Company in recent years and had offended them. Those little devils were capable of doing any despicable things when they were desperate. And there were rumors that Sakura Company had military background support from the eastern country. If Sakura Company really used military means to play dirty tricks on her, having Yiyu by her side for protection wouldn't be a bad idea. Thinking of this, Qin Ruyan walked to Yiyu's side. General Qin. Yiyu stared at the breathtakingly beautiful woman in front of him, feeling a little nervous. Is your current job carrying cement at the construction site? Yes, General Qin. How much is your monthly salary? Yiyu lowered his head awkwardly. I just started working today, and the foreman said it's 300 yuan a day. So that's less than 10,000 yuan a month? This job is quite hard. Are you interested in changing to another job? Hard? Yiyu looked at Qin Ruyan with a strange expression. If he only had to carry 1 or 2 bags of cement upstairs every day, there shouldn't be an easier job than this, right? Seeing Yiyu's reaction, Qin Ruyan was even more satisfied. Hardworking and diligent, a honest person. I happen to need a bodyguard by my side. Normally, you don't have to do much, just stay in the office and not interfere with other employees' work. You only need to protect me personally when I go out, and also serve as my driver. The internship salary is set at 80,000 yuan a month, and it can be increased after you become a regular employee. In addition, I will buy a villa next to the one I live in for you, and you can live there freely as long as you are still employed. I will also provide you with a car. How about it? Yiyu was stunned. Is there such a good thing in this world? Someone like Qin Ruyan, a well-known entrepreneur in Xia country, shouldn't be fooled by some small thief, right? Does this mean that his job only requires driving and carrying water? And he would still receive a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, along with a car and a villa. Please give me 10 of these jobs. I'll take them all. So Yiyu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Okay. Thank you, General Qin. I will work hard and not let General Qin down. Then it's settled. Report to the Yida Company headquarters before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will inform the front desk in advance. Just give your name when you arrive. Okay. Thank you, General Qin. I happen to need money. This job is perfect. In an instant, Yiyu felt tears welling up. Need money? Qin Ruyan raised her beautiful eyes. I will have someone transfer 100,000 yuan to your card when I get back. Consider it as a welcome gift for joining. Is this the bank card you reported at the construction site? Yiyu couldn't describe his current mood. This Qin Ruyan is simply too generous. You say having money is great. If I had money, I would do the same. So Yiyu quickly nodded and thanked her. Yes. Thank you, General Qin. Well then, see you tomorrow. Take care, General Qin. Yiyu bowed humbly to Qin Ruyan. Nowadays, money is everything. Moreover, Qin Ruyan has shown favor to Yiyu. In terms of reason and emotion, Yiyu had no reason not to respect Qin Ruyan. Watching Qin Ruyan's departing figure, Yiyu felt like jumping up and cheering. I have money now. Finally, I have money. I can finally pay off my father's gambling debts. In Yiyu's excitement, the employees of Yida Company gathered around him. Some were celebrating, some were congratulating, some were admiring, and some were engaged in miscellaneous chatter. Well done, young man. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Yes. It's true what they say, you can't judge a book by its cover. You're strong and invincible. Look at those little devils, they're so downcast, it's hilarious. They probably won't dare to provoke us anymore. Young man, you look talented. Do you have a girlfriend? I have a sister, she's 24 years old. Stop. Yiyu was startled. I already have a girlfriend. My girlfriend loves me very much, and I love her too. Is that so? The man who tried to introduce his sister to Yi Yu couldn't help but feel disappointed. That's a shame. Sigh, brother, I don't mean anything else, it's mainly seeing that you have excellent conditions in all aspects, and coincidentally my sister. My parents really are something else. They told my sister this morning that if she doesn't find a partner this year, she shouldn't come home for the new year. Your parents are quite reasonable. Yi Yu smiled meaningfully. What? That's considered reasonable? Yes. Yi Yu nodded, then grinned. My dad just tells me to go die directly, and you're just not allowed to come home for the new year. That's already quite reasonable. Alright, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I'm going home. Yi Yu waved goodbye to everyone, and just as he was leaving, his phone received a message notification. Yi Yu took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a message from the bank. Xiaogua Agricultural Bank, your financial account ending in 3838 has completed a deposit transaction of 100,000 Xiaogua currency, with a balance of 100,000. 01. Wow! Yi Yu excitedly raised his fist and left the construction site, jumping and hopping. Damn! Did you guys just see that? The guy's phone. Why does the back cover look like metal? The legendary metal back cover phone? That phone alone must weigh 1 or 200 grams, right? 1 or 200 grams may not be very heavy, but carrying a 1 or 200 gram phone with you, truly a strange person. It's terrifying. The few people who were chatting with Yi Yu looked at his departing figure with expressions of fear on their faces. Dad, I'm back. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? As soon as Yi Yu arrived at the door of his house, he couldn't wait to share the good news of his new job with his father, Yi Hao. However, the house was unusually quiet, with no response from anyone to Yi Yu. Where did Dad go? Yi Yu walked into the house, scanning the interior, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. For some reason, Yi Yu now felt that this house was full of strangeness. The door wasn't locked, and why did it become so thin? Can it really prevent thieves? Knock, knock, knock. Yi Yu looked at the wardrobe that he easily knocked open with a couple of taps, then looked at the rice jar with about a pound of rice, and looked at the water kettle with less than 100 milliliters of drinking water, and fell into contemplation. Oh, isn't this Yi Hao's good son? You finally came back? Just then, a flashy-looking guy with yellow hair squeezed in from outside the door. Who are you? Yi Yu looked at the guy warily. He. The guy with yellow hair grinned. Kid, I'm Dragon Brother's little brother. Your old man lost everything in Dragon Brother's casino today, owing a total of 200,000. Dragon Brother has spoken. No matter what, you have to repay your old man's debt today. Yi Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows. His dad went gambling again today. 200,000. For the current Yi Yu, it was an astronomical figure. Yi Yu sighed helplessly. Little brother, can you give me a few more days? I don't have that much money on hand. How about I give you a portion first? I'll repay the rest as soon as possible. As long as you release my dad, everything will be fine. The guy with yellow hair smiled again, shaking his head firmly. That won't do. Dragon Brother said, if you can repay the money today, repay it. If you can't, even if you have to rob a bank, you have to repay it. Isn't that going too far? Yi Yu couldn't help but get angry, raising his fist to strike the guy with yellow hair in the face. However, the guy with yellow hair didn't mind at all, and even leaned his face closer to Yi Yu's swinging fist, saying, Come on, hit me, kid. Aim properly and hit me. Brother Long spoke up, if you dare touch me, I'll chop off one of your father's fingers. In the end, Yi Yu regained his senses, and his raised fist weakly hung in the air. Big brother, you know our family's situation. Where can I get so much money in such a short time? Even if I were to rob a bank. No, look at my physique, and then look at the tools in my house. I may have the intention, but I don't have the ability. Huang Mao seemed to have anticipated Yi Yu's words long ago, and he just smirked, revealing his yellowed front teeth stained by cigarettes. Forget it, Brother Long knows you don't have that kind of money. Brother Long said that since you don't have money, you have to work for him to pay off the debt. Pay off the debt? Yi Yu was slightly taken aback and felt a hint of unease. That's right. Huang Mao nodded heavily. Brother Long has opened an underground fighting arena. As long as you go and fight in a black boxing match, he'll waive 100,000 yuan of your debt, and the remaining 100,000 can be extended for half a month. Black boxing. Although Yi Yu had never participated in it, he had some understanding through countless movies and TV shows. Life and death were up to fate. Even if he were to be killed in a black boxing match, no one would be held responsible. He could only regret his lack of boxing skills in the afterlife. If he were to really go and fight in a black boxing match, whether he would come back alive tonight was still unknown. If something were to happen to him, who would take care of his father? But if he didn't fight in the black boxing match, how would he repay the 200,000 yuan gambling debt? How could an ordinary person like him possibly compete against Dragon Brother, the legendary underground gang leader? His father would truly be in danger. It really was difficult for a hero to come up with 200,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Yi Yu couldn't help but clench his fists, caught in endless turmoil and hesitation. So, what do you think, kid? Have you made up your mind? I forgot to tell you, the underground fighting arena also has time restrictions. If you hesitate any longer, you might not get a chance. And if you can't pay back the money, what will Dragon Brother do to you and your father? Can you imagine? Yi Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth. At this moment, he made up his mind. I'll go, but you guys have to keep your word. Just one match, and you'll reduce the debt by 100,000 yuan. The remaining 100,000 will be paid back after half a month. Huang Mao didn't say anything, he just calmly made an okay gesture with his hand. From beginning to end, Huang Mao had an air of confidence and certainty. The current Huang Mao was like a cunning hunter, and Yi Yu was naturally the prey in Huang Mao's eyes. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape Huang Mao's grasp. Soon, Yi Yu locked the door and went to the underground fighting arena with Huang Mao. But when Yi Yu got into Huang Mao's old van, he had a new doubt. Big brother, this car of yours. What's wrong with my car? Huang Mao focused on starting the engine and shifting gears, not even glancing at Yi Yu. Isn't your car too thin? Is this a Japanese car? It's so thin and fragile. After saying that, Yi Yu lightly tapped the passenger door, which was as thin as a piece of paper. Clang! In Yi Yu's terrified eyes, the passenger door fell to the ground. What the hell? Huang Mao was dumbfounded. Huang Mao looked at the fallen door on the ground, then looked at Yi Yu, who was equally dumbfounded. Soon, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Damn! Why is this car so broken? I just bought it over a year ago. It's supposed to be domestically made, not a fragile Japanese car. Strange. Well, forget it, never mind, let's just make do with it. I'll go and get a Wuling van another day. Huang Mao didn't care at all, thinking that it was his own car that was old and didn't even consider that it might be Yi Yu's fault. Alright. Yi Yu didn't think too much about it either, although he always felt that everything in front of him was strange. Huang Mao started the van and drove steadily towards the underground boxing arena. Yi Yu also looked solemnly at the rapidly retreating roadside scenery. Yi Yu's solemn expression was not because he was worried about the upcoming boxing match, but because he saw scenes that made him doubt life. A girl licking an ice cream the size of a fingernail. A man sitting inside a sci-fi robot exoskeleton, transporting a truckload of sofas. For sanitation workers using a pencil-sized saw to cut a fallen tree on the road. 2 children having a fencing match with straws, one of them seemingly with bruises on his arm. Is this really not a dream? Oh, the underground boxing arena. The noisy cheers, the colorful neon lights, all revealing the crazy hearts and twisted souls of the audience. Yi Yu followed Huang Mao into the underground boxing arena. At this moment, 2 boxers were engaged in a fierce fight. They exchanged blows, their faces and bodies covered in terrifying bruises, and even the man who was at a disadvantage had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, this intense boxing match felt like child's play to Yi Yu, an amateur boxer. No, the punches are so slow. I could easily dodge them when I was 4 years old. And why does everyone seem to be walking so slowly today? It's almost the same speed as when I just learned to walk. This punch is so weak. Can it really give someone bruises and make them vomit blood? Are these bruises really caused by punches, and not from slipping and falling? Is this an underground boxing arena or an underground movie studio? In the end, to Yi Yu's horrified gaze, the man who was at a disadvantage was knocked out with one punch and fell to the ground in an unknown condition. The referee walked slowly and nodded to the host after confirming. With the referee's affirmation, the host leisurely walked onto the stage with a toothpick-sized microphone. I announced that the winner of this match is the Taigwa boxing champion, Mai Xiakai. Oh, Mai Xiakai, Mai Xiakai. The excited audience around started chanting the name of the winner. It seems that the majority of people bet on Mai Xiakai to win. Huang Mao patted Yi Yu's shoulder softly. Kid, it's your turn in the next match, go and get ready. You guys, take this kid and prepare him. He will be facing the boxing king, Pu Guochang, in the next match. Yi Yu couldn't help but be slightly startled. Boxing king Pu Guochang? Just by hearing the name, you can tell he's an experienced and energetic boxing king. Got it. Huang Mao's lackeys knew very well how strong the boxing king Pu Guochang in Huang Mao's mouth was. None of them believed that Yi Yu could win. They looked at Yi Yu with eyes that seemed to be looking at a dead person, numbly watching him. Come with me. After entering the backstage of the boxing arena, Several boxing gloves made of what seemed like plastic material were placed in front of Yi Yu. Just pick one, it doesn't matter, the outcome will be the same, no matter what you choose, it's death. Yi Yu looked at Huang Mao's lackeys dumbfoundedly and suddenly felt a sense of desolation, as if the wind was blowing and the water was cold. Do you want to drink an energy drink? If you want, I'll pour you 2 or 3 milliliters. 2 or 3 milliliters? Well, I'll pass. Yi Yu couldn't help but be amazed. Isn't 2 or 3 milliliters not even enough to fill a tooth gap? This underground boxing arena is really shady. That's right. One of the lackeys looked at Yi Yu with a pitying gaze. For someone who's about to die, it's a waste to drink anything. Are you ready? Pu Guochang is about to arrive. We can't keep him waiting. Alright, I'll go out soon. As a few big men whispered to each other, the bewildered Yi Yu was forcibly pushed onto the boxing ring without even understanding the rules. At this moment, the announcer began introducing Yi Yu to everyone. Now, entering the stage is, well, the name doesn't matter. Next, he will challenge the boxing champion, Park Guochang. Let's cheer for him. Wow, who is this? Fighting against Park Guochang in a black boxing match, isn't he seeking death? Who is Park Guochang? Brother, I've only been to a few matches, I haven't heard of Park Guochang, can you enlighten me? You don't know the 8 Western nations boxing champion Park Guochang? Then you must have heard of the boxing champion Awai, right? What? Boxing champion Awai? The one who has won the World Boxing Championship multiple times? Yes, that's him. It is said that the boxing champion Awai once killed a chicken with a single punch. That terrifying power. It's really frightening. But what does this have to do with Park Guochang today? You don't understand. It is rumored that Park Guochang had a match with the boxing champion Awai, and in the end, the boxing champion Awai only won by a slight advantage in points. Damn! So, isn't this Park Guochang incredibly powerful? Then why hesitate? Hurry up and bet on Park Guochang. I'm going to bet 10,000. Me too. I'm also going to bet 10,000. Listening to the chatter of the spectators on the sidelines, Yi Yu suddenly felt like he had entered a madhouse. Next, let's welcome the challenger, Park Guochang, to the stage. Amidst the cheers of the audience and the entourage, a man who was less than 1.5 meters tall appeared brightly. Yi Yu saw the real Park Guochang, who was even shorter than his own shoulders, and was almost shocked to the point of dropping his jaw. Being a bit shorter as a boxer is advantageous for controlling one's center of gravity and protecting vital areas. Yi Yu understood the logic, but having a boxer who was less than 1.5 meters tall, it was somewhat comical. Ah, whatever. Park Guochang glanced at Yi Yu and couldn't help but sneer. Kid, I'll knock you out with a punch before you beg for mercy. Yi Yu remains silent. First, the two sides show respect to each other. The so-called showing respect to each other is when the boxers tap their right fists wearing gloves. Yi Yu was an honest person and straightforwardly extended his right fist to try and tap Park Guochang's fist. But Park Guochang's subsequent actions left Yi Yu completely puzzled and petrified in place. Park Guochang also slowly extended his right fist, and then, under Yi Yu's astonished gaze, he slowly changed the trajectory of his fist, finally lightly touching the back of Yi Yu's fist. What's going on? Did this person just touch me? No. Why did this person touch me? Is he teasing me? For a moment, Yi Yu began to doubt Park Guochang's experiences. When he had those kinds of experiences, could it be that the object was a man? As a result, goosebumps spread all over Yi Yu's body, and he instinctively retracted his right fist. Ha ha ha! Park Guochang laughed triumphantly, revealing a mouthful of big black teeth. Damn! Park Guochang is giving this kid a warning. Pretending to show respect in tapping fists but actually giving this kid a punch on the back of his hand. It's terrifying. He's truly a man who can go head-to-head with the boxing champion Awai. Just a warning punch, and it's causing this kid so much pain. Doesn't that mean this kid is as good as dead? Luckily, I bet 10,000 on Park Guochang. Let me check the odds. Damn, this kid's odds are 1 to 25? Park Guochang's odds are 1 to 1.05? What the hell? I can only earn 500 if Park Guochang wins. Oh, I see. Then I'll bet 1,000 on that kid. Brother, if you have extra money, you can donate it to me. Ding-ling-ling as the referee rang a bell on the sidelines, the intense boxing match between Yi Yu and Park Guochang officially began. Park Guochang leaned to the side, with his fists in front and back, constantly provoking Yi Yu. Kid, come on. Look at your clumsy stance, you must be a beginner. Do you have the strength to compete with me, Park Guochang? Do you want me to give you 3 punches? Yi Yu was slightly startled and involuntarily glanced at his right fist. He knew his own strength very well. He was always the one being bullied in fights at school, and he couldn't even guarantee victory against ordinary people, let alone a professional boxer like the one in front of him. In a daze, the words Huang Mao said earlier echoed in Yi Yu's ears. As long as you go and fight in an underground boxing match, I'll waive your debt of 100,000 yuan, and you'll still have half a month to pay the remaining 100,000. It seems that Huang Mao didn't say that he had to win, right? Does it mean, as long as he participates, it's enough? If Park Guo-chang attacks later and he surrenders, Huang Mao wouldn't go back on his word, right? Actually, it's not surprising that Yi Yu is timid. After all, he is just an ordinary person, and he is currently in an underground boxing arena. If it were any ordinary person, they would probably have the same thoughts as Yi Yu. Just as Yi Yu was contemplating, Park Guo-chang became impatient and launched a fierce attack. Park Guo-chang took slow steps and threw a soft punch towards Yi Yu. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Is this person giving him a chance to surrender? Could it be that this person is harsh with words but soft-hearted, realizing that he is just an ordinary person and intentionally saying hurtful things, but actually giving him a chance to surrender? Damn! What a good person! Are there no good people among those who have said vulgar things? Who said there are no good people in the world? Don't I have one right in front of me? So, without hesitation, Yi Yu turned his head and raised his hands high. I surrender. I admit defeat. I'm not as skilled as you. I bow down. What? Park Guo-chang was dumbfounded. What the hell? Can you surrender in an underground boxing match? Is there no rule in this underground boxing arena? It's useless to not shed blood. What the hell? Give me a refund. Give me my money back. The audience who craved for thrilling and bloody scenes were not buying it, protesting and even muttering about getting a refund. The host and the referee couldn't help but look at each other, as it was the first time they saw someone surrender at the beginning of a black boxing match. Under the protests of the audience, the referee reluctantly held the toothpick microphone and said, "Surrender is invalid. In a black boxing match, only the victory achieved through punches to the flesh counts. There are no gentlemen's agreements." The match continues. After receiving the referee's response, Park Guo-chang continued to swing his fists slowly and leisurely, charging towards Yi Yu. Damn it! Yi Yu was dumbfounded. Isn't this person trying to play him to death? Seeing Park Guo-chang charging towards him again, Yi Yu was first stunned, then suddenly realized, what a good person! Such slow and soft punches, obviously pretending to throw a punch at him, and then pretending to knock him out. In an instant, Yi Yu's liking for Park Guo-chang rose to an unprecedented height. Yi Yu no longer resisted and stood quietly in place, waiting for Park Guo-chang's fake punch. What the hell? Park Guo-chang's punch is so fast. This kid must be scared silly, standing still without moving. He's done for. This kid will definitely be knocked out by Park Guo-chang's punch. This scorching blood, it intoxicates me, it drives me crazy. The spectators on the sidelines became even more frenzied when they saw this scene. So, under Yi Yu's gaze, Park Guo-chang swung his slow and soft fist and lightly touched Yi Yu's face. What are you doing? Yi Yu was completely bewildered. No, dude, if you're throwing a fake punch, just throw a fake punch. Why are you touching me? And touching my face? This guy, could it be that he's lusting after his own male essay? Axiba, what are you doing? Park Guo-chang watched as Yi Yu took a punch from him without flinching, standing still in place and asking him what he was doing. Park Guo-chang couldn't help but also stand still in place. After a moment of confusion, Yi Yu immediately realized. He's asking me what I'm doing. It means, why am I standing still instead of falling down naturally? Yi Yu blinked twice, looked at Park Guo-chang's astonished face, and then looked at the silent audience around him. Ah! Yi Yu let out a hysterical scream, then awkwardly covered his chest with his left hand and tremblingly pointed at Park Guo-chang with his right hand. Such a heavy punch. Ah! I'm dead. Yi Yu took several exaggerated steps back and then fell to the ground. All the audience couldn't help but look at each other, and then their frustrated emotions finally erupted. What the F***ck? Li Zhagan is a god or a demon? Are they acting like us? Is this an underground boxing arena or an underground movie studio? Do they think I won't go to the cinema to watch a movie? Do I lack money for a movie ticket? Stop talking, I want a refund. F***ck. Seeing that the audience was about to rush up and fight, the referee couldn't help but shiver and quickly walked into the ring. Hey, kid, are you dead? If you're not dead, get up quickly. Oh. Realizing that his acting was too poor, Yi Yu reluctantly stood up and walked to Park Guo-chang again. How is this possible? You just took a heavy punch from me, how can you be completely unharmed? Park Guo-chang looked up at Yi Yu in shock. The audience didn't understand, but Park Guo-chang knew very well. He had just landed a heavy punch on Yi Yu's face, but Yi Yu didn't even flinch. Could it be that he had hallucinated just now? Yi Yu, as the person involved, looked at Park Guo-chang with a helpless expression. Brother, your lines were really convincing, but your martial arts moves, your acting is too poor. You should at least throw a punch like this. Acting? Park Guo-chang glared fiercely at Yi Yu. Axiba, who the F***ck has time to act with you? If you're not acting, then why did you do that to me just now? You should do it like this. After saying that, Yi Yu imitated Park Guo-chang's previous move and quickly reached out his right hand to touch Park Guo-chang's left cheek. Perhaps to contrast with Park Guo-chang's poor acting earlier, Yi Yu used only half of his strength this time. Under Park Guo-chang's horrified gaze, Yi Yu's right hand heavily touched Park Guo-chang's left cheek. Park Guo-chang wanted to dodge, but his speed and reaction were not fast enough, so he could only watch as Yi Yu approached. Such a fast punch. Put. A scene that left Yi Yu dumbfounded appeared. Park Guo-chang was touched on the left cheek by Yi Yu, and before he could even finish his sentence, he spat out blood and fell to the ground in the boxing ring. Silence. A dead silence. The entire underground boxing arena fell into a dead silence, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Yi Yu dumbly looked at Park Guo-chang lying on the ground, then looked at his own fist. I'm sorry, big brother, I misunderstood you earlier. Who said your acting is bad? Your acting is comparable to a movie emperor. I just hit you once, although I used some strength, but you not only fell down, but also spewed blood. To fulfill my filial duty to my father, willing to tarnish my reputation, you're truly a great person. F***ck. This kid actually KO'd Park Guo-chang, the boxing king of the Western 8 nations, with one punch? Am I seeing things? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's Park Guo-chang. How is it impossible? Did you just see that punch from this kid? It was so fast. According to the formulas for potential and kinetic energy, you can imagine how terrifying the power behind that punch is. Is this the One Punch Man? I thought Chu Yuqian was already invincible, but I didn't expect someone to be even more courageous than her. Who is this person? This is so exciting. This trip was worth it. We're going to make a fortune. The referee walked over to Park Guo-chang and checked his condition, then stood up and nodded to the host. The host finally snapped out of it and excitedly jumped up, holding a toothpick microphone. Tonight, a new champion is born. This contestant actually knocked out the boxing champion Park Guo-chang with one punch. It's so shocking. It's so exciting. I announced that the winner of this match is, what was his name again? Oh well, it doesn't matter, let's call him One Punch Man. Ahem. The winner of this match is, One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. With the host's enthusiasm, the audience at the scene shouted in unison, chanting Yi Yu's new nickname, One Punch Man. At this moment, no one cared whether Park Guo-chang lying on the ground was alive or dead, and no one even called an ambulance for him. This is the cruel side of the underground boxing arena. There is no life or death, only victory or defeat. Yi Yu was dumbfounded, turned his head in surprise to look at the referee and the host. I swear, I just touched him lightly. Ha ha ha. One Punch Man, you're too modest. Just touched him lightly? If you punched him, wouldn't he be torn apart? The host awkwardly laughed, then walked over to Yi Yu and placed his right hand under Yi Yu's right arm. Yi Yu raised his right hand in a daze, ending the boxing match in a victorious pose. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the underground boxing arena, a bald man was smoking a cigarette, watching the scene in the ring with great interest, a faint smirk appearing on his face. Huang Mao, with a humble expression, lowered his head to apologize to the bald man. Boss, isn't this kid too ruthless? He actually knocked out Park Guo-chang with one punch. Park Guo-chang being knocked out means we've lost a money tree in the boxing arena. Boss, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect something like this to happen. It turns out that the bald man is Huang Mao's boss, the leader of the Qinglong gang in Yunhe City, Brother Long. Huang Mao glanced at Yi Yu, who was already buried in cheers, and remembered the scene when Yi Yu wanted to beat him at his home. Huang Mao couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Fortunately, that punch didn't land. If he had taken a punch from this kid, he would have lost half his life even if he didn't die. At the same time, Huang Mao recalled the terrifying speed that Yi Yu had shown before. He just didn't pay attention to Yi Yu at that time, and now he realized it with hindsight. A master who combines the power to destroy the heavens and the earth with the speed of a hurricane, he actually underestimated him. Brother Long waved his hand dismissively. A money tree, if one falls, there will be a new one. Boss, are you saying? Brother Long narrowed his eyes slightly, looking eagerly at Yi Yu in the distance. Just a poor kid, won't we be able to control him tightly? Tomorrow, go find his gambling addict father again, find a way to make him lose another couple $100,000, and then, this kid will obediently serve us, won't he? A new money tree, just like that? Huang Mao's eyes lit up. Brilliant, boss. With this kid, you can imagine that our underground boxing arena will be in high demand. When this kid has a match, we can raise the prices and make a fortune. He. Longu couldn't help but smirk. You found such a treasure. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. In the future, you'll have a hand in everything: money, women, cars, houses, you name it. Thank you, boss. Dad. Father. After leaving the underground boxing arena, Yi Yu finally saw Yi Hao. Excited, Yi Yu hurriedly approached to hug Yi Hao. However, when Yi Yu met Yi Hao's cold gaze, he reluctantly stood still and dismissed the thought of hugging him. Who let you redeem me? Yi Hao was not moved at all by Yi Yu's act of risking his life to save his father. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. Dad, let's talk about it when we get back, okay? Everything will be fine. I found a new job today, and during the internship, I'll be earning 80,000 yuan per month. Enough! Yi Hao coldly interrupted Yi Yu. I don't want to hear any of this. And I've said it before, you go your way, and I'll go mine. We'll never have any contact again. So please, don't come to redeem me anymore. I won't accept your kindness. Huang Mao, who was on the side, looked surprised at the father and son. He smiled and said, Old man, don't say that. Although I don't know what happened between you two. After all, you're father and son. What can't be resolved? You don't understand anything. Yi Hao didn't give Huang Mao any face and glared at him fiercely. Damn it! Huang Mao became furious. If it weren't for the fact that he still found value in Yi Hao, he felt like he would have his men beat Yi Hao to death. Humph! Ignorant fool! I won't listen anymore. Let's go! Huang Mao didn't intend to meddle in Yi Yu's family affairs and led his men back to the underground boxing arena. Dad! Yi Yu looked at Yi Hao with longing eyes. Humph! Yi Hao snorted coldly, completely ignoring Yi Yu, and slowly disappeared into the night alone. Yi Yu stood still, looking at Yi Hao's slightly hunched figure, his face filled with helplessness and heartache. Yi Yu naturally understood Yi Hao. A few months ago, Yi Hao was diagnosed with a serious lung disease and needed 500,000 yuan for surgery, as well as several 100,000 yuan for follow-up expenses. This amount of money was an astronomical figure that Yi Yu's ordinary family couldn't afford. Yi Hao's temperament changed drastically. He started drinking excessively and indulging in life and death, and he even ended up being deceived by Huang Mao and squandering money at a casino. Sigh. There was no way around it. Who made him have such a father? Who made his father take care of him after his mother passed away? He even refused several opportunities for his father to remarry because he was worried about how his stepmother would treat him. This father-son relationship had to be repaid by Yi Yu, no matter what. Yunqing City, Yida Building. Yi Yu arrived early at the entrance of Yida Company's headquarters. Today was his first day at his new job, so he couldn't be late. Looking up at the 10-story building in front of him, Yi Yu took a deep breath and walked into the entrance without hesitation. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? The receptionist was very polite and gave Yi Yu a professional smile. Hello, beautiful, my name is Yi Yu. I'm here to report. You're Yi Yu? Before the receptionist could speak, Yi Yu heard a pleasant voice from behind. Yi Yu turned around abruptly and saw a beautiful woman in a professional suit and black stockings. Hello, I'm Yi Yu. Hello? The woman in black stockings smiled and nodded at Yi Yu. You must be the strong man that Mr. Qin mentioned, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Yun, Mr. Qin's secretary. Yi Yu was slightly startled. It turned out that the beautiful woman in front of him wearing black stockings was the CEO's secretary. Hello, hello. Yi Yu quickly bowed humbly. This was a big company, and everyone could potentially be an important figure that ordinary people like him couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, Lin Yun was the CEO's secretary. If he offended her, Lin Yun casually gave herself some eye drops from Qin Ruyan, and he would lose this dream job that he had just obtained. Lin Yun was very satisfied with Yi Yu's politeness. She gestured with her right hand towards the elevator not far away, saying, Mr. Yi, this way please. I'll take you to see General Manager Qin. Xiao Zhang, this is the new bodyguard and driver hired by General Manager Qin. I'll take him to see General Manager Qin. Okay. Yi Yu and the receptionist both nodded. As they entered the elevator, Yi Yu quickly caught a whiff of a faint fragrance in the air. He secretly glanced at Lin Yun beside him and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Such a beautiful, mature, dignified, and polite woman was probably the dream lover of countless people. Whoever could marry Lin Yun would truly be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Hiss. I wonder which man who saved the galaxy in his previous life could marry someone like Qin Ruyan, a top-tier beauty. Ding dong. Just as Yi Yu was lost in his thoughts, the elevator bell rang, and the elevator stopped on the top floor, the 10th floor. Mr. Yi, this way please. With Lin Yun leading the way, Yi Yu quickly arrived at Qin Ruyan's office. Qin Ruyan was currently busy working on her computer. Upon entering Qin Ruyan's office, a strange feeling once again surged in Yi Yu's heart. This keyboard, why is it as thin as a touchscreen? Won't it break if you press it too hard? This water dispenser with a barrel of water. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a small bottle of water, right? Is it really enough for a meal? And that lipstick on the desk. It's so mini. Can it really cover half of the lips? As for the pen on the desk, let's just call it a pen, okay? Why is it as thin as a toothpick? Can this ink cartridge really write a page of paper? You're here? Qin Ruyan finally looked up at Yi Yu. Good morning, General Manager Qin. Yi Yu quickly suppressed all the random thoughts in his mind and stood in place very respectfully. General Manager Qin, I happen to have something downstairs and ran into Mr. Yi. Lin Yun explained with a smile. Okay. Qin Ruyan just smiled and said, Yun, take him to the vacant office on the 9th floor for now. Make do with it for a while. See what's missing, and we'll buy everything together later. Okay, General Manager Qin. Then Qin Ruyan looked at Yi Yu again and said, from now on, I'll call you Yi Yu. Just stay in the office during normal times. You can play with your phone, computer, or sleep. When I go out, you can come with me. If you have any questions, just ask Yun. Okay. Yi Yu nodded and then smiled at Lin Yun. If there's any trouble in the future, please bear with me. No problem. Lin Yun smiled casually. Let's go to your new office. Lin Yun and Yi Yu, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived at Yi Yu's new office on the 9th floor. Snap! Lin Yun lightly touched the touchscreen switch, and the office instantly lit up. Although the office was simple, it was well equipped. There were computers, desks, office chairs, sofas, air conditioning, green plants, and bookshelves, everything you could need. The only flaw in the layout of the entire office was that the bookshelf was positioned a bit off, and the potted plants were placed in the center of the office. Lin Yun couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Hiss! Why does the position of the potted plant and the bookshelf seem a bit off? Mr. Yi, should I call a moving company? Let them use machinery to move the potted plant and bookshelf to a different position? Moving company? Yi Yu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Just move the position of the potted plant and bookcase, find a moving company, and operate the machine? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Oh, look at me. Lin Yun awkwardly tapped her forehead. I forgot, Mr. Yi, you are a strong man. Although this potted plant weighs at least 5 or 6 caddies, as a strong man, you should be able to push it, right? After Lin Yun finished speaking, she quickly shook her head. No. It won't work. Even if you can push the potted plant, the bookcase weighs at least several tens of caddies. Even if you are a strong man, it's almost impossible to push the bookcase. Should I call the moving company instead? Are you sure? How about I try first? Yi Yu was unsure if the caddies in Lin Yun's mouth were the same as his own concept of caddies, and his tone was a bit uncertain. Then, you try first? Lin Yun couldn't help but widen her eyes, clearly curious and expectant about Yi Yu, the legendary strong man. Yi Yu nodded, then walked over to the potted plant. Yi Yu turned back to look at Lin Yun, then looked at the potted plant in front of him, and tentatively kicked it with his foot. With just a few caddies of weight, Yi Yu's kick almost knocked the potted plant over. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun was shocked, her pretty face filled with astonishment or fear. Even someone with Lin Yun's strong mental resilience couldn't help but exclaim, "What? How is this possible?" This seemingly casual kick almost knocked over a potted plant weighing a few caddies. What a terrifying strength. Oh my god. If this kick landed on a person, wouldn't they go straight to the underworld? Yi Yu awkwardly looked at the shocked Lin Yun and scratched the back of his head. At this moment, Yi Yu was in a mess, unsure whether to move the potted plant or not. It was only at this moment that Lin Yun realized she had lost control and greatly affected Yi Yu. Lin Yun couldn't help but stick out her tongue, then covered her mouth, indicating to Yi Yu to continue and that she wouldn't disturb him anymore. With Lin Yun's approval, Yi Yu bent down and picked up the potted plant in his hands. That's right. This is just a potted plant weighing a few caddies. Why does it feel like it's as heavy as a several-ton ancient tree? Is this necessary? Seeing that Yi Yu actually picked up the potted plant with his bare hands, Lin Yun, who covered her mouth, couldn't help but gasp. Strong. Too strong. A few caddies of weight, and he just picks it up like that. This is a real man. In an instant, Lin Yun felt that all the men she knew were weaklings. Yi Yu, with a strange expression, placed the potted plant in the corner behind the office chair, then walked over to the bookcase. Lin Yun widened her eyes even more, afraid of missing the scene that would shock her for a lifetime. It's starting. The strong man is going to perform pushing the bookcase live. Can he move this several tens of caddies heavy bookcase? No way, right? He shouldn't be able to. After all, it's a bookcase that weighs several tens of caddies. Even if it's just one person, let alone 10 people, it's unlikely they can move it, right? I must be stupid. What am I expecting? Expecting one person to be able to move a several tens of caddies heavy bookcase? Any normal person would think it's impossible, right? It seems that this unremarkable strong man has really influenced my rationality. Thinking this, Lin Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and her mindset returned to normal. Yi Yu walked over to the bookcase and glanced at it, nodding in satisfaction. This bookcase is a normal bookcase, made of solid wood. The only downside is that the small door of the bookcase is too thin, typical shoddy quality. Cough cough. Yi Yu coughed lightly, placing his right hand on the thick wooden surface of the bookshelf, then prepared to exert force. Lin Yun's heart trembled as she watched Yi Yu's figure with a complex gaze of anticipation and doubt. Here it comes. The performance is about to begin. Not only does he have to push the heavy bookshelf, but he's doing it with one hand. Hey! Creak with a light sound, Yi Yu effortlessly pushed the bookshelf back against the wall with his right hand. Clap clap. Yi Yu clapped his hands and smiled at Lin Yun. Done. Finished. Ha! What's wrong with you? At this moment, Lin Yun was almost astonished, her jaw almost dropping, repeating the same sentence over and over again. You did it! You really pushed this bookshelf, and with one hand. You did it! You really! It was only at this moment that Yi Yu realized that something was wrong. It seemed that the people around him, after he woke up, had become unaware of his strength. Lifting a bag of cement, the whole construction site erupted. Even Qin Ruyan showed great respect. The mighty Eastern strongman actually compared himself to lifting bricks. The whole world was filled with shoddy furniture and facilities. In a boxing match, he only touched Park Guo-chang lightly, and Park Guo-chang spat blood and fell to the ground, his life hanging by a thread. The drinking water and food were so scarce it was infuriating. Just pushing a bookshelf lightly, Lin Yun reacted as if she had seen a ghost. Let's say, is there a possibility? If one person thinks there's something wrong with themselves, maybe that person has a problem. If 10 people think there's something wrong with themselves, maybe all 10 of them have a problem. But if everyone around you thinks there's something wrong with you, could it be that the person with the problem is actually yourself? Could it be? Could it be that when he woke up, the physical condition of the people in this world had deteriorated to an abnormal degree? From the minuscule physical strength, to the terrifying physical quality, to the sluggish body speed. In this situation, in terms of physical condition, it seems that besides a certain reasonable decrease in speed, all other aspects have experienced an extraordinary decline. Hiss. Since that's the case, how do you explain the clothes? Even a few kilograms of weight have become immovable, so how do you explain the clothes people wear? Thinking of this, Yi Yu involuntarily walked over to Lin Yun, who was still in a state of shock. With a curious mind, Yi Yu reached out and touched the small suit Lin Yun was wearing. The texture was very thin. Yi Yu grabbed a handful of the clothes and weighed them, astonishingly discovering that the clothes Lin Yun was wearing were not made of ordinary material. Although they didn't look any different, the weight was not on the same level at all. This could also explain why the people in this world were not afraid of the weight of their clothes. So, are the black stockings the same? Filled with curiosity, Yi Yu bent down and reached out his right hand to pull on the black stockings on Lin Yun's leg. Tearing sound came, and Yi Yu easily tore through Lin Yun's black stockings. Ah! What are you doing? Lin Yun finally came back to her senses, jumping in place like a startled rabbit. In an instant, Yi Yu realized his rudeness and silently cursed himself. I'm sorry. You probably won't believe it if I tell you. I was just doing some research, testing a theory in my heart. Yi Yu regretted saying this sentence as soon as it left his mouth. He didn't even believe it himself. Would Lin Yun really believe it? It's over. Lin Yun will definitely slap him and then go complain to Qin Ruyan. He will definitely be fired and lose this long-awaited job. It's really a lifelong regret to make a mistake in a moment. Are you crazy? How can I go out and see people like this? Others will think that we are in the office. To Yi Yu's surprise, Lin Yun seemed to have no intention of blaming him, nor did she run outside shouting someone is being indecent. She just blushed. Then, what should we do? Yi Yu was dumbfounded. Forget it, take off your coat, I'll cover you a bit, and you can go back and change. Okay. Yi Yu quickly took off his clothes. Swish! Just as Lin Yun took over, Yi Yu's clothes fell straight to the ground. Lin Yun herself showed a look of horror. Your clothes. You're wearing such heavy clothes? Ah, well. Yi Yu just realized that the clothes on him were normal clothes, weighing a few hundred grams, which was indeed a bit heavy for Lin Yun. Forget it. I'll take off my coat and cover myself a bit. Just call me if you need anything. Lin Yun hadn't recovered from the shock. She took off her own coat and held it in her right hand, then fled the office in a sorry state. The empty office was left with Yi Yu alone, in a mess. Too crazy, too crazy. This world is really too crazy. Sitting alone in the office chair, Yi Yu couldn't help but sigh. Did he just take a nap? How did the world become like this when he woke up? At this moment, Yi Yu, who was immersed in academic research, couldn't help but have a new academic question in his mind. Since the physical strength of people in this world is so weak now, how difficult would it be for women like Lin Yun and Qin Ruyan, who have explosive figures? Based on his understanding of that aspect, A is probably around 71 grams, equivalent to an orange. B is probably around 140 grams, equivalent to a persimmon. C is probably around 240 grams, equivalent to an apple. D is probably around 380 grams, equivalent to a grapefruit. E is probably around 570 grams, equivalent to a pear. F is probably around 810 grams, equivalent to a cantaloupe. For this world where even a few pounds can't be lifted, how terrifying is this weight? Roughly looking at Lin Yun and Qin Ruyan, they are at least D, right? Too terrifying, too terrifying. Ha! How could someone like me, a gentleman, be thinking about such a vulgar question? Without hesitation, Yi Yu raised his hand and gave himself a tap on the forehead. Just at this moment, Lin Yun pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Yi Yu tapping his own forehead, Lin Yun naturally knew the terrifying power contained in this seemingly casual action. It seemed that this person was secretly angry about the rudeness just now, to the extent that he used such force on himself, indicating the level of regret in his heart. And he didn't even change his expression after receiving such a heavy blow. He truly is an extraordinary person. In an instant, Lin Yun also had a favorable impression of Yi Yu. Ah, Miss Lin. Sensing Lin Yun's entrance, Yi Yu quickly jumped up from the office chair. Lin Yun, who was now wearing a small suit again, also changed into a new pair of black stockings. Lin Yun seemed to no longer care about the misunderstanding that happened earlier. She just nodded at Yi Yu. How old are you this year? 24. Oh. Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. I'm older than you, so you can call me Sister Yun from now on. Yi Yu couldn't help but glance at a certain indescribable part of Lin Yun, then he was slightly stunned. Call you sister just because you're older? Ha! Lin Yun looked at Yi Yu with confusion. Don't tell me you want to call me younger sister? Ah, oh no. What I meant was. Yi Yu awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I meant to say that calling you sister doesn't sound good. Lin Yun smiled again. Alright, I don't even care about getting older, and you're concerned about it for me? Okay, Yunjie. That's about right. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction. Just as Yi Yu was about to say something, Lin Yun suddenly asked, by the way, Yi Yu, how did you get so big? Big? Are you referring to? Yi Yu looked at Lin Yun in confusion. Lin Yun also looked at Yi Yu with a puzzled expression. Strength. What else did you think I meant? Oh, Yi Yu nervously shrunk his neck. This question. Yunjie, I really don't know how to answer you. To be honest, I've been like this since I was born. So it's a natural talent? Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. You could say that. Yi Yu chuckled strangely. Work is over, shall we go to the company cafeteria for lunch? Lin Yun friendly invited Yi Yu. Yi Yu glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already noon. Sure. I don't know where the cafeteria is, so thank you, Yunjie. The two chatted as they made their way to the first floor cafeteria. However, when they arrived at the cafeteria, Yi Yu was dumbfounded. He saw dozens of colleagues holding small plates, queuing up at 10 different windows to get their food. What shocked Yi Yu even more was that the amount of food on these plates was pitifully small. 100 grains of rice, a tiny piece of meat, a small slice of vegetable. Here, Yi Yu had a new doubt. Although the physical condition of people in this world had greatly declined, their physique was still this big. How could they sustain such a large body size with just this little amount of food for a whole day's energy consumption? What's wrong, Yi Yu? Lin Yun looked at Yi Yu with confusion. Nothing. I'm just surprised that everyone eats so little. Lin Yun didn't doubt him and just smiled lightly. You're a strong guy, so you definitely eat more. It's normal. However, when it was Yi Yu's turn to get his food, Lin Yun couldn't stay calm anymore. Oh my god. This is too abnormal, right? Yi Yu shyly handed 2 plates to the cafeteria auntie. Auntie, please give me more rice. A bit more. The cafeteria auntie couldn't stay calm either. Oh my goodness, young man, how many days have you gone without eating? This is already the portion for 5 people. The colleagues from other departments couldn't help but gather together and laugh. When did our company start recruiting from Rwandan refugee camps? I have to say, This guy hasn't eaten for a month, right? Enough for 5 people, is he a starving ghost? Yi Yu completely ignored these people and just smiled awkwardly at the cafeteria auntie. Auntie, how about you give me this whole box, I'll make do with it, and later I'll buy something else to eat. What? The cafeteria auntie was shocked. Young man, this box of rice alone has at least 1 or 2 caddies of rice, can you eat that much? Although it's a free employee meal, we don't allow wasting, and we don't allow takeout either. To prove her point, Yi Yu opened his mouth wide and quickly ate a few mouthfuls of the so-called portion for 5 people. The cafeteria auntie couldn't help but be amazed and, following Yi Yu's request, served him as much food as possible. When Yi Yu saw that the amount of food on his plate reached his satisfaction, he sat down contentedly. Yi Yu deliberately avoided Lin Yun. After all, he had become quite the oddity now. He figured Lin Yun would probably despise him, so he proactively kept his distance to avoid making both of them uncomfortable. However, to Yi Yu's surprise, Lin Yun didn't find him embarrassing at all. Instead, she took the initiative to sit next to him. Yi Yu looked at Lin Yun with grateful eyes, then chatted while burying his head in his meal. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who were previously laughing and joking, were now all petrified. Did you see that? Just now, this person. That plate of rice must have weighed over a pound, and he was holding it with one hand. It seems, I heard, our company recruited a strongman, a bodyguard personally recruited by General Qin. Could it be him? Damn, holding a pound of food with one hand. Truly worthy of General Qin's bodyguard, impressive. Boring work hours passed by in an instant. After work, Yi Yu played the role of Qin Ruyan's driver and drove her home. In the car, Qin Ruyan was busy on her ultra-thin tablet, and Yi Yu had no intention of disturbing her. The two of them quietly spent this journey together. Qin Ruyan's villa was not far from the Yida Company headquarters, only a 20-minute drive. After getting out of the car, Qin Ruyan glanced at her villa and then handed Yi Yu a card and a small key. Here, the room card. You can temporarily stay in the 3-story building next door as long as you are employed. You can live with as many people as you want, whoever you want. This is the car key. The Buick parked in the parking space is your temporary ride. Thank you, General Qin. Yi Yu took the room card and car key, looking grateful at Qin Ruyan. See you tomorrow. Okay, General Qin, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Qin Ruyan, Yi Yu excitedly jumped in place for a few times, then ran eagerly to his new home. The front gate was a card-activated password lock, full of a sense of technology. Entering the new home, it was a fully furnished villa with all the appliances and furniture one could need. The only downside was that these things were built according to the standards of ordinary people, and for someone like Yi Yu, who was different, they were somewhat fragile. However, despite this, Yi Yu was still very satisfied. After exploring his new home, Yi Yu immediately decided to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities and food, and then bring his father and girlfriend, Jiaowen, over. A wonderful life is about to begin. Full of anticipation for the future, Yi Yu carefully opened the car door, afraid of accidentally tearing it off, then gently stepped on the gas pedal and headed straight to the nearby supermarket. Soon, Yi Yu arrived alone at the grocery area of the supermarket. Young man, want to buy rice? Today's rice is on special, only 198 yuan per pound. The salesgirl in the rice section greeted Yi Yu warmly. What? 198 yuan per pound? And it's on special? Yi Yu couldn't help but be dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes to make sure the sign said 198 yuan per pound and not 198 yuan per 100 pounds. Yes. The salesgirl awkwardly smiled and pointed to the other rice sections. The fragrant rice over there is 224 yuan per pound, and the Wuchang rice over there is 310 yuan per pound, both on special. Yi Yu was speechless. It was only at this moment that Yi Yu realized a cruel fact. His normal appetite, according to the standards of this world. Just for a meal, wouldn't it cost 200 to 300 yuan? About 1,000 yuan per day? Over 30,000 yuan per month? What the hell? With a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, basic food expenses alone would account for almost half. How could he afford his father's medical and nutritional expenses? Sigh. Yi Yu could only sigh helplessly. It seemed that he had to find a way to make money. Regardless, let's buy some rice for now. Miss, I'll take 50 pounds. Okay. The salesgirl nodded with a smile at first, but her smile quickly froze on her face. What? 50 pounds? What's wrong? Oh, it's okay. We can deliver the 50 kilograms to your doorstep. Give me your address, someone will contact you later to confirm a specific time and deliver the goods. Yi Yu originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it. There is no normal person left in this world except himself. If he were to carry 50 kilograms of rice in front of everyone, it seems a bit Thinking of this, Yi Yu gave up on the idea of taking it back himself and left his new address with the saleswoman. Afterwards, Yi Yu headed straight to the oil and salt section. The labels in the oil and salt section were all shocking. Golden Dragon Corn Oil, special price of 68 yuan per bottle, 45 milliliters per bottle. Refined iodized salt, special price of 12 yuan per pack, 40 g/pack. Chewy instant noodles, special price of 30 yuan per tube, 50 g/tube. Haitian soy sauce, special price of 16 yuan per bottle, 100 milliliters per bottle. Haitian premium oyster sauce, special price of 62 yuan per bottle, 70 g/bottle. Oh no, I've completely lost it. I've spent all my 80,000 yuan monthly salary on food. Hey handsome, want to buy meat? Fresh pork, 11 yuan for 50 grams. Looking at another saleswoman next to him, Yi Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. Forget it. I'll just buy instant noodles. It was only when Yi Yu arrived at the instant noodles section that he realized the packaging for instant noodles was only about 1/20th of what it used to be, probably around 5 grams per pack, and the cheapest pack of instant noodles was priced at over 10 yuan. Damn! This amount! I would need to eat at least 20 packs for one meal, that's over 200 yuan. Screw this. It's better to be dead than to live like this. Helpless, Yi Yu had no choice but to frantically sweep through the low-priced instant noodles. Just as Yi Yu was scanning the low-priced instant noodles, a mother and child happened to pass by the instant noodle section at an inappropriate time. The woman glanced at Yi Yu with disdain on her face. Then she pointed at Yi Yu and patted her young son's shoulder. Ah Zai, you must study hard. Otherwise, you'll end up like this person, living on instant noodles, understand? The child looked at Yi Yu's back and nodded as if he understood. I understand, Mom, I will study hard and strive for progress every day. Yi Yu turned around and gave the middle-aged woman a disgusted glare. What are you looking at? You're just a loser who can only eat instant noodles. The middle-aged woman didn't back down and responded with an eye roll. Yi Yu remained silent. How can a fish know the troubles of a fish? His food consumption is about 100 times more than theirs. If they were to increase their basic food expenses by 100 times, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it either. With more than half of his monthly salary spent on basic food, according to the previous standards of family expenses, it seems appropriate to call himself a loser. Thinking of this, Yi Yu could only sigh helplessly and continue sweeping through the low-priced instant noodles. Poof! The middle-aged woman coldly snorted, her disdain on her face becoming even stronger. However, this disdain didn't last long. It quickly turned into surprise, and then fear. You! The middle-aged woman pointed at Yi Yu, trembling all over, as if she had seen a ghost. In the end, under the middle-aged woman's gaze, Yi Yu waved his sleeve and left the instant noodle section. Mom! Mom! The little boy tugged at the middle-aged woman's clothes. If I don't study hard, can I become a strong man like the big brother just now who can carry so many instant noodles? The middle-aged woman looked at her son, then looked at the aisle where Yi Yu had left, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. So it turns out that the clown was me all along. I actually just called such a terrifying strong man a loser. Spending tens of thousands of yuan on simple food, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he returned home. Yi Yu vaguely felt that he had to find various ways to make money, at least to have a monthly income of 800,000. It would be a good idea to bring his girlfriend Zhao Wen over and inform her of his situation. Zhao Wen is usually full of ideas, and if she understands the truth of the matter, her clever mind might be able to point out a few ways for Yi Yu to make money. Thinking of this, Yi Yu, who had just returned home after receiving the rice, hurriedly went to Zhao Wen's house. The difference between the villa area where Yi Yu currently lives and where Zhao Wen lives is like night and day. Zhao Wen's place is very old. Before, there were several 10-story buildings, but now they have all become 3-story buildings. It's a good thing that Wen lives on the second floor, otherwise I wouldn't know where to find her. Yi Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself as he arrived at Zhao Wen's doorstep. Yi Yu originally wanted to knock on the door out of habit, but when his gaze fell on the quality of the door panel, he ultimately gave up on that idea and instead called out to Zhao Wen from outside the door. 1111. It's Yi Yu. Open the door. I have explosive news. Yi Yu clearly heard a commotion inside the house, followed by Zhao Wen's emotionless response. Coming. The door opened, and Zhao Wen was wearing a sexy nightgown. However, what was untimely was that Yi Yu clearly saw a man in a bathrobe lying on the bed inside the house. Fan Jian? Yu. 11. Yi Yu immediately recognized the man. It was his college classmate and Zhao Wen's ex-boyfriend, Fan Jian. The double betrayal of his girlfriend and his brother hit Yi Yu's fragile heart like a bolt from the blue. You saw it all? Since that's the case, let's lay it all out. Fan Jian and I have been together for a long time, let's break up. Zhao Wen casually shook her head, as if she had already mentally prepared herself for what happened today. Why? These past few years, I've been trying to give you the best of everything. Even if you wanted the stars in the sky, I would do anything to get them for you. Why do you have to treat me like this? Yi Yu half raised his arms in disbelief, his emotions becoming more and more agitated. Stars? Zhao Wen couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you talking about holding up a mirror to the night sky and saying you've plucked the stars? Sorry, I can't understand this kind of romance, and I don't care for it. Yi Yu. Fan Jian squinted his eyes and lazily waved his hand. Forget it, the three of us are good friends. What does it matter who is with whom? Shut up. Yi Yu angrily pointed at Fan Jian. I've always treated you as a good brother. Friends don't betray each other's wives. Is this how you treat your brother? Who I choose is my freedom. Also, who is your wife? Shameless. Zhao Wen also got angry and took big steps forward, even showing signs of pushing Yi Yu. Don't you understand why I'm with Fan Jian? Let me tell you the truth. Fan Jian now has a monthly salary of tens of thousands, and what about you? Just a loser with a monthly salary of 3,000. What can you give me? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. You quit your job the day before yesterday. You don't even have a job with a monthly salary of 3,000, and there's still a burden at home. Follow you? What good future can I have? Fan Jian can last for 30 seconds. What about you? You don't even dare to touch me, you useless waste. You probably can't even last 3 seconds. You're done as soon as you take off your pants, right? And another important reason, Fan Jian is strong and can easily lift something weighing 1.5 kilograms. What about you? It's a struggle for you to lift something weighing 1 kilogram. You're just a useless waste. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Fan Jian, lying on the bed, laughed mockingly. Yi Yu was about to explode with anger, pointing at Zhao Wen and Fan Jian with his right hand continuously. Adulterer. Whore. Hey. Yi Yu. Who the fuck are you cursing at? If it weren't for our years of brotherhood, do you believe I would beat you down right now? Being scolded by Yi Yu, Fan Jian became angry and stood up from the bed, pointing his right hand at Yi Yu with all his might. Yi Yu was furious and had a momentary impulse to rush over and punch Fan Jian. However, Yi Yu still had not lost his rationality. If it were before the world changed, Yi Yu would definitely have rushed over without hesitation and fought with Fan Jian, then flipped him off and left coolly. But now, Yi Yu was worried that his punch would follow in the footsteps of Bu Guochang. It was not worth it to kill Fan Jian in a fit of anger and then go to jail. Hit me? Do you think you're really strong? Oh, ha ha ha. Fan Jian exaggeratedly covered his stomach and laughed wildly. Yi Yu, what do you think of yourself? Looking down on my strength? My strength is something you can never reach in your lifetime. Trash. Yi Yu coldly gave Fan Jian a thumbs down. Oh hey, Yi Yu, you're so arrogant. Dare to compare strength with me? Tonight, I will make you submit. Beauties like Wen can only be possessed by strong people like me. Compare? How do you want to compare? Yi Yu frowned slightly. Very simple, let's compare arm wrestling. If you win, Wen will be yours. If you lose, you have to call me grandpa whenever you see me. How about it? Do you dare? Ha ha ha. Fan Jian didn't take Yi Yu seriously at all and laughed loudly. Jian Go, what are you saying? I am a living person, not your bet. Although Zhao Wen's tone was a bit dissatisfied, she still shrunk into Fan Jian's arms. Yi Yu coldly glanced at Zhao Wen and decisively shook his head in refusal. No, change the bet. This bet is too disgusting. I don't want this kind of person anymore, it's just dirtying my hands. Bastard. What did you say? Zhao Wen couldn't help but get angry. Hey, 1-1. Fan Jian lightly patted Zhao Wen's shoulder, then looked at Yi Yu. Then you say, what do you want to change the bet to? Very simple. If I lose, I will call you both grandpa and grandma whenever I see you. If I win, you have to shout 3 times outside the door, I am a dog adulterer, and she has to shout 3 times outside the door, I am a dog whore, Yi Yu said while pointing at Zhao Wen with his right hand. Deal. Fan Jian had never thought that he would lose, so he agreed without hesitation. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Wen glared at Fan Jian and pushed his chest dissatisfiedly. Don't worry, baby, do you still not know what skills I and Yi Yu have? We'll definitely win. From tonight onwards, you'll have an extra cheap grandson. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wen looked at the confident Fan Jian and finally felt relieved. Okay, let's do it like this. Fan Jian shook his right arm and prepared to get serious with Yi Yu. Come on, Yi Yu, let's use this table as the arena. Arm wrestling, best of 3. After Fan Jian finished speaking, he placed his right elbow on a wooden table inside the room. Yi Yu glanced at the wooden table inside the room, the thickness of which was at most 1 millimeter. If he exerted even a little force, wouldn't it break? It would be so painful if the wood chips scratched him. Seeing that Yi Yu was unmoved, Fan Jian thought that Yi Yu was afraid. Fan Jian then mocked, "What? Are you scared? It's not too late to admit defeat now. We don't force you to call us grandpa and grandma in the future, just avoid us. I am indeed scared, but I'm not scared of you. I'm scared that when I exert force later, the table will break. Let's change to a sturdy tabletop." "What?" Fan Jian was first slightly stunned, then burst into laughter again. "Haha, you're kidding me, right? Did I mishear? With your strength, you think you can break the tabletop? Who do you think you are? A wood-piercing machine? If you're scared, just say it. Go back where you came from." Zhao Wen also felt that Yi Yu was scared and deliberately found an excuse. So Zhao Wen sneered, "The kitchen countertop is made of concrete. Now, you don't have to worry about it getting worn out, right? Fine. Let's go there," Yi Yu said and walked straight into the kitchen without looking back. "Ha!" Fan Jian looked at Yi Yu's confident appearance and couldn't figure out where Yi Yu got his confidence from. Honestly, today's Yi Yu gave Fan Jian an indescribable feeling. But Fan Jian didn't think much about it, thinking that he had just fired 2 shots at Zhao Wen and was a bit tired. Fan Jian shook his arm and confidently followed Yi Yu into the kitchen. Fan Jian once again showed off his right arm and placed it on the concrete countertop. "Yi Yu, this time you don't have any excuses, right? Come on. Tonight, I'll show you what a real man is." Hearing Fan Jian's words, Yi Yu quickly extended his own right arm, ready to teach Fan Jian a lesson. But soon, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Yu called a halt again. "Wait a minute. What the hell? What's wrong with you again? Are you trying to find another excuse?" Fan Jian was already angry. "I'm too strong. I'm afraid I'll break your wrist when I exert force later. I still have to take care of my dad. I don't want to get into trouble because of a loser like you." "What the hell? I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life." Fan Jian looked at Yi Yu suspiciously. "You wouldn't intentionally create difficulties for yourself knowing that you'll lose, just so you have an excuse to lose, right?" "Definitely." Zhao Wen nodded without thinking and agreed with Fan Jian's guess. "What kind of loser is this poor guy? I'm not sure yet, but he's definitely putting on an act." "Hoof." Yi Yu couldn't help but snort. "Whether it's putting on an act or using real force, you'll find out if you try." "Alright, don't say I took advantage of you when you lose." Fan Jian once again placed his right arm on the countertop. This time, Yi Yu had no reservations and slowly extended his right hand, gently gripping the bottom of Fan Jian's arm. "Are you ready? If you're ready, I'll start. What the hell?" Fan Jian saw that Yi Yu was ready and quickly exerted force, trying to win in the shortest possible time, and then continue to have a real fight with Zhao Wen. But a scene that left Fan Jian dumbfounded or questioning life appeared. Fan Jian was horrified to find that no matter how much force he exerted, Yi Yu's right hand was like a pair of iron pliers, unmoving. How is this possible? Fan Jian used all his strength, even the veins on his forehead popped out. "I've let you off for so long, it's time for me to exert force." Yi Yu sneered and slightly exerted force, easily overpowering Fan Jian's right arm. In the first round, Yi Yu won effortlessly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fan Jian couldn't accept the scene in front of him and stood up angrily. "This loser must have cheated, using some means we don't know." Zhao Wen couldn't help but exclaim when she saw that Yi Yu won even in this kind of competition. "You bastard! You dare to cheat? I'll beat you." Fan Jian heard Zhao Wen's words and couldn't help but get furious, waving his fist to hit Yi Yu. However, in Yi Yu's eyes, Fan Jian's speed was pitifully slow. Yi Yu effortlessly used his right palm to accurately block Fan Jian's forehead. "You bastard!" Fan Jian wanted to forcefully push through countless times, but Yi Yu's right hand remained unmoving. No matter how hard Fan Jian tried, he couldn't budge Yi Yu even a bit. "I'll kill you." In a moment of desperation, Fan Jian lost his rationality and swung his arms like a windmill, trying to smash his fist into Yi Yu. But Fan Jian overlooked a fact. Fan Jian is not tall and his hands are not as long as Yi Yu's. No matter how Fan Jian swings his arms like a windmill, he can't even touch a single hair on Yi Yu. After a while, Fan Jian was already tired, and his rationality began to gradually recover. Fan Jian understood something and suddenly took a few steps back, pointing at Yi Yu in horror. "How is it possible? How can your strength be so great? It's even stronger than those Guinness record strongmen. How is this possible?" "Humph." Yi Yu coldly snorted. "It's good that you know. Is there a need for a second round of this competition? You better follow through with the previous bet, or you can imagine the consequences yourself, right?" "You." Fan Jian wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed the villa card hanging from Yi Yu's waist. This logo. The villa card from Yunhe Villa District? How is this possible? How do you have a house in Yunhe Villa District? That's a villa worth tens of millions or even billions. Even my boss can only dream of living there. What? Upon hearing Fan Jian's words, Zhao Wen instantly lost her composure. Zhao Wen glanced around and then ran towards Yi Yu crying, "Husband, it's all because Fan Jian forced me. He suddenly came to my house today, held a nail to my neck, and threatened me. If I don't give in to him tonight, he will kill me and you. I was forced, I swear. What the hell? 1-1. You." Yi Yu heartlessly pushed Zhao Wen away, then coldly glanced at Fan Jian and Zhao Wen. "Carry out the previous bet. Husband, you have to understand me." Zhao Wen collapsed on the ground and cried in pain. "Damn, despicable woman." Fan Jian also saw Zhao Wen's true face at this moment. "I don't want to say it again," Yi Yu impatiently shouted. Zhao Wen and Fan Jian reluctantly squatted outside the door. The empty corridor echoed with two harsh voices. "I am a dog's husband. I am a dog's whore. I am. Humph, dog couple. I am not the same person as before. I originally wanted to wholeheartedly treat you well and be with you for a lifetime. I didn't expect you to betray me like this. Now, as long as I find the right path, I can control everything. You are not even worthy of being my shoe." Yi Yu angrily returned to the entrance of his villa. He was already filled with anger from Zhao Wen, and now he couldn't even find a trace of Yi Hao after returning to his hometown. Yi Yu had no choice but to vent his anger on Zhao Wen and Fan Jian, continuously scolding them to calm himself down. "Ha? What's that sound?" Yi Yu, who was about to swipe his card to enter the house, vaguely heard the sound of a small porcelain object breaking inside. Yi Yu didn't think he misheard, nor did he think that cats and dogs had entered his house. After all, in this world, cats and dogs are already rare. Could it be, there's a thief in my house? Yi Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. It can't be, right? I'm so poor that I can only afford instant noodles, and I'm even worried about having enough to eat. And yet, there's a thief coming to my house? Big brother, at least go steal from a wealthy family. Why did you come to my house to steal? Steal instant noodles? In this vast world, a thief sneaking into my house to steal instant noodles? If this gets out, won't people laugh at me? Yi Yu glanced at the concrete wall that was about 2.5 meters high and decided not to alert the thief, so he went in to see the situation first. So, Yi Yu held his breath, leaped high, and with all his strength, grabbed the top of the wall, then using his body's coordination, easily flipped over the wall. Yi Yu lurked in the darkness of the night, cautiously approaching the villa. Just when Yi Yu reached out, he suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but slap himself on the forehead. Damn it! Why are people in this world so slow? Was I worried that he ran away? Was I worried that he would turn the tables on me? I'm so stupid. Yi Yu shook his head helplessly. It seems that being with people like Fan Jian and Zhao Wen for a long time has made his intelligence decline too. Ahem! Yi Yu coughed forcefully a few times, then walked into the first floor lobby and pressed the light switch. Clang indeed, there came a sound of bottles and cans falling on the second floor. Obviously, Yi Yu's sudden return home caught the thief upstairs off guard, causing a commotion in his haste. Since he figured out that the other person was on the second floor, Yi Yu confidently walked up the stairs. Yi Yu wasn't worried at all that the other person would jump from the second floor. Jumping from the second floor would undoubtedly be suicidal with the current physical fitness of people. Pushing open the bedroom door on the second floor, sure enough, a young man was cowering in the corner, trembling, holding a small wooden dagger and pointing it at Yi Yu. You, don't come any closer. He. Yi Yu couldn't help but laugh. Friend, this is my house. You, as a thief, actually tell the owner not to come closer. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The thief hesitated for a moment, then slowly approached another corner, keeping close to the wall behind him. Yi Yu didn't think much about it and took a few big steps towards the thief. Ha, fool. Let's see how you catch the dashing and swift young master. The thief smirked. Obviously his previous wall hugging was to make Yi Yu move, and then he would try to quickly rush out of the door. If it were an ordinary person, the thief might have succeeded. But this was Yi Yu after all, who had the speed of countless times that of people in this world. The thief had barely taken a few steps when Yi Yu's figure rapidly approached under the thief's terrified gaze. In almost an instant, Yi Yu stood in front of the thief. You little thief, where do you think you're going? What the hell? So fast? How is that possible? I used to run the 100 meters in just over 90 seconds, and I've never lost to anyone. How can you be so fast? As for the thief's question, Yi Yu really didn't know how to answer, or rather, Yi Yu had no interest in answering at all. In order to prevent himself from breaking the thief's arm, Yi Yu grabbed the thief's right arm with as little force as possible. What the hell? The thief wanted to break free but was horrified to find that Yi Yu's right hand seemed to be welded to his arm. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't budge. What the hell is this? The thief was extremely desperate and simply knelt down with tears and snot. "Big brother, boss, sir, spare me. You may not believe it when I say it, but I just wanted to steal a little something to support an orphanage." Although it was impossible to judge the truth of the thief's words, Yi Yu saw from the thief's sincere eyes that the thief wasn't lying to him. Perhaps this thief in front of him was the rumored hero thief. Thinking of this, Yi Yu couldn't help but soften his heart. "Put down what you stole and go. Let's pretend I didn't see you today." He. Big brother. To tell you the truth, after I came to your house, I saw countless bottles and cans of oil, rice, salt, and vinegar, and a mountain of instant noodles. I didn't take anything. Yi Yu was slightly stunned at his words, then felt embarrassed. In other words, what the thief was saying was, "There's nothing valuable in your house, why would I steal anything? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Alright, let's go. I'm grateful." Yi Yu waved his hand at the thief, signaling him to leave his house quickly. However, a simple hand gesture in the eyes of the thief seemed like a miraculous skill. "Oh my god, big brother, how did you do it so quickly?" The thief spoke while slowly imitating Yi Yu's hand movement. "Big brother, I can only wave my hand a few times, but you can wave it more than 10 times. That's too impressive." Yi Yu was slightly surprised, recalling the thief's previous claim about his 100-meter race time, which gave him a further understanding of the people's physical abilities in this world. It seemed their strength had decreased by about 100 times, and their speed had only decreased by about 10 times. "Oh, I got it. Big brother, you must be a legendary warrior, right? You must be. Oh my god. I actually broke into a warrior's house, trying to steal something. If I tell my friends about this, they will definitely envy me. Why are you so talkative?" Yi Yu became a little impatient. "Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, you'll stay here forever." Obviously, the thief had no intention of leaving and his eyes darted around mischievously. "Big brother, I have a proposal. Are you interested in hearing it?" Upon hearing the thief's words, Yi Yu couldn't help but freeze. This guy, could it be that he wants me to become a thief like him? Although with the difference between myself and the others in this world, no one can catch me if I become a thief. But Yi Yu is a person with a strong sense of justice and integrity. He would rather starve than eat ill-gotten gains. How could he possibly become a thief? If he wants to make money, he will find a legitimate way. Yi Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Just say it, and then leave." "Well," the thief thought for a moment and continued, "Big brother, please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Shi Wenbin, and I grew up in an orphanage in Yunhe City. I don't have any other advantages, but I am fast and nimble. I also know some unsavory characters in society." "So what?" Yi Yu looked calmly at Shi Wenbin. "So, I want to ask, big brother, do you have any followers?" "No, what does that have to do with you?" Yi Yu looked at Shi Wenbin in confusion. "Damn, big brother, a person with your extraordinary demeanor and talent, and you don't even have a follower? If this gets out, won't it damage your reputation?" Shi Wenbin looked at Yi Yu in shock. "Because I'm just a bodyguard and driver." Yi Yu helplessly shrugged. "What's wrong with being a bodyguard? What's wrong with being a driver? Big brother, with your skills and broad-mindedness, you are destined to be outstanding among men and women. As the saying goes, birds choose their trees to nest in, and I admire you like the surging river, endless, and like the yellow river flooding, unstoppable. If you allow it, I can be your loyal follower." Yi Yu looked at Shi Wenbin in surprise. How did this thief suddenly start calling him big brother? "Big brother, don't underestimate my loyalty. I can be your servant, as long as you provide for me." Yi Yu's mouth twitched fiercely. "You better say provide for me instead of provide me with grass." "So, big brother, consider it?" Shi Wenbin slyly circled behind Yi Yu and lightly patted his back. Yi Yu couldn't help but hesitate. He was currently Qin Ruyan's bodyguard, and although there didn't seem to be any immediate danger to Qin Ruyan, who knows what might happen in the future? If there were any reckless criminals attempting to kidnap and extort Qin Ruyan, having someone like Shi Wenbin, who mingled with the idle people of society, might provide early information in certain situations. And I have to focus on work, and in the future, I have to think about ways to make money. It's a good idea to have a little brother to help take care of Yi Hao. And maybe in the future, when I trust this little brother enough, I can share my unbelievable experiences with him. Thinking about this, Yi Yu couldn't help but be tempted. That's true. But I have no money, no fame, no power, no influence right now. If you follow me, you won't benefit. Look at what you're saying. Shi Wenbin couldn't help but laugh. Big brother, to be realistic, if you had fame, money, power, and influence right now, would you even consider having someone like me as your little brother? I probably wouldn't even qualify to be in line to be your little brother. Besides, how does the saying go? Adding flowers to brocade is not as touching as giving charcoal in the snow. Moreover, I believe in my own judgment. Big brother, you will definitely rise to the top in the future. Well, that makes sense. Listening to Shi Wenbin's confident words, Yi Yu was even more tempted. Shi Wenbin was obviously skilled at reading people's expressions and immediately understood that Yi Yu was tempted. Shi Wenbin immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Yi Yu. Big brother, please accept my respect. In the future, I will go through fire and water, even if it means going through mountains of knives and seas of fire, I won't hesitate. I only ask that when Big Brother becomes successful, you won't forget about me, or help the orphanage where I used to stay. Yi Yu nodded. This Shi Wenbin, he didn't expect him to be such a loyal and righteous person. Get up! My name is Yi Yu. Okay, Yi Gu. Shi Wenbin, with his sharp mind, immediately started calling Yi Yu Yi Gu. From now on, don't be a thief anymore. I don't want to visit you in prison one day. With Yi Gu as my boss, why would I still be a petty thief? That would tarnish Yi Ji's reputation and face, wouldn't it? After Shi Wenbin finished speaking, he even winked at Yi Yu. Alright. Yi Yu nodded with a complicated expression. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this sudden little brother. He was clever, eloquent, loyal, and had a unique perspective. If he really became successful in the future, he could indeed become his reliable right-hand man. I wonder which big shot would let Yi Gu be his bodyguard and driver? Shi Wenbin curiously asked. The president of Yida Corporation, President Qin. What? Shi Wenbin couldn't help but exclaim, rumor has it that President Qin is one of the most beautiful women in our Yunhe city. Yi Gu, tell me honestly, do you have ulterior motives for helping President Qin? After Shi Wenbin finished speaking, he even started analyzing. President Qin is a top-tier beauty. It wouldn't be bad if President Qin became your sister-in-law. She's worthy of Yi Gu. Hey, don't say such things. Yi Yu was startled by Shi Wenbin's words. What's there to be afraid of? We're all men. When men are together, besides games, what else is there to talk about besides women? Shi Wenbin shrugged, not taking it seriously, but it seems like President Qin's career hasn't been going well recently. Oh, you know about that? Yi Yu looked at Shi Wenbin in surprise. Of course. Shi Wenbin nodded heavily. I know someone, a friend, who works as a security guard at Sakura Construction Company. It's said that Sakura Construction Company has snatched several projects from President Qin this year. And in these bidding competitions, Sakura Company's bids were just slightly lower than Yida Corporation's. What does that mean? It means that either Yida Corporation has a mole, or Sakura Construction Company has somehow stolen President Qin's bidding proposals. Yi Yu couldn't help but be shocked. In such a large Yida corporation, it would be extremely difficult to steal Qin Ruiyan's bidding proposals. Even if there was a mole, they would have to be a high-ranking executive who was deeply trusted by Qin Ruiyan. That's right. Shi Wenbin nodded again. It is said that Yida Corporation and Sakura Corporation will compete for a project in a few days. I wonder who will win this time. Shi Wenbin's words awakened Yi Yu. If there really is a mole, then the mole is likely to strike again before this bidding. With himself present this time, the mole won't succeed. This is the first time Yi Yu has realized the benefits brought by Shi Wenbin, his little brother. Yi Yu is extremely grateful that he accepted Shi Wenbin as his little brother tonight, and wonders how much loss he can help Yida Corporation recover. Alright, I have my own plan. You can go back now, but remember, don't do any more thieving in the future, or I won't recognize you. Okay. Yi Gu. I'll leave now. What's your phone number? I'll write it down. Mine is 158XX. Early in the morning, before dawn. After a night of rest, Yi Yu went out for a morning run while it was still early. Since entering high school, Yi Yu has attached great importance to exercise and would usually go for a 2-kilometer run whenever time allowed. Approaching the 2-kilometer mark, Yi Yu started to breathe heavily. Along the way, he would occasionally hear exclamations from other morning runners. Damn, Lao Wang, did you see that? That young man running. Damn, he's too fast. Can you still encounter ghosts early in the morning? Looks like I'll have to check the almanac before going for a morning run from now on. A running expert. After Lu Xiang, I guess I'll rise again in the Summer Olympics athletics competition. Yi Yu ignored these roadside rumors and focused on his morning run. After completing his morning run goal, Yi Yu sat under a tree in the park to rest for a while before heading back. What are you guys doing? If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Shoo, don't shout. The more you shout, the more excited I'll get. Who knows what outrageous things I might do. Ha. Just as Yi Yu was taking a short break, a disturbance broke out nearby at an inappropriate time. Yi Yu turned his head in confusion and saw about 10 big men cornering a young woman against a wall. The young woman was clearly out for a morning run, wearing a sports vest, which undoubtedly aroused the lust of these big men. It's not a crime to dress a certain way, but these guys are the real criminals. In broad daylight, someone would dare to be so brazenly lecherous. Coupled with the woman's exceptional looks and figure, 2 young men nearby couldn't sit still and walked over together. "Hey! What are you doing? Stop! If you keep this up, I'll call the police." The leader of the big men became instantly unhappy when the 2 young men interrupted their fun. The leader signaled to his lackeys, and several lackeys took out small wooden knives from their pockets. "What are you looking at? Get lost! Don't ruin my boss's fun! Take one more step forward, and watch me stab you." Faced with these big men wielding wooden knives, the 2 young men who had tried to intervene couldn't help but feel scared. Indeed, it is a noble act to intervene, but one must also consider whether they have the ability to do so and be prepared to face the consequences of their actions. The 2 young men involuntarily shrunk their necks and reluctantly stepped back, finding a hidden corner to make a phone call to the police. The woman had initially felt a glimmer of hope when she saw someone trying to help, but with the departure of the 2 young men, that glimmer of hope was instantly shattered. However, the woman did not blame the 2 young men. After all, intervening is voluntary, and it is only natural to be afraid when there is such a huge difference in strength. The woman took step by step backward until she had no more room to retreat against the wall. "Do you guys know who I am? If you dare to touch me today, the consequences will be unbearable for you. You will die a miserable death. Ha ha ha." One of the lackeys burst into laughter. "If we touch you today, won't you become our sister-in-law? Indeed, it would be a piece of cake for our sister-in-law to kill us. Ha ha ha." The gang leader also laughed. "Beauty, don't be afraid, I'm really a good person. I'm the boss around here. If you follow me, you won't lose out." At this moment, 2 lackeys who had just finished their business noticed Yi Yu sitting under a tree, witnessing everything. Immediately, they arrogantly pointed their wooden daggers at Yi Yu. "Hey, kid, what are you looking at? Can't you see that our boss is busy? Get lost. That's right, get lost. Otherwise, I'll break your 2 legs." Yi Yu looked around behind him and realized that they were talking to him. He couldn't help but stand up in surprise. He hadn't done anything. Why were they verbally attacking him for no reason? The woman glanced at Yi Yu and sighed helplessly. "Hey handsome, just leave, it has nothing to do with you. They have more people, you're no match for them." Yi Yu was a passionate young man, and especially since the woman said that, he couldn't pretend he hadn't seen anything and just walk away. If he did, Yi Yu felt that he would look down on himself in the future. The most important thing was that the world now was different from the world before. However, Yi Yu still didn't want to provoke unnecessary trouble. Yi Yu walked over to the group of lackeys. "Big brother, you look like someone who has a lot of luck with women. Even just taking a walk outside would have beautiful women throwing themselves at you. Since Big Brother doesn't lack women, why not let this girl go? A forced melon is not sweet. How about? I only have a few $100s on me, miss. How much money do you have? Take it all out. Consider it as treating this Big Brother to a smoke and a drink. How about that?" He. The gang leader enjoyed a laugh. "Kid, I like what you're saying. But, you see, I don't lack money, and I actually like the taste of a forced melon. You better get out of here. If it weren't for your sweet talk, I would have already had my lackeys break your legs." Boss. It's the 21st century now, everyone is striving to be law-abiding citizens. I know you're not short on money, but, alright, let's say it's for the sake of our city's appearance, for the sake of our city being elected as a civilized city in the country. Let's make a sacrifice, endure for now, okay? Yi Yu still tried to persuade the gang leader to stop. "Enough with the nonsense, you're annoying. Boss, why are we wasting time with this kid? Let's just break his legs." Obviously, Yi Yu's words had greatly worn out the gang leader's patience. The gang leader extended his right index finger and pointed it at Yi Yu's nose from a distance. "You little brat, do you think I'm giving you face when I say you talk nicely? Did I give you face? You're more long-winded than Tang Sanzang. Let me say one last thing, will you leave or not? If you don't leave, I'll have my lackeys break your legs." "Boss, look at this kid's clothes, they're weird and made of some garbage material. He's obviously a loser. Maybe this loser wants you to break his legs so he can extort money from you." Faced with this gang of thugs who were pressing on, Yi Yu could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. "Sigh. I really don't want to fight. Why are you forcing me?" "Ha!" The gang leader couldn't help but snort. "Xiaolu, go, break this kid's leg for me. I'll cover all the expenses." "Alright." Following the gang leader's instructions, one lackey smirked and menacingly approached Yi Yu step by step. The girl was alarmed to see that these hooligans were actually planning to attack Yi Yu. Hey handsome, these guys are obviously experienced fighters. You're no match for them. This has nothing to do with you. Don't hurt yourself for no reason. Run away quickly. Ha ha ha, I like soft-hearted girls like you. Soft-hearted girls must be soft in other places too. The leader of the hooligans laughed obscenely. Kid, thinking of running now? It's too late. Lu Zi is the best fighter under me. Even if the great Luo Golden Immortal came today, he wouldn't be able to save you. With the boss's approval, Lu Zi became even more excited and charged towards Yi Yu. Hold on. Yi Yu quickly extended his right palm to signal Lu Zi to stop. What are you doing? Lu Zi looked at Yi Yu in confusion. Kid, thinking of running now? It's too late. I gave you a way out, but you didn't want it. Who said I wanted to run? Yi Yu looked at the gang in confusion, then pointed to the watch on his left hand. What I meant was, I'm about to go to work and I'm in a hurry. If I'm late, my boss might get angry and deduct my salary. Why don't you all come with me so I don't have to come one by one? What? How audacious. Kid, who do you think you are? Yunha Wang Fei Hong? Lu Zi, why are you wasting time with him? Get him. Lu Zi glared at Yi Yu in anger. You little brat, I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Hey, today you finally met one. Oomph, let me show you the power of my iron fist. After saying that, Lu Zi angrily raised his fist and charged towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu stood still as if he had been paralyzed, watching Lu Zi's fist coming towards him. Who do you think you are? A master? Turns out you're just a scared little kid. Die. Zinni. Lu Zi's fist landed softly on Yi Yu's chest. Not only did Yi Yu not fall down, he didn't even flinch. What? What the hell? Lu Zi was stunned. What are you doing? Did you not eat today? Yi Yu glanced at Lu Zi's weak fist. What the hell? Lu Zi almost vomited blood from Yi Yu's words. Ha? Lu Zi, what are you doing? Why don't you hit him? Why did you just touch his chest? No wonder Lao Zhang said you like men, but it's not the time for that now. Another henchman behind Lu Zi looked at the strange scene in confusion. What the hell? Lu Zi was almost driven crazy by Yi Yu's words. Boss, this guy is weird. I swear. Normally, when someone takes my punch, they either fall down or at least take a few steps back, but this guy didn't even move. The leader of the hooligans also realized that something was off, but now he was filled with anger and couldn't care less or think too much. The leader waved his hand and said, Brothers, let's attack him together. Let's kill this guy. Go! The henchmen quickly took out their weapons and rushed towards Yi Yu. Soon, a scene that would shock the girl and the leader of the hooligans for the rest of their lives unfolded. Yi Yu moved among the crowd like a butterfly, effortlessly dodging and striking. Wherever Yi Yu went, cries of pain followed. Ah, my hand. Ah, my. In an instant, about 10 henchmen were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Gulu the gang leader struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Watching as Yi Yu approached him step by step, the gang leader instantly surrendered. Big brother, hero, let's talk. Didn't you just say you wanted to be a law-abiding citizen? Fighting is not right. And maintaining the good appearance of our Yunha city. These are all things you said. Look, so many of my little brothers have been knocked down by you, so maybe you can pretend you didn't see me today and let me go. Poof. Yi Yu couldn't help but snort. Too late. You made your choice. Puke. No. It's a misunderstanding. Ah, it hurts. While the gang leader was speaking, Yi Yu had already walked over and grabbed the gang leader's left hand with his right hand. I haven't even exerted any force yet, and you're already crying in pain? Weren't you very imposing just now? Yi Yu looked at the gang leader with a mocking expression. The gang leader smiled flatteringly. Big brother, it's the first time always hurts. You're a man, you understand? I understand your sister. Yi Yu glared at the gang leader. Tell me, which hand were you planning to use to assault that girl just now? This hand. The gang leader cooperatively stretched out his right hand, but then remembered something and quickly retracted it. No, it's the left hand. No, not right. Left, right, left hand. So it's both hands then? No. Left hand. Hiss. Ah. Crack with a bone-chilling sound, Yi Yu actually broke the gang leader's left hand with his bare hands. Shoo, don't scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Who knows what inappropriate things I might do. Yi Yu made a shushing gesture with his left hand near his mouth and repeated the words the gang leader had just said to the woman. The woman was slightly startled and immediately understood that Yi Yu was standing up for her and deliberately retaliating against the gang leader with words. Although she felt that Yi Yu's methods were a bit ruthless, the woman didn't feel anything wrong and looked at Yi Yu gratefully. Seeing that the gang leader had really stopped talking, Yi Yu let go of his left hand. Alright, get lost. Thank you, Big brother, the gang leader, with a pale face, left the park with his subordinates. Handsome guy, thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine what would have happened. The woman first bowed to Yiyu in gratitude, then looked at him with interest. Handsome guy, you're so fast. Yiyu couldn't help but be speechless. Why does everyone like to say that they're fast? Am I really someone who is fast? Can we change the way we compliment each other in the future? The woman smiled and extended her right hand to Yiyu. Hello, handsome guy, I'm Long Qingxuan. Yiyu. Yiyu looked at Long Qingxuan's outstretched right hand, but because he was worried about accidentally breaking her hand with his strength, he chose not to shake hands with her. Instead, he lightly touched Long Qingxuan's right hand with his right hand, then smiled at her and waved goodbye. Watching Yiyu, who waved his sleeve without taking away a cloud, Long Qingxian was first stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. What an interesting person. Yiyu? With such terrifying skills, you have successfully caught my attention. Long Qingxian took out an ultra-thin mobile phone and quickly dialed a number. Brother, I was almost bullied in Yunhe City by a gang. I don't want to see them again in the future. Also, check the information of a person named Yiyu, who probably lives near Yunhe Villa. Okay. A calm morning. Complete idiot, Lu Boss has touched the tigers, but it's time to clear the field. The decline of the Han Dynasty, chaos in the court. TMs. Lu Yen is so strong, how did the Han Dynasty decline? Yiyu was sitting in the office, happily playing the mobile game Sangua Sha. Knock, knock, knock. The office door gently sounded. Come in. Yiyu quickly put away his phone and exited the game that had already lost its suspense. The person who came in was Lin Yun. Lin Yun was dressed in an OL uniform today, with a short skirt, black stockings, and a small tie, making her look mature and stable. When Yiyu's gaze fell on Lin Yun's black stockings, he couldn't help but sigh softly. No wonder girls like to wear black stockings, just look at these legs, black makes them look slim. This is probably why there is no black style in the TM set. Yun Jia, is there something you need? Lin Yun hesitated for a moment, then smiled sweetly at Yiyu. I actually have something to ask for your help. Yiyu patted his chest without hesitation. Yun Jia, whatever you need, just say it. I'll help you get it done in no time. That's great. Lin Yun smiled lightly and handed a document to Yiyu. Here, this is a new document issued by the company. The day after tomorrow morning, we will have a friendly basketball match with Sakura Construction Company. Ha! Yiyu looked at Lin Yun in surprise. What kind of friendship do we have with those Sakura guys? Lin Yun couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. Although that's true, we still have to call it a friendly match on the surface, right? Can't we say it's a life or death match? The situation now is like this. The company needs 10 people to participate, and there are already 9 people signed up. We just need one more spot. Are you asking me to participate? Besides you, is there anyone more suitable? You have great strength and surprising speed. Won't you lead our company to crush Sakura Company? I see. Yiyu thought carefully and then smiled. If I participate, will there be a reward? Of course. Lin Yun nodded heavily. Qinzong said that as long as you participate, you will receive a bonus of 5,000 yuan. If we can defeat Sakura Company, the bonus amount will increase to 50,000. 50,000. Yiyu couldn't help but mutter softly. That's barely enough for a month's living expenses. What did you say? Lin Yun didn't hear what Yiyu said clearly. Ah. Nothing. I mean. Yiyu smiled as he looked at Lin Yun. I mean, if I participate, Yun Jia, will you give me a personal reward? Lin Yun was slightly taken aback. What kind of personal reward do you want? Can it be any reward? Yiyu deliberately smiled mischievously, wanting to tease Lin Yun a little and play a small joke with her. Lin Yun quickly understood and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yiyu. Alright then. You're getting bolder, aren't you? Daring to flirt with your Yun Jia? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out and kick you out of the house? Girlfriend? Yiyu's mood instantly became very low. Sigh. I was actually planning to bring her to where I'm living now last night, but I caught her and one of my friends lying on the same bed. Ha! Lin Yun looked at Yiyu in surprise, not understanding. Why would someone like Yiyu, who has great strength, have a girlfriend who would cheat on him? Did she dislike that Yiyu didn't have money? If Yiyu participated in the Olympics or something and used the media to promote himself, he could easily earn a lot of money from endorsement fees, right? Did she dislike Yiyu's appearance? Although Yiyu's looks couldn't be considered handsome, he was still very pleasant to look at, and he had a strong masculine aura. Thinking of this, Lin Yun couldn't help but step forward and gently hug Yiyu's head with her right hand, lightly patting his head with her left hand. It's okay, there's no obstacle that can't be overcome. If she loses you, it will be a lifetime of regret for her. Or, you should be grateful that you saw her true colors in advance. Otherwise, wait until after getting married and having children to have an affair. That would be the real pain. Yi Yu's forehead touched something soft, causing him to sigh. Thank you, Yoon Jia. Yoon Jia is the best. Yoon Jia, do you have a boyfriend? Whoever marries Yoon Jia would be lucky for 8 lifetimes. What? Do you have any thoughts about me? Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. It was also at this moment that Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart, lowering her head to look at Yi Yu. Do you want to pursue me? Well, that depends on whether you have the ability. Yi Yu looked up at Lin Yun's chin in surprise, then took it a step further. How about this? If I win, Yoon Jia, you have to kiss me as a reward. What do you think? Lin Yun blushed at his words. You. What are you thinking? You little devil. Win first, then we'll talk. Although Lin Yun didn't agree, she also didn't refuse. Yi Yu couldn't help but feel excited, secretly vowing that regardless of whether he could really win a kiss, he would definitely win this competition. Creak. Just at this moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A tall, handsome man walked straight in. When the man saw the scene in front of him, his face first showed surprise, followed by endless anger. What are you guys doing? It's working hours now. The man's name was Shin Jingbing, the head of the security department at Yida Company, Lin Yun's most loyal pursuer, and also Yi Yu's immediate superior. Seeing his goddess hugging another man's head like this, Shin Jingbing felt his blood pressure rise, almost unable to resist rushing over and beating Yi Yu. Only then did Lin Yun realize the ambiguous position she and Yi Yu were in, quickly letting go of him, and then looking at Shin Jingbing with a displeased face. What are you doing here? I have something to discuss with this kid. You guys. Shin Jingbing was furious, clenching his fists tightly. What business is it of yours? Lin Yun didn't want to pay any attention to Shin Jingbing at all. I invited Yi Yu to participate in this basketball-friendly match with Sakura Company. I have something else to do. I'm leaving. Lin Yun seemed very unhappy with Shin Jingbing, deliberately turned her head and smiled at Yi Yu, even blew a kiss, then left Yi Yu's office with elegant steps. Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling. It's over. I've been used by Lin Yun as a scapegoat. Sure enough, Shin Jingbing angrily pointed his right hand at Yi Yu. Kid, you dare to have designs on my woman? Are you looking to die? Your woman? Yi Yu frowned. Who admits that? Except for you, does anyone else admit it? Good. Kid, you've got guts. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you were personally hired by General Qin. Wait and see. I'll make you regret it. Is that so? I'll be waiting. I'm so scared. Yi Yu deliberately acted scared. Scared now? It's too late. Just you wait. Humph. Shin Jingbing swung his big hand and angrily left Yi Yu's office. Yi Yu couldn't help but be confused. What the hell? What does it mean to be scared? Can't this guy see that I'm mocking him? Is he really clueless or pretending to be clueless? No wonder Lin Yun doesn't like this kind of person. He's truly a lunatic. Thinking of Lin Yun, Yi Yu couldn't help but smirk. Dare to use me as a scapegoat? One day, I will make you use me as your scapegoat, bastard. Stinky outsider. Pretty boy. Adulterer and adulteress. Shin Jingbing cursed as he returned to his own office. What's wrong, brother Shin? Who made you so angry? A security guard looked at Shin Jingbing in confusion. It's that little bitch Lin Yun. Damn it, I've been pursuing her for almost 2 years, and she doesn't even give me the time of day. The driver hired by General Qin, that pretty boy who just arrived a couple of days ago, this slut just throws herself at him. I must be blind, I'm really not worth it. Tisk. The security guard patted Shin Jingbing on the shoulder. Shingu, the brothers have been saying for a long time that Lin Yun may look attractive, but behind the scenes, she's quite promiscuous. Who knows how many men she's been with. It's not worth wasting so much time for such a slut. It's just frustrating. No matter how good-looking or passionate she is, she still has to beg under a man, right? I'm going to make her kneel and lick me one day. And when I'm tired of playing with her, I'll kick her away. Shingu, that's the right mindset. The security guard grinned. Same place tonight? Let those girls blow you and relieve your anger. Oof. Shin Jingbing snorted, his expression slightly softened when he heard the security guard mention the girls. That pretty boy, I can't stand him. I need to find a way to teach him a lesson. He joined the company's basketball team and wants to participate in the game? No way. Even if he gets to play for a minute, I'll consider it a loss. Hey, Shingu, don't think like that. The security guard couldn't help but smirk. I've seen that kid once. Look at his small frame, as fragile as a piece of paper. He joined the company's basketball team, isn't that perfect? There's training after work this afternoon. Shingu, you can use the training as an excuse to play with him, dunk on him a few times. Won't he lose face in front of his colleagues passing by? He won't have the face to stay in the company anymore. Makes sense. Shin Jingbing nodded involuntarily after listening to the security guard's words. Once that kid leaves the company with a gloomy face, who else would dare to compete with me for Lin Yun? She'll belong to me, Shingu. Great, great. Shin Jingbing clapped his hands excitedly as if he had seen the scene he had longed for. Good brother, you've given me a great idea. I'll cover the expenses for finding girls tonight. Alright, thank you, Shingu. The security guard was also so excited that he almost drooled on the spot. It was soon time to get off work in the afternoon. Yi Yu looked at the time on his watch and planned to ask Lin Yun what time Qin Ruyan would get off work today. If she didn't have to work overtime, he could give her a ride home. However, when Yi Yu stood up, Qin Ruyan and Lin Yun appeared at the door of his office at the same time, and Shin Jingbing also hurried over. General Manager Qin. Sister Yun. Yi Yu politely greeted the two. You can leave now, let's go by car. Qin Ruyan nodded in response to Yi Yu. Alright. Yi Yu picked up the keys on the table and prepared to go and drive. As for Shin Jingbing, Yi Yu didn't even want to pay attention to such a clown. Given his current situation, competing with such a clown would only waste his time and energy for making money. Shin Jingbing obviously came prepared and became anxious when he saw Yi Yu was going to send Qin Ruyan home. If Yi Yu just left like this, wouldn't his plan for the afternoon go down the drain? Hey, General Manager Qin, wait. Shin Jingbing quickly reached out his right hand to stop Yi Yu from leaving. What's the matter? Qin Ruyan looked at Shin Jingbing with confusion. At the same time, Lin Yun also glared at Shin Jingbing unfriendly. In his heart, Shin Jingbing cursed Lin Yun once again, then reluctantly squeezed out a harmless smile. Well, it's like this. Yi Yu joined the company's basketball team, and the rest of the team members have agreed to train on the company's basketball court for half an hour after work. I thought, why not bring Yi Yu along? After all, we're all colleagues, we can learn from each other and make progress together. Upon hearing Shin Jingbing's words, Yi Yu immediately cursed Shin Jingbing and his whole family in his heart. How could Shin Jingbing be so kind-hearted? His purpose could be guessed by Yi Yu. Qin Ruyan didn't hesitate too much and nodded lightly. Okay, then you guys go, I don't have anything to do anyway, just watch your training. Go ahead, Yi Yu, it's okay. Yun Jia, would you accompany me to watch too? Lin Yun glanced at Shin Jingbing, a hint of disgust flashing across her face. But Lin Yun thought to herself, after all, Yi Yu's physical fitness is terrifying, so she might as well watch Yi Yu perform in advance. So Lin Yun also nodded decisively. Okay, General Qin. Before Yi Yu could say anything, Shin Jingbing excitedly walked up to Yi Yu and tightly held his right hand, afraid that Yi Yu would find another reason to refuse. Great. Thank you, General Qin, for understanding. Let's go, Yi Yu, let's go together. General Qin has agreed. This smooth plan made Shin Jingbing almost burst with joy. Originally, he just wanted to humiliate you in front of other passing colleagues and make you retreat. Unexpectedly, General Qin and Lin Yun would also be there to watch. If he humiliated you, this little white face, in front of General Qin and Lin Yun, it would be much more effective than humiliating you in front of other passing colleagues, thousands of times better. Maybe General Qin would even think that you, this little white face, are just SOSO and directly dismiss you. That would be so satisfying. Thinking of this, Shin Jingbing became even more excited and started exerting hidden strength while holding Yi Yu's right hand. If this little white face screamed in pain, General Qin would definitely think that this little white face was weak and maybe wouldn't be surprised if he humiliated him in the training match later, right? The only thing that puzzled Shin Jingbing was that no matter how much hidden strength he used, Yi Yu's right hand remained motionless, as if he didn't feel anything at all. Ha! Shin Jingbing looked at Yi Yu in confusion. What's going on? Even an average strong man would not be able to withstand it without making a sound. But this little white face didn't react at all? Alright, let's not waste any more time, let's go now. Oh, okay, General Qin. Shin Jingbing didn't have time to think too much, he just thought that he had some concerns and didn't use his full strength. When it comes to training later, he won't have any concerns anymore. He must make this little white face lose face and get out of Yida. The four of them quickly arrived at the company's basketball court. At this time, there were already 8 men undergoing basketball training on the court. When Yi Yu appeared in the sight of the group, these people all looked at Yi Yu with malicious intent. Yi Yu immediately understood Shin Jingbing's little scheme. I'm afraid this guy wants to humiliate me through basketball training, right? Indeed, Yi Yu's basketball skills are not outstanding, but it's different now. The current Yi Yu has an unbeatable physical fitness compared to ordinary people. These people want to humiliate Yi Yu through basketball training, but it's destined to end in failure. Thinking of basketball, Yi Yu couldn't help but glance at the entire basketball court. After experiencing physical changes, the basketball court now is pitifully small. It's more like a badminton court than a basketball court. The The standard 3.5-meter basketball hoop height has now become about 2.05 meters. As for the basketball, clap clap clap, the basketball in the court rolled smoothly to Yi Yu's side. Yi Yu picked up the basketball and squeezed it hard. Bang, the large basketball was actually burst by Yi Yu's bare hands. The size of the basketball has only decreased slightly, but the material has changed. It's no longer the previous rubber leather, but a thin layer of unfamiliar material. It seems that the physical fitness of people in this world has declined, but technology has advanced further. What the hell? Shin Jingbing, who was on the side, couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this scene. What are these people doing? I haven't even given the order yet. Why did someone throw a bad basketball next to Yi Yu? Isn't the humiliation too obvious? Moreover, it seems that the plan I made doesn't include this part, right? And what is Qin's IQ? Can't he see anything fishy? Shin Jingbing immediately glanced at Qin Ruyan with a guilty conscience. Qin Ruyan's face remained calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Shin Jingbing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin didn't notice. Otherwise, the next plan would be difficult to implement. What Shin Jingbing didn't know was that Qin Ruyan and Lin Yun had already witnessed Yi Yu's power, so it wasn't surprising that Yi Yu could crush a basketball with his bare hands. Let's go, brother Yi Yu, let's play basketball together. Shin Jingbing smiled and formally invited Yi Yu. Okay. Yi Yu followed Shin Jingbing into the basketball court. Yi Yu, here. Shoot a three-pointer. A man quickly passed the ball to Yi Yu. Yi Yu took the basketball and glanced at the three-point line about 1 or 2 meters away from the basket, feeling deeply moved in his heart. If the three-point line in the world he used to be in was this close, everyone could join the NBA. Everyone would become like Curry. Shoot. The man who passed the ball urged with ill intentions. Yi Yu weighed the basketball in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then used the least amount of force possible to shoot the basketball. Seeing Yi Yu shooting, Shin Jingbing couldn't help but feel puzzled. This standard shooting posture. Could it be that this pretty boy is actually an expert? However, the next scene almost made Shin Jingbing burst into laughter. Because although Yi Yu's shooting posture was standard, he missed the three-pointer. Several colleagues who passed by couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha, I thought he was some kind of master. Isn't that our company's strongman? How did he miss a three-pointer? Is he just putting on a show, all talk and no action? It's over. I heard this kid joined the company's basketball team. With this level, is he going to play against Sakura Company? Isn't that asking for trouble? If we lose, it's not just a disgrace to our company, but also to our country. Hearing these comments from passers-by, Shin Jingbing was almost overjoyed. But Shin Jingbing still pretended to encourage Yi Yu and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's okay, Yi Yu. After all, the three-point line at the top of the arc is 1.5 meters away. It's understandable that you missed. Just practice a few more times." After saying that, Shin Jingbing signaled to another man. The man immediately understood and passed the basketball to Yi Yu again, saying, "Yeah, try again." Okay. Yi Yu shrugged and didn't refuse, preparing to continue shooting. Shin Jingbing couldn't help but smirk. "Pretty boy, keep shooting, keep going, shoot a few more times. How would you know you're a rookie if you don't shoot more?" Yi Yu took a deep breath and shot another three-pointer with a standard posture. Clang! This time, Yi Yu didn't miss the three-pointer, but hit the front of the rim. Seeing that both of his close-range shots didn't go in, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Yi Yu kept swearing that if it was the basketball he used to play with, he would definitely make every shot. But this basketball now is too damn light. I'm just not used to it. Perhaps, after trying a few more times and mastering the strength, I can raise the shooting percentage to a terrifying 90% or more. Shin Jingbing almost burst into laughter. This kid must have used all his strength, right? Even so, he still hit the front of the rim. He really is a pretty boy. It's okay, brother Yi Yu, try again. Okay. Yi Yu also became interested and took the basketball initiative to shoot again. Swish, this time, Yi Yu finally hit the hollow shot as he wished. Did I go? Shin Jingbing couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How did this pretty boy actually make it in? It must be luck. It must be. Shin Jingbing signaled to the man again. Next, the same scene repeated on the basketball court. A man kept passing the ball to Yi Yu, and Yi Yu kept shooting, almost every shot hitting the hollow. This cycle repeated 30 times, and the colleagues watching nearby finally couldn't stay calm, exclaiming in surprise, "What the heck? I just counted, except for the first 2 shots, this guy made 33 pointers, and they all went in. Who the hell is he, a god?" They say Durant's scoring is as simple as eating flour, but why does Yi Yu's scoring look as simple as breathing? We misunderstood him. I didn't expect him to be a genius. We've won this time. In the match against Sakura Company, if we don't win by more than 50 points, I'll say our company's basketball team is playing a rigged game. Amazing, amazing. No wonder he was personally recruited by General Qin. Not only is he rumored to be strong and have a big appetite, but now it seems his basketball skills are invincible too. He will be my idol from now on. Ah, Yiyu, I want to have your babies. Everyone glanced at the woman who was picking her nose with a face full of stubble, and their stomachs churned. EW. Stop, stop, stop. Shin Jingbing finally couldn't hold back. Deep inside, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! He made 33 pointers in a row. How can this go on? He originally wanted to show off this pretty boy's poor shooting skills to everyone without reservation. Never thought it would backfire and help this pretty boy. Is this pretty boy's shooting skill really that strong? Or is it just unstoppable luck? It seems we can only move on to the second plan. Thinking of this, Shin Jingbing jumped in front of Yiyu and reached out to stop him from shooting. Brother Yiyu, your shooting skills are really strong. I admire you. However, a person's luck can't be this good every day. Shooting also depends on luck and feel. In basketball, basic skills are the most important. Yiyu nodded in agreement. I think so too. In that case, Shin Jingbing grinned. The most important part of basic skills is defense. Many NBA players actually have rough skills, but they can defend, so they are highly sought after. Come on, let's see your defensive skills. How about this? I'll attack now, and you defend me, okay? Okay. Yiyu made an okay gesture with his hand. Shin Jingbing took the ball passed by his companion and a smirk appeared on his face. Oof. Damn pretty boy, dared to steal my woman. Today, I must cross over and make you fall on the ground like a worm. Are you ready, brother Yiyu? I'm going to attack next. Out of respect for his opponent, Yiyu symbolically stretched out his arms. I'm ready, bring it on. He. Shin Jingbing smirked, took a few self-proclaimed cool probing steps, and then started a crossover. Pretty boy, watch closely. What the hell is called a crossover? Crossover. Over. What the hell? Shin Jingbing's smug smile quickly froze on his face. Because Shin Jingbing realized that no matter how fast he made fake moves, no matter how fast he tried to break through, Yiyu was always sticking to him like a piece of gum. Shin Jingbing couldn't help but grit his teeth. After a fake Buddha gesture, he quickly executed a mid-range fadeaway jump shot. Snap bang, the basketball was slapped away by Yiyu without any surprise. Even more surprisingly, the basketball exploded in mid-air after flying out of the court for 1 or 2 meters. What the hell is going on? Shin Jingbing couldn't help but look at the other men on the court with a puzzled expression. The other men shook their heads at Shin Jingbing. I don't know. Shingu, it happened too fast. I didn't see what happened. I just saw the basketball fly out and then explode in midair. Is that so? Shin Jingbing looked at Yiyu, who had an innocent look on his face, with half belief and half doubt. He then looked at the basketball, which was already in pieces, and tried to recall what had just happened. Could it be that the basketball exploded and he flew out? What kind of garbage quality basketballs are they using today? I must replace these inferior products tomorrow. As one of the parties involved, Yiyu certainly wouldn't admit that he slapped the basketball and made it explode. Not to mention how shocking this would be for ordinary people. What if these people later demanded compensation from him? That would be a disaster. In that case, he should try to use less force next time. Come on. Shin Jingbing looked at Yiyu with a suspicious look and once again challenged his defense. Just like the previous challenge, no matter what fake moves Shin Jingbing made, he couldn't escape Yiyu's defense. In the end, Shin Jingbing hurriedly took a shot and once again suffered a block from Yiyu. How is this possible? Shin Jingbing couldn't help but panic. Why is this pretty boy so mysterious? Could it be that he's too fast? It seems that he needs to change to a more aggressive offensive style. Thinking of this, Shin Jingbing, who was desperate, didn't even greet Yiyu and started a back-to-basket isolation play. With the strength of my back-to-basket move, no one in the company who likes to play basketball can withstand it. I will definitely overpower you and regain the lost face. Shin Jingbing turned his head and glanced at Yiyu, then exerted all his strength and charged towards Yiyu with his back. Ha! What the hell? A terrifying scene appeared, shocking Shin Jingbing. Shin Jingbing clearly saw that Yiyu didn't exert any force and stood still, but his full force not only failed to move Yiyu even a bit, but the huge rebound force also sent him flying. Shin Jingbing fell to the ground in a miserable state. Ah, Shingu, are you okay? Yiyu was really worried that this collision would have killed Shin Jingbing on the spot, so he quickly stepped forward to check on Shin Jingbing's condition. Get lost! Shin Jingbing, full of anger and embarrassment, got up from the ground. Okay, kid, you're still hiding your true abilities. Not at all, Shingu, you're overpraising me. Yi Yu grinned. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Shin Jingbing's face turned red with anger, and he angrily threw the ball to Yi Yu. Kid, now it's your turn to attack. I'll defend you. I don't believe this, it's so mysterious. Shingu, how about we call it a day today? Yeah, something doesn't seem right. Shin Jingbing's companions could all see that something was off with Yi Yu and tried to persuade Shin Jingbing to give up. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Kid, come on. Shin Jingbing, who was desperate, had lost all reason and couldn't listen to any advice. Yi Yu glanced at Shin Jingbing with the basketball in his arms and said casually, Alright, Shingu, are you ready? I'm ready. Since you're ready, here I come. Bring it on. Hee. Yi Yu grinned, took a big step with the basketball, and directly executed a 3-step dunk. By the time Shin Jingbing looked at Yi Yu again, Yi Yu had already successfully dunked the ball. Shin Jingbing didn't even have time to turn his head to see how Yi Yu dunked. No, I wasn't ready yet. Do it again. The same scene played out again, and Shin Jingbing still hadn't turned his head when Yi Yu successfully dunked. Shin Jingbing couldn't believe it and shouted, No, it's impossible. The colleagues watching couldn't help but laugh. Look, it's just a training session, and someone can't handle losing. It's just a training session, and he's reacting like this. If he plays basketball with someone in the future, he might even resort to violence. Look at how refined Shin Jingbing usually appears. I never expected him to be like this. I misjudged him. I'll stay away from people with such small minds in the future. Hearing the laughter and accusations from his colleagues, and seeing Yi Yu's calm and innocent face, Shin Jingbing couldn't accept the reality in front of him anymore. Shin Jingbing collapsed weakly on the court, screaming hysterically. No! At dusk, after safely sending Qin Ruyan back home, Yi Yu drove straight to Yi Hao's residence. Yi Yu had made up his mind to bring Yi Hao back to his new place, even if Yi Hao wasn't home. He would wait until morning if he had to. Arriving at the door of his old home, Yi Yu gently pushed open the slightly ajar door. Dad, are you here? The room was silent, and no one responded to Yi Yu. He's not here. Sigh. Yi Yu couldn't help but sigh. The gratitude for his parents' upbringing was something he could never repay in his lifetime. Yi Yu's mother had passed away early, and Yi Hao had raised Yi Yu on his own. Over the years, there had been divorced women or older women expressing their desire to start a family with Yi Hao, but he had politely declined. The reason was simple. Yi Hao was worried that starting a new family would complicate Yi Yu's growth and that it would neglect him. How could Yi Yu, as a son, just let it happen? Sigh. Just as Yi Yu was sighing alone, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Dad. Yi Yu was pleasantly surprised and quickly turned around to the door. To his disappointment, the person who came was not Yi Hao but Huang Mao from the Qinglong gang. Huang Mao couldn't help but grin when he saw Yi Yu. He had heard Yi Yu calling him dad earlier and had wanted to agree. However, Huang Mao remembered Yi Yu's terrifying skills and ultimately held back. Indeed, no one could refuse to be called dad, but at the same time, no one would joke about their own life. Is it you? Yi Yu frowned, vaguely realizing something. Where's my dad? Did you guys take him again? Ha. Huang Mao burst into laughter. Brother, look at what you're saying. What do you mean we took your dad? Your dad was the one shouting that he wanted to win back his losses and refused to leave our casino. My dad went to the casino again? How much did he lose this time? Not much. Just 1 million. Huang Mao grinned and held up a finger. He lost 1 million in 2 days? Are you kidding me? Yi Yu was furious and almost punched Huang Mao in the face. Huang Mao stepped back in shock. Hey, don't be impulsive. It's not as serious as you think. Brother Long said that since you're so familiar, he definitely won't cheat you. As long as you go to a new underground boxing arena and fight 2 matches, Brother Long will entertain your dad at the casino for 2 days, and you won't owe a penny of the 1 million gambling debt. A new underground boxing arena? Yi Yu couldn't help but clench his fists. The Qinglong gang wanted to use him as their cash cow. That's right. This new underground boxing arena doesn't belong to Brother Long. He only needs you to fight 2 matches, and you don't have to worry about anything else. After 2 fights, I guarantee that you will see your father safe and sound by your side. Phew. Yi Yu took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, and finally nodded reluctantly. Regardless, he had to save his father first. Deal. Huang Mao grinned, wanting to high-five Yi Yu, but hesitated for a moment before retracting his hand. The new underground boxing arena. It was still filled with noisy cheers and dazzling neon lights. Guided by Huang Mao, Yi Yu quickly entered the backstage of this underground boxing arena. After Yi Yu entered, the underground boxing arena quickly welcomed 2 waves of people. The first wave was led by Brother Long, and the other wave was led by Long Qingxian, whom Yi Yu had saved in the morning. Long Qingxian sat down in a relatively empty place with 4 suspected bodyguards behind her. As for Brother Long, he went straight to the VIP seat. "Hey, Brother Long, you're here." The person welcoming Brother Long in the VIP seat was none other than the boss of this underground boxing arena, Brother Yun. He. "Brother Yun, my people will have a fight here tonight, how could I not come?" Brother Long smiled at Brother Yun, but ignored his outstretched right hand and sat directly in his seat. "What's wrong? Brother Long, why are you so angry? Who provoked our Brother Long?" Brother Yun looked at Brother Long with a puzzled expression. "Ah Bao, who disappeared for a day, has been found. They were all tied to a stone by the river, and each one had their neck arteries severed with a sharp weapon. Can you say that this has nothing to do with you? What the hell?" Brother Yun also became a little unhappy. Brother Yun, always dare to take responsibility for what I do. I don't actively provoke trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If I did it, I'll admit it. If I didn't do it, don't try to pin it on me. Ah Bao's territory is the richest Yunhe Villa area. Ah Bao and I have always had no conflicts of interest. Besides, who in Yunhe City doesn't know that Ah Bao is your good brother? If I mess with Ah Bao, wouldn't that mean I'm not getting along with you? Brother Long had been observing Brother Yun's reaction and expression, and faintly felt that Brother Yun didn't seem to be lying. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Could there be a new force in Yunhe City? I also have a good relationship with Ah Bao. I will investigate this matter. If there really is a new force coming in and they killed Ah Bao, Brother Yun, will definitely not stand idly by. Upon hearing Brother Yun's words, Brother Long furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought, no longer speaking. "Miss, why did you come to such a place to watch a boxing match today?" Long Wu, one of Long Qingxuan's bodyguards, looked at her with confusion. Long Qingxian locked her phone screen and couldn't help but smile. The last seen on the locked screen was a photo of Yi Yu. Because there will soon be a very interesting person making a grand entrance in this boxing arena. An interesting person? Long Wu was slightly taken aback. After so many years in Yunhe City, I haven't met someone this interesting in a long time. Long Wu looked at Long Qingxuan's back in astonishment. Long Wu was also a normal person with flesh and blood and thoughts, so of course he understood what it meant when a single woman said someone was interesting. You mean, this interesting person will fight my brother, who do you think will win? Long Wu didn't even hesitate to answer Long Qingxuan's question. That goes without saying. It's definitely Big Young Master. In terms of skill, I haven't seen anyone who could be a match for Big Young Master. Not necessarily. Don't speak too soon. After all, there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Big Young Master is heaven. Even outside of heaven, there is still heaven. Who can surpass heaven? Long Qingxian smiled lightly, not arguing with Long Wu, but took out her phone again and glanced at the photo of Yi Yu on her phone. After 5 consecutive boxing matches, the host finally began to announce the next match. "Ladies and gentlemen, quiet down." The host held a toothpick microphone and tried to calm the noisy crowd. "Tonight's matches have been exciting. Haven't you had enough? It's okay if you haven't had enough, because next, we will have a grand finale. The boxing king from Taigua, Boqiu, will accept the challenge of our local boxing king, One Punch Superman. Now, please welcome the 2 boxing kings." Soon, Yi Yu and Boqiu entered the boxing ring from 2 different entrances. Boqiu, the boxing king of Taigua. It is said that Boqiu has won 35 consecutive matches in the underground boxing arenas across our Xia country. His strength is astonishing. One Punch Superman, the local boxing king of Xia country, a rising star who became famous by knocking out the boxing king Park Guochang with one punch the night before yesterday. He is coming in full force. Who will win in the ultimate showdown between Boqiu and One Punch Superman tonight? Let's wait and see. After listening to the host's introduction, Long Wu behind Long Qingxian couldn't help but feel disdainful. 2 rookies. Even if they both come at me, I can easily defeat them, let alone the young master. Long Qingxian looked displeased and turned to look at Long Wu behind her. "Uncle Wu, we are here to watch the match. It's a duel between them, not between them and my brother or you." "Oh," Long Wu calmly responded, then gave his opinion. "Boqiu will definitely win." "Are you so confident?" Although boxing matches are not just about muscles, but Boqiu has a muscular physique, while this kid looks very ordinary. I predict that Boqiu will knock him out within 5 rounds. "Then let's make a bet." "Miss, what do you want to bet?" "If Boqiu wins, I will immediately go back with you. If Boqiu loses, I want to stay in Yunhe City for as long as I want. At least, you can't force me to go back." "Agreed. If the clan leader sends someone else over, it's not my business. Ding-ling as the referee rang the bell, the grand finale began. Humph, Xia country people. You are no match for me. Surrender now, or I will only break one of your hands. After a few probing steps, Butchio used broken Xia language to have a friendly conversation with Yiyu. Damn, you want to break my hand even if I surrender? Yiyu couldn't help but be speechless. If you don't surrender, I will beat you to death. Compared to losing a hand or dying, what do you choose? Your Xia martial arts are all fancy moves, our Taigwa boxing is the strongest. Fancy moves, not fancy moves. Thank you. Yiyu corrected Butchio's wrong idiom in a friendly manner. Oh, Butchio nodded blankly, then spat on the ground. Pa, who has time to discuss Xia language with you here? Your Xia language is also garbage. Hey, that's too much. Yiyu instantly became unhappy. You can insult and mock me, but you dare to disrespect our Xia martial arts and language. Don't be surprised if I knock you down later. Is there any suspense about who will be knocked down? Humph. Butchio snorted coldly and rushed towards Yiyu first. This time, facing Butchio, Yiyu clearly felt that Butchio's speed and strength were far superior to his previous opponent, Park Guo-chang, whom he fought against the night before yesterday. It seems that the strength of his opponent tonight has improved several levels. However, even so, Yiyu did not take Butchio lightly. After all, in Yiyu's eyes, Butchio's speed was still too slow. What's the difference between this punch and playing house with children? Wait a minute. Just as Butchio was about to throw a right hook at Yiyu, Yiyu extended his right hand to interrupt the punch. What do you want to do, Xiao Guerin? Butchio looked at Yiyu with confusion. Just punching is boring, let's make a bet. Butchio narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want to bet? It's simple. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. If you lose, you have to kneel in the ring and shout Xiaogua Kung Fu is awesome, Taekwon is rubbish, how about that? Butchio almost couldn't help but laugh. In Butchio's eyes, Yiyu didn't even know the most basic defensive posture and was a complete novice in martial arts. The reason he proposed this bet was to scare himself. So, without hesitation, Butchio nodded in agreement. Alright, if you lose, you have to kneel down and shout Taekwon is awesome, Xiaogua Kung Fu is rubbish, how about that? Deal. Long Wu on the sidelines heard their bet and his eyes turned cold. A small underground fight, and they're even betting on national dignity. Looks like I'll have to use some means to help this kid win later. Don't you have any confidence in him? With the way he is, do you think he deserves my confidence? Don't worry, Uncle Wu, be patient and enjoy the crushing feast. You're not allowed to intervene. Let's go. Butchio shouted loudly and launched an attack on Yiyu. Butchio, being an experienced boxing champion, quickly found the weakest point in Yiyu's defensive posture. Butchio saw that Yiyu didn't even move, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He fiercely threw a right hook towards Yiyu's left rib. This kid still hasn't reacted, like a piece of wood. The outcome is already decided. Miss, you've lost. Long Wu shook his head lightly, disappointment and helplessness written all over his face. Smack! Under Yiyu's gaze, Butchio's right hook landed on his own left rib. Ah! The audience seemed to have witnessed a bloody scene, and many of them cheered excitedly, eager to see this brutal scene. This time, Yiyu didn't feel nothing like before, or rather, he felt like someone had lightly slapped him. That's all. Butchio looked at Yiyu's face in surprise, then looked at Yiyu's left rib with doubt. After a moment of silence, Butchio couldn't help it anymore. Hey, don't you feel anything? Of course I do. Yiyu nodded honestly, it feels like someone lightly slapped me. What? Butchio was almost so angry that he spat blood on the spot. He used all his strength to throw a punch, and Yiyu said it felt like a light slap, and a gentle one at that. In an instant, Butchio felt that his dignity as a boxing champion was ruthlessly trampled by Yiyu. In a fit of anger, Butchio didn't care anymore. He threw left hooks and right hooks with all his strength, continuously hitting Yiyu's left and right ribs. And so, in the underground boxing arena, an unprecedented bizarre scene unfolded. One man was attacking with all his might, while the other stood still, enjoying it. The audience on the sidelines were stunned by this strange scene. No one knew what Yiyu and Butchio were playing at. What the hell? What are these two doing? Flirting? Damn it! They were supposed to have a match, not flirt with each other. I suspect they're making fun of us. Damn it, I want a refund. 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 This kid has some skills. Compared to the other restless spectators, Long Wu remained calm, with only a slight frown as he gave his own comment. Just a little something? What else? Long Wu smiled slightly. Some people excel in defense. After all, this is a boxing match. If it were me fighting against this kid, I would easily cut his major artery with a wooden dagger. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian was amused by Long Wu's competitive nature. Don't worry, Uncle Wu, the real show is yet to come. Long Wu was slightly surprised after hearing Long Qingxuan's words. Yi Yu had already brought enough surprises to Long Wu, but he never expected that Yi Yu had other abilities that he hadn't noticed. In an instant, Long Wu couldn't help but look at the person in front of him with anticipation, who had brought him such joy. I'll fight! I'll fight! I'll fight! Wokiyo didn't even know how many punches he had thrown, or how long he had maintained this offensive. Wokiyo now only knew two things. His arms were starting to ache unbearably. Yi Yu showed no signs of injury, and even had a look of enjoyment on his face. In an instant, a terrifying thought popped into Wokiyo's mind. Could it be that this guy is treating my attacks as massages? What the hell? Is this freakish? What's the point of continuing this match? Finally, Wokiyo, like a deflated ball, stopped his attack with a dejected expression. Why stop? Keep going. Beat him. Don't be a coward, keep going. Can't you be more forceful? Are you the Taigwa boxing champion or a Taigwa she-male? The spectators on the sidelines began to curse when they saw Wokiyo stop, unable to contain themselves. Wokiyo almost couldn't resist rushing over and knocking out a few of the spectators who insulted him on the spot. What's wrong? Why did you stop? It was starting to feel good. Yi Yu, with his eyes closed, enjoying himself, opened his eyes in confusion when he saw Wokiyo stop. Then Yi Yu touched his left rib and lightly tapped it with his hand. Wokiyo glanced at Yi Yu's slightly reddened left rib, and for a moment, his mood was indescribable. Wokiyo couldn't even dream that as the renowned Taigwa boxing champion, he would continuously throw hundreds of punches at someone's ribs, only to see them slightly reddened. In an instant, a strong sense of frustration appeared on Wokiyo's face. How about it? Ball bro, do you want to continue the match? Yi Yu grinned at Wokiyo. Wokiyo was stunned for a moment, shaking his head in frustration. Our strengths are not on the same level, I admit defeat. Good. Yi Yu nodded. Since you admit defeat, then fulfill the previous bet. Bet? Wokiyo was initially flustered, but then he started to play dumb. What bet? What are you talking about? Damn it, you she-male, wasting my time and still trying to play dumb? That's right. You were so tough before, insulting our Xiagua martial arts and language. Weren't you hard then? Did you shoot your load during the fight? Ha ha ha, he's a she-male, how could he shoot? Dare to accept but not dare to do, not a real man, just a dead she-male. Fortunately, I recorded it on my phone earlier. Seeing that the spectators on the sidelines were actually recording, Wokiyo knew he couldn't get away with it. Oof. Wokiyo made up his mind, snorted coldly, and then crossed his arms, adopting a posture of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, determined to continue his rogue behavior. What the hell? Are you blatantly trying to cheat? Yi Yu was starting to get angry. This guy was so happy when he insulted Xiagua martial arts and language, but now he wouldn't let him have his fun? Wokiyo couldn't help but curl his lips at Yi Yu's words. Don't you have a saying in Xiagua? A real man only kills, not humiliates. Go to hell. But you're not a man, you're a dead demon. Yi Yu hadn't had a chance to respond to the ball, and the audience on the sidelines started cursing again. What did you say? Xiagua pig. Come up and fight me if you dare. The audience member pointed at by the ball certainly didn't think he could be the ball's opponent. Faced with the ball's provocation, he could only pretend not to have heard. Humph, you Xiagua people are all a bunch of cowards. You dare to talk but not to fight. Damn dead demon. Yi Yu watched as the ball not only played dirty but also used a group skill, and couldn't help but get angry. The ball could provoke the audience without restraint, but he didn't dare to provoke Yi Yu casually. Faced with Yi Yu's anger, the ball was already starting to feel afraid. Since you said that a man can be killed but not humiliated, then go die. Dead demon. Yi Yu was furious and swung a punch at the ball's face. The ball didn't even have time to react and could only watch as Yi Yu's fist hit his face. Crack accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking. The mighty Taigwa boxing king, the ball, didn't even have time to scream before he flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. Ah! Watching the ball fall in a pool of blood and die on the spot, some of the audience on the sidelines were excited, some felt deep fear, and some looked admiring. What? How is this possible? This kid! Long Wu, who had been watching coldly, finally couldn't stay calm and stood up from his chair. Long Qingxian also frowned slightly. Uncle Wu, you also see that something's not right, right? This kid. Such speed. Such strength. And most importantly, just now, there was no trace of spiritual energy in that attack. This kid is just an ordinary person. How is this possible? How can an ordinary person have such speed? How can an ordinary person have such strength? Long Wu looked at the imposing Yi Yu with a face full of shock, unable to understand. That's exactly why I find him interesting. I just didn't expect him to be even stronger than I imagined. Uncle Wu, do you still think he's not a match for my brother? Longwoo sat back in his seat in a daze, completely shocked by Yi Yu's punch. In this situation, even Di Xiao is definitely not his match. What's even more terrifying is if this kid masters spiritual energy. It's hard to imagine who in this world would be his match. Long Qingxian remained silent, apparently agreeing with Long Wu's words. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The entire underground boxing arena was completely drowned in the cheers of the audience. A sleepless night. The next morning, after dropping Qin Ruyan off at the company, Yi Yu headed to his own office. Last night, Yi Yu was worried about Yi Hao's safety and didn't sleep well all night, so he planned to catch up on sleep in his office. Ha! Is it him? Looks like it's him. I didn't expect this kid to be like this. I guess Qin's CEO won't keep him after seeing this. On his way back to his office, Yi Yu suddenly heard a few colleagues talking about him behind his back, their words full of disdain and contempt. Yi Yu couldn't help but feel confused. Were these people talking about him? It seemed like someone was pointing and whispering about him. It couldn't be wrong. But why would this group of people say such things about him? Did he do something outrageous? You can question my looks, but please don't question my character. When it comes to character, Yi Yu couldn't find any faults in himself. In order to seek the truth, Yi Yu had to force a smile and wave at the colleagues behind him. Hey! Ha! Ah! Several colleagues appeared in their minds the terrifying power of Yi Yu, scared and scattered. This made Yi Yu even more confused. Although Yi Yu really wanted to know what happened, his colleagues had already fled, and he had no one to ask. Maybe he could ask Lin Yun later. Thinking of this, Yi Yu stopped worrying and went straight back to his office. Just as Yi Yu was about to take out his phone to add Lin Yun as a friend on the company's WeChat group, someone suddenly knocked on the office door. Come in. The person entering the office was Lin Yun. Yun Jia, you came at the right time. I was just about to find Yi Yu. You're in big trouble. You're famous now. Your reputation is ruined. Lin Yun interrupted Yi Yu's words and anxiously sat down on the sofa in the office. What's wrong? Yun Jia? Yi Yu was completely puzzled. Look for yourself. You're already viral on the internet. Lin Yun sighed and handed her phone to Yi Xinghui. Yi Yu took the phone in confusion, and the Douyin app on the phone was playing a video. The person in the video couldn't see their facial features, only their eyes and mouth were visible, covered by a watermelon. The person in the video kept shaking their head and speaking a long passage of obviously AI-generated lines. Jiu Min, who understands the family? I've been with my boyfriend through thick and thin for several years, but now that he's successful, he's abandoning me. Are all men like this? They become bad when they have money. I really hate these scumbag men. It's a complete speechless event. Ji-mei, are we really only meant to suffer together and not share prosperity? I'm really grateful. For so many years, I've been taking care of his seriously ill father, working during the day and cooking and doing laundry for him at night. I've already given my all, but now I'm heartlessly abandoned. I'm really pissed off. Now I will reveal the information of this scumbag man. Ji-mei, remember to stay away from him. XXX, Yi Yu's various information. What the hell? Yi Yu was dumbfounded when he saw this video. Although he couldn't see who the other person was, and the audio was AI generated, Yi Yu could even guess with his eyes closed that it was Zhao Wen. This woman is really ruthless. Not only did she cheat on him, but she also turned around and bit him afterwards. Is this your ex-girlfriend? Lin Yun sighed helplessly. It should be. Yi Yu was truly speechless. He scrolled down and looked at the comments section. Almost all the comments were in support of Zhao Wen, and more than 80% of the people were joining in with GHG. Yun Jia, what does GHG mean? Yi Yu stared at his phone blankly. It means Girl Help Girl, a slogan often promoted by certain groups. Lin Yun quickly explained and then rolled her eyes at Yi Yu. Little brother, it's already this late, and you still have the mind to care about these things? You need to handle this matter quickly. If it reaches President Qin's ears, who knows if he'll believe you? If President Qin doesn't believe you, you'll have to pack up and leave. It was only at this moment that Yi Yu realized the seriousness of the situation. Companies like Yida definitely value the personal integrity of their employees. If Qin Ruyan really believed that he was the kind of person who abandons others, it was very likely that he would actually be fired. If he lost this job, Yi Yu thought about his monthly expenses of tens of thousands just for food. He would probably starve on the streets. Yun Jia. Yi Yu quickly stood up and gently held Lin Yun's right hand. You have to believe me, I'm definitely not that kind of person. Are you stupid? Of course, sister believes you, but you have to handle this matter properly. Do you understand? I got it. Yi Yu nodded quickly. I will confront her face to face. Lin Yun, please pay attention for me. If there's anything, call me immediately. Lin Yun frowned. She wanted to say that confronting Zhao Wen face to face would be useless, but after a moment's thought, it seemed that Yi Yu didn't have a better solution now. They could only try their best. Lin Yun reluctantly nodded. Alright, go quickly. If there's anything, I'll cover for you. Even if there's something with Qin Zone, I'll handle it first. If I can't handle it, I'll call you. Go and come back quickly. Here are the keys to my car. Take it and park in Spada 102. Okay. Thank you, Lin Yun. Yi Yu was deeply moved. He took the car keys from Lin Yun and quickly rushed to Zhao Wen's house. Zhao Wen was lying on her bed at home, happily scrolling through Douyin. Seeing the continuous stream of new comments, she burst into laughter. While replying to others' comments on Douyin with a tone of grievance, she muttered to herself, "Ha ha ha, Yi Yu, let's see how you'll die this time." This video has gone viral on the internet in less than 2 days. I want to see which woman would still be stupid enough to fall for you. I don't believe you won't come begging me on your knees, asking for mercy. As Zhao Wen spoke, she could already imagine Yi Yu kneeling down and begging her to spare him, with a face full of satisfaction from her successful scheme. Knock, knock. Zhao. What? Are you home? Just then, Yi Yu's urgent voice came from outside the door. Hearing Yi Yu's voice, Zhao Wen couldn't help but smile triumphantly. The sucker came to beg her in person. Just as Yi Yu was about to smash the wooden door in front of him with a punch, the door was finally opened from the inside. Looking at Zhao Wen's face in front of him, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. He used to love this woman so much, even though their family conditions were average. He wanted to give her the best of everything. He even worked part-time for half a year to buy her a designer bag when they were in college. Unfortunately, times had changed, and people had changed. The face he used to love so much now disgusted and repulsed him. What are you doing? What do you mean? When did I betray our love? Clearly, it was you who was unfaithful. Enough! Zhao Wen impatiently interrupted Yi Yu's questioning. I don't want to hear these things now. Which woman doesn't make mistakes? Why can't you forgive me for this one mistake I made? As a man, don't you have any tolerance? Yi Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He had reflected on himself countless times. If I'm guilty, please put me in jail instead of arranging for me to have such a terrible ex-girlfriend. How did I not see that Zhao Wen was like this before? I must have been blind. Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Yu and continued, after all, we had true love between us. I don't want things to escalate to this point either. I want to peacefully resolve our issues. How about this? We both compromise. I'll delete that video, and tomorrow we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. After we're married, I'll quit my job, and you'll give me a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. You'll take care of all the household chores. How does that sound? What? Yi Yu almost laughed in anger. Why should I? Why should your audacity reach such a level? You cheated on me, and now you want me to worship you like an ancestor? Indeed, I used to love you so much, more than my own life. But since the moment you betrayed our love, we no longer have any possibility. Even if you were the only woman left in this world, it would still be impossible. Oof. Zhao Wen couldn't help but snort coldly. If I were the only woman left in this world, I wouldn't even bother looking at you. What's the point of saying that? I can just call the police and clarify things online. Will calling the police help? Will clarifying things help? Zhao Wen disdainfully glanced at Yi Yu. Do you really think those internet users are really seeking justice for me? Do you really think they care about the truth of the matter? You're too naive. As long as they can use it to attack men, those internet users won't care about the truth. Yi Yu was annoyed by Zhao Wen. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao needed someone to take care of him, Yi Yu really wanted to punch Zhao Wen to death, even if it meant going down together. So what do you want to do then? It's impossible for us to get back together. Is that so? Zhao Wen's eyes flickered. Getting back together is not impossible, but you have to agree to my other conditions. What conditions? Tell me first. First, transfer money to me right now, 5 million. What? Are you F***king kidding me? Yi Yu was dumbfounded once again. Why would Zhao Wen think that he could just take out 5 million casually? If he could take out 5 million, would he still be trying to find ways to treat Yi Hao's illness? Zhao Wen ignored Yi Yu and continued with her conditions. Second, transfer the villa in the Yunhe Villa area to my name, it will belong to me from now on. Third, because you broke up with me that day and it affected my mood, causing me to be late for work and get fired the next day, you must pay me a monthly living allowance of 100,000 until I find a new job. Yunhe Villa area? What do you mean? How could I have a villa there? Yi Yu raised his arms in confusion. Still trying to hide it from me? Exposed. Zhao Wen snorted coldly and pointed at the keychain with a room card hanging from Yi Yu's waist. It was only at this moment that Yi Yu finally understood where Zhao Wen's confidence came from. It turned out that Jiawen thought he had a villa in the Yunhe villa area, which was the reason she wanted to get back together. Seeing Jiawen's true face more clearly, Yi Yu shook his head in disappointment. You've got one thing wrong, this villa is not mine, it was assigned by my company. I can only live there during my employment. If I lose my job, I won't be able to live there anymore. I'm just an ordinary employee, I can't possibly come up with so much money. You can go to hell. You think you can deceive me? What kind of job comes with a villa worth tens of millions? Do you think I'm stupid? Let me make it clear, either you agree to our conditions for getting back together, or you agree to our conditions for not getting back together. Choose one, or else you can just wait to die. Faced with Zhao Wen's unreasonable and arrogant behavior, Yi Yu couldn't express his grievances. Yi Yu really wanted to slap Zhao Wen and leave. But when he thought of what Lin Yun had said, what if Qin Ruyan believed Zhao Wen's words? He couldn't bear the consequences, so for now, he can only negotiate with Zhao Wen as much as possible. That villa really isn't mine, believe it or not. You can check and see if I'm lying. Zhao Wen looked at Yi Yu with half-belief and thought for a moment. Whether the villa belonged to Yi Yu or not was not important at all. What was important was that as long as she could move into such a top-notch villa, she would have the capital to show off in front of others in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Wen nodded. Alright, I'll move in first, you can find a place to live outside. I'll lower my demands a bit too, I won't ask for the 5 million anymore, just give me 100,000 every month. Ha! What the F asterisk CK? Did I promise you anything? What kind of daydream are you having? On what basis? Is it because you're ugly or because you're cheap? You won't agree? Then just wait to die. You dog of a man. Seeing that Zhao Wen completely disregarded her own life, Yi Yu was truly angry. Yi Yu couldn't help but tightly clench his fists, furrow his brows, and grit his teeth as he approached Zhao Wen, countless times wanting to pin her down and beat her up. It seems like you want us to die together? Seeing Yi Yu's anger, and recalling the terrifying power he displayed that night, Zhao Wen had no doubt that Yi Yu could easily strangle her to death. Zhao Wen couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear, pointing at Yi Yu with a fierce expression. Yi, don't you dare mess with me. There are surveillance cameras in my room. If you hit me, I guarantee you'll end up in jail tonight. Yi Yu took a deep breath and ultimately gave up on the idea of solving the problem with violence. Do as you wish. I'll call the police. See you at the station. Humph. Just then, 5 men in police uniforms suddenly walked into the hallway. Zhao Wen glared fiercely at Yi Yu. You want to see me at the station? Tonight, I'll make sure to send you there. After saying that, Zhao Wen quickly spat on her palm and wiped it on the corner of her eye, then let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered as she ran towards the police, crawling and rolling. Comrades! Help! Comrades, he's abusing me! Help! What's wrong? Ma'am, what happened? The 5 police officers quickly helped Zhao Wen up. Tell us what happened, we will punish any illegal violent behavior, we will not tolerate it. No! Comrades, listen to me. Yi Yu was dumbfounded, standing still for a while before quickly walking over to try to explain. Comrades, it's him. He's my ex-boyfriend. Even though we've already broken up, this scumbag still harasses me and wants to get back together. If I refuse, he wants to hit me. Luckily you came, otherwise he might have really beaten me to death. Zhao Wen didn't give Yi Yu a chance to explain, quickly interrupting him and starting to act, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, after watching Zhao Wen's performance, the police officers quickly stood in front of her, looking at Yi Yu with vigilance. Sir, please control your emotions and stay away from this lady. Please show us your ID. Cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, we will take all necessary measures. Seeing the highly tense police officers, Yi Yu could only sigh helplessly, obediently taking out his ID and handing it to them. After handing his ID to the police officers, Yi Yu couldn't help but glare at Zhao Wen with impatience. We once loved each other, do you really have to be so ruthless? I came here today just to negotiate with you, you don't have to be so heartless. Comrades, you must stand up for me. I've been with this scumbag for several years, serving him like a king every day. But this scumbag, he goes out drinking, gambling, and whoring every day, and when he comes back drunk, he beats me up. This kind of scumbag must be arrested, preferably sentenced to death. You may not know, but I was actually pregnant with his baby before. But it was this scumbag who abused me one night, causing me to miscarry the baby. 555. Zhao Wen smirked at Yi Yu, completely ignoring him and instead continued to act pitifully in front of the police. The leading police officer took Yi Yu's ID with his left hand and lightly patted Zhao Wen's shoulder with his right hand. Don't worry, ma'am, we will stand up for you. Although domestic violence doesn't warrant the death penalty like you requested, we will definitely bring him to justice and punish him severely. That's good, that's good. Even if he can't be sentenced to death, giving him a life sentence wouldn't be bad either. Zhao Wen, a small-minded person, complained to the police while feeling triumphant, looking at Yi Yu with a victorious look as if saying, "You're finished." You. Seeing Zhao Wen's smug expression, Yi Yu became even more infuriated and took a few steps forward. Ah! Zhao Wen immediately exaggeratedly jumped up from the ground. "Look, comrades, look, now this man is going to hit me again." The leading police officer glanced at Yi Yu and asked, "Your name is Yi Yu?" "Yes." Yi Yu nodded with great frustration. Then the leading police officer turned to Zhao Wen and asked, "Miss, your name is Zhao Wen, right?" Yes, I am Zhao Wen." Although Zhao Wen was puzzled about how the police knew her name, she still nodded with a feigned sense of grievance. "Alright, handcuff her." The leading police officer waved his hand, and several police officers behind him immediately approached and handcuffed Zhao Wen with what seemed to be plastic handcuffs. Ha! Yi Yu was stunned by this scene. Ha! Zhao Wen was also dumbfounded. "Comrades, why are you handcuffing me? Did you make a mistake? Shouldn't you be handcuffing that man?" The leading police officer glanced at Zhao Wen and said, "Your name is Zhao Wen, right?" "Yes, that's right." Zhao Wen nodded blankly. "Since your name is Zhao Wen, then there's no mistake. We are here today specifically to arrest you." "Arrest me?" Zhao Wen was a bit confused. "But, I am the victim here. He abused me. Why are you arresting me?" The leading police officer chuckled and then took out a document from his pocket and showed it to Zhao Wen. Ms. Zhao Wen, according to Article 246 of the Xia Constitution, if someone publicly insults or fabricates facts to defame others using violence or other means, and the circumstances are serious, they shall be sentenced to imprisonment, detention, surveillance, or deprivation of political rights for up to 3 years. The video you posted on Douyin has caused a great uproar in society. Based on the investigation and evidence collection by the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau, it has been determined that the content of your video is completely divorced from the facts. You are suspected of maliciously defaming others and spreading rumors online. According to the instructions issued by the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau, you will be immediately detained. The Yunnan City Public Security Bureau has already contacted the cyber police to delete the series of defamatory videos you posted on Douyin. At the same time, the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau will release a video online to clarify the matter for Mr. Yi Yu. This is an arrest warrant, please take a look. What? This. Zhao Wen was almost scared silly by the police's words. She never expected the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau to take action against her so quickly. The leading police officer walked up to Yi Yu, returned his ID card, and saluted him. "Mr. Yi Yu, please rest assured that we will definitely clear your name. The Yunnan City Public Security Bureau will not let anyone who harms others or society go unpunished." Thank you. Yi Yu mechanically took his ID card, clearly still in shock. In theory, even if the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau noticed the video Zhao Wen posted, they shouldn't have taken action so quickly, right? It's really strange. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Comrade, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhao Wen couldn't accept the reality in front of her and quickly knelt down to beg the police. "You see, this is my boyfriend. I was just playing a little joke with my boyfriend. It's our little couple's playfulness. Right, Yi Yu?" No. Husband. Say something. Husband, please explain for me. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yi Yu, who had already seen Zhao Wen's true face, would not be soft-hearted at this critical moment. Yi Yu just smiled and waved goodbye to Zhao Wen, making a gesture of bye-bye. No, Yi Yu, you heartless scumbag, you bastard. In the end, the hysterical Zhao Wen was mercilessly arrested by the police. After the group left, Yi Yu's phone suddenly rang. Yi Yu took out his phone and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number from Yunnan City. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Yu decided to answer the call. "Hello? Your ex-girlfriend was taken away, right? The matter will be resolved soon. No need to thank me. It's both a way to repay you for saving my life yesterday morning and to become friends. My name is Long Qing Xian. Nice to meet you." Yi Yu was slightly startled and finally understood. No wonder the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau reacted so quickly. It turned out that Long Qing Xian was helping him behind the scenes. It seems that this Long Qing Xian has a big background. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Yu finally smiled. "My name is Yi Yu. Nice to meet you." Zhao Wen's matter quickly came to an end. Zhao Wen, who had brought it upon herself, was ultimately sentenced to 1 week of detention and posted a video online to apologize and clarify for Yi Yu. In addition, the official Weibo account of the Yunnan City Public Security Bureau clarified the whole incident, and everything was finally settled. After dealing with these matters, Yi Yu returned to the company just in time for the end of work. After sending Qin Ruyan home, Yi Yu began his new identity for tonight, One Punch Man. Today, Huang Mao brought Yi Yu to Long Ji's underground boxing arena, which was the same underground boxing arena where Yi Yu first fought. Obviously, Yunhe City is a city with a strong temperament. Regardless of the day of the week, the underground boxing arena is crowded every night, rain or shine, and it is even difficult to get a ticket. Following Huang Mao into the underground boxing arena, Huang Mao happily introduced tonight's opponent to Yi Yu. "Kid, your opponent tonight is my Xiakai. Do your best to KO him. Of course, no one will say anything even if you beat him to death or disable him. At most, there will be more food for the fish in the river." Listening to Huang Mao's indifferent tone, Yi Yu couldn't help but be surprised. "My Xiakai? I remember he was the one boxing when I first came here. You want me to KO him? Aren't you afraid of losing a boxer in your arena? It seems like there are quite a few cheers for him, and logically speaking, he is also a frequent winner. If he dies or gets disabled, it won't be easy for you to find another high-level expert like him." He. Huang Mao just smiled faintly. "He is not Dragon Brothers' person. But you are Dragon Brothers' person. Who is more important in Dragon Brothers' heart, do I need to say?" Only then did Ji Yu understand that my Xiakai was not under Dragon Brothers' control. Perhaps my Xiakai was under the control of other underground bosses, and Dragon Brother wanted to use Yi Yu's hand to get rid of this high-level expert who often wins in his arena. Yi Yu just pursed his lips and said, "He is not Dragon Brothers' person, and I am not Dragon Brothers' person either. I am just an ordinary person. After this underground fight, release my father, and we have nothing to do with each other." Huang Mao was not angry either and smiled again. "Whether you are Dragon Brothers' person or not is not important. What's important is, you are now having a match for Dragon Brother, right?" Yi Yu remains silent. "Alright, go to the backstage and get ready. You're up next." "Okay." After Yi Yu left, Huang Mao smiled sinisterly. "Underground world, do you think it's that easy to come and go? Is it that simple?" He. After entering the backstage of the boxing arena, Yi Yu took off his coat and sat on the ground. Then, following the principle of not wasting anything, he started to drink the dozens of bottles of functional drinks on the table as if they were reagents. "So you're One Punch Man?" Just as Yi Yu was sweeping the energy drink, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Yu turned around and recognized the person speaking as the Taigua boxing champion, my Xiakai, whom he had only met 2 nights ago. My Xiakai crossed his arms and looked down at Yi Yu, sitting on the ground, with a domineering posture. Seeing that Yi Yu didn't speak, my Xiakai couldn't help but sneer. "Although you've only had 2 fights, I know you're strong." My Xiakai thought for a moment and quickly added, "But I'm stronger than you." Yi Yu frowned slightly, displeased with my Xiakai's attitude. Yi Yu felt that if they were in a match right now, he would definitely knock out this Taigua fighter with one punch. Seeing that Yi Yu remained silent, displaying the demeanor of a master, my Xiakai couldn't determine whether he could defeat Yi Yu. My Xiakai thought for a moment, took out a small envelope from his pocket, and threw it near Yi Yu on the ground. "As long as you let me punch you later and pretend to be knocked out on the ground, you can take this money and spend it. I promise to punch you lightly." Yi Yu glanced at the envelope on the ground, a look of disdain on his face. How much money could fit in such a small envelope? At most a few hundred yuan. A few hundred yuan would only be enough for a basic meal at home. Trying to bribe him with just a few hundred yuan in this underground boxing match? Thinking this, Yi Yu casually picked up the small envelope from the ground and threw it into a nearby stove without hesitation, emitting a righteous aura. "You want to bribe me? Although this is a fake match, even if my character supports me fighting a fake match, can it justify the audience's expectations?" My Xiakai was first slightly stunned, then sighed lightly. "Indeed, you are a person with character. Even a check for 500,000 yuan couldn't bribe you. It seems we can only determine a winner in the ring." "What? 500,000 yuan? Damn!" Yi Yu couldn't remain calm upon learning that there was a 500,000 yuan check in the envelope. Who would have a problem with 500,000 yuan? And right now, what he lacked the most was money. With this 500,000 yuan, Yi Hao would have money for treatment. Yi Yu quickly leaped from the ground and rushed to the stove, using tongs to retrieve the envelope. Unfortunately, the envelope had almost turned to ashes. Yi Yu weakly looked at my Xiakai. "How about, you bribe me again?" To Yi Yu's disappointment, my Xiakai seemed not to have heard Yi Yu's words, just sighed heavily and muttered something in a language Yi Yu couldn't understand, then left the room. Hey, don't go. Brother X, bribe me again. I promise to accept your bribe. Hey, don't go, damn it. One Punch Man. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Yi Yu once again stepped onto the stage. The host finally remembered Yi Yu's identity and circled around him with a toothpick microphone. Now, appearing before us is our arena's ace boxer, One Punch Man. Our One Punch Man, who defeated 2 boxing champions in the past 2 days. And today, he even defeated a female boxer. Truly heroic and mighty. The audience below couldn't help but buzz after hearing the host's words. What? A female boxer was defeated by One Punch Man? That's too terrifying. It's rumored that even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't withstand one punch from the female boxer. The fact that she was defeated by One Punch Man is so powerful. I've decided, tonight I'm betting on One Punch Man to win. I'll bet 10,000. The host was satisfied with the audience's reaction and waved his hand. Next, please welcome tonight's challenger. This is a boxing champion from the country of Thai, who has won all 15 matches in this boxing arena, and is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Please welcome the Thai boxing champion, Mai Sia Kai. In the host's introduction and the cheers of the audience, Mai Sia Kai, wearing a red thin towel, walked onto the boxing ring with a group of people behind him. Mai Sia Kai, Mai Sia Kai, Mai Sia Kai. Obviously, many audience members have become fans of Mai Sia Kai, and seeing him appear now has made them extremely excited. The host walked with a smile to the middle of Yi Yu and Mai Sia Kai. Come on, you two, shake hands and strike a pose. Yi Yu and Mai Sia Kai, both gentlemen, shook hands with each other and then struck a boxing pose. The audience below quickly took out their phones or small digital cameras to take pictures as souvenirs. Mai Sia Kai took a deep look at Yi Yu and bowed slightly with his hands clasped together. Sawadee ka. In our first match, I'll give you a small gift. After saying that, Mai Sia Kai turned to the people behind him and took a flower from one of the staff members, then handed it to Yi Yu. Yi Yu looked at Mai Sia Kai in a daze, then looked at the flower that Mai Sia Kai handed over, and awkwardly smiled, quickly accepting it. Thank you. After receiving the flower from Mai Sia Kai, Yi Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I understand the reason, but why is it a chrysanthemum? Could it be that Mai Sia Kai is implying something to me? Thinking of this, Yi Yu couldn't help but shudder. Out of politeness, Yi Yu also felt that he should give Mai Sia Kai something in return. However, Mai Sia Kai has his own professional team, while Yi Yu is alone and can't think of a suitable gift to give him for the time being. But Yi Yu quickly had a clever idea and took out a small bag of crushed instant noodles from his pocket. I also have a gift for you. Here's a small bag of instant noodles. It's crispy and delicious. Come, try it. Yi Yu said generously as he handed the instant noodles to Mai Sia Kai. Mai Sia Kai was slightly taken aback, then extended his right hand palm. Thank you. Yi Yu hospitably poured a small handful of instant noodles into Mai Sia Kai's hand, saying, Here, let me pour it into your hand. Be careful not to spill it, this stuff is expensive. Expensive? Mai Sia Kai, who originally wanted to take the whole bag, was stunned again. He awkwardly glanced at the small handful of instant noodles in his palm, then took a big bite without hesitation. Yi Yu then brought the instant noodles to the host. Would you like some too? The host smiled slightly. I have a toothache, so I won't eat it, thank you. Alright. Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put the remaining instant noodles back into his pocket. Come, let's take another photo. The match is officially starting. Yi Yu and Mai Sia Kai stood together, facing the audience below, all showing smiles. Suddenly, Mai Sia Kai said, When you smile, show your teeth. Oh. Yi Yu, who had no experience in competitions, quickly complied, then asked in confusion, Why? Do all pre-match boxing photos require this high standard? Because this will be the last photo of you with intact teeth. Mai Sia Kai smirked coldly, grinned at Yi Yu, revealing 2 big black holes in his row of teeth. Ding ding ding, the match officially began. Because Yi Yu was not sure how many people in this world were like him, unaffected by the global decline in physical fitness, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of the long-famous Mai Sia Kai. The bowling ball you knocked out with one punch last night was my brother. So today, I specifically chose you, an unknown boxer who was able to defeat my brother. I believe you are also a capable person. In this match, I will definitely not be careless. Previously, the well-mannered and polite Mai Sia Kai has now turned into a snarling and roaring wolf. It was only at this moment that Yi Yu finally understood what was going on. No wonder Mai Sia Kai had tried to bribe him with 500,000 yuan to fix the match before. There were likely 2 possible motives behind it. Either he wanted to expose Yi Yu and ruin his reputation, or he knew that Yi Yu was strong and wanted to make him lower his guard by using the fake match as a pretext, while Mai Sia Kai would actually go all out to defeat or even kill him. As for the flower that Mai Sia Kai sent him before the match, it was probably just pure insult. Thinking of this, Yi Yu felt extremely fortunate. It was a good thing he didn't give Mai Sia Kai the entire pack of instant noodles, otherwise he would have suffered a great loss. This is outrageous. There are always scoundrels trying to deceive me for their own gain. Last night, you punched my brother in the face, so tonight, I will focus on targeting your face. I will beat you down like a worm, and even if you beg for mercy, I will smash your head with one punch. Attack! After my Shachai finished his tough talk, he swung his fist and charged towards Yiyu. In this fight against my Shachai, Yiyu clearly felt that my Shachai was much faster than his previous opponents. This also meant that my Shachai's strength was significantly stronger than Boichio and the previous Park Guochang. Thinking back to my Shachai's tough talk just now, Yiyu didn't dare to be careless and carefully protected his head, guarding against my Shachai's direct attack on his face. What surprised Yiyu was that although my Shachai said he would target his face, he actually kicked towards Yiyu's lower body. Fortunately, my Shachai's speed was still slow for Yiyu, and he was able to react in time. Otherwise, Yiyu would likely have become Yi Richong tonight. Yiyu exerted force with his legs and caught my Shachai's leg, unable to contain his anger. Damn it, you said you would target my face, so why attack my lower body? The audience below couldn't help but discuss, is it allowed to use such dirty tricks as attacking the lower body in boxing matches? Generally speaking, it's not allowed in boxing matches, but this is underground boxing after all. There aren't so many rules. Even if you attack the opponent's lower body and make them scream in pain, no one will say anything. One Punch Man's power and reflexes are too fast. He managed to catch my Shachai's leg with just his legs. It's hard to imagine if this guy's legs weren't catching my Shachai's legs, but a woman. Oh, it would be terrifying. So the question is, what kind of position does One Punch Man use to catch? And not a woman. That thing, One Punch Man? Hey bro, let's discuss it together. You better say catching with his legs and not catching somewhere else. The audience below became more and more absurd in their discussions, while Yiyu on the stage became angrier the more he thought about it. Seeing Yiyu's increasingly unpleasant expression, coupled with the fact that he couldn't free his right leg no matter how hard he tried, my Shachai couldn't help but panic. Realizing that something was wrong, my Shachai quickly raised his hand to surrender. Wait, I give up. Poof. Yiyu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Didn't you want to avenge your brother? My Shachai forced himself to calm down. I will sever my ties with him from now on, so this revenge for killing my brother has nothing to do with me, right? Damn it! Yiyu was shocked, but still didn't want to let my Shachai off the hook. Slowly, Yiyu bent his right arm and then, in the terrified eyes of my Shachai, threw a punch directly at his face. My Shachai had no chance to fight back and was easily knocked out by Yiyu's punch. One Punch Man! One Punch Man! The audience below saw this violent scene and stood up, cheering hysterically. The next morning, Yiyu did not take Qin Ruyan to the Yida headquarters, but drove with her to the city center's sports arena. Because this morning is the basketball-friendly match between Yida Company and Sakura Company. Manager Qin. Over here. After entering the gymnasium, Lin Yun, who had been waiting for a long time, kept waving to Qin Ruyan and Yiyu. How is it? Is everyone here? Qin Ruyan glanced at the Sakura Company players who had already started warming up on the basketball court. Yiyu is here, so everyone is here. Good. Qin Ruyan nodded in satisfaction. We have a basketball-friendly match with Sakura Company every year, and we have lost for the past 3 years. Today, I hope everyone will work hard and win this game. We will win. The players of Yida Company raised their right hands one after another to cheer themselves on. Yiyu, little brother, go for it. Lin Yun blinked at Yiyu at the right time, while gently clenching her small fist. Okay. Yiyu nodded heavily. Yiyu made up his mind that he must lead Yida Company to win this game today, so that he can receive a high bonus and have the confidence to say to Yi Hao when he meets him at the underground boxing arena in the evening, I can cure you. After both sides started warming up, Shen Jingbing, the captain, began to arrange the lineup. I will play as the shooting guard, you play as the point guard, you play as the small forward, you play as the power forward, and you play as the center. The others are substitutes. Wait for my arrangement. Today, we must win this game. To Yiyu's surprise, Shen Jingbing, this guy, actually settled his personal grudges at this critical moment and made him a substitute. In just an instant, Yiyu understood Shen Jingbing's intention. Being a substitute implies that if the game goes smoothly, there will be no chance to play, and the victory of the game will have nothing to do with him. If the game doesn't go well, and it's the kind of situation where there is no hope of winning, then it's his turn to play, and if the game is lost, he will have to take the blame. Sure enough, Lin Yun guessed Shen Jingbing's little plan at the first time and came over to question him. Hey, Shen Jingbing, are you crazy? Yiyu has such great strength and speed, why make him a substitute? Fast? Shen Jingbing was first stunned, then he thought of something, his emotions became extremely excited, and it took a while for him to calm down. He glared at Lin Yun and explained in a deep voice, I have my own arrangements. Do you understand basketball or do I understand basketball? I saw it during training that day. Yiyu may have great strength, but his basketball skills are terrible. Lin Yun wanted to argue, but Yi Yu came over and held her back. Forget it, Sister Yun, let it be a substitute. As long as the company can win the game, it doesn't matter if I'm a substitute. Look at them, and then look at you. Let's go. Let's see how they play. Lin Yun glared at Shen Jingbing angrily, then pulled Yi Yu to the sidelines. The warm-up time quickly passed, and with the speeches of Qin Ruyan and Xiao Chuanluan, the game officially began. At this time, two men with middle-parted hair and wearing overalls walked into the court, and then the two men took off their overalls, revealing that they were wearing Sakura Company's jerseys. Oh my god, it's them! How did they end up on Sakura Company's team? We're done for this year, we're going to lose again. Seeing this scene, several employees on the sidelines of Yida Company couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Yu glanced at the two men, although he didn't know them. Judging from his colleagues' exaggerated reactions, they should be two basketball experts. Just as Yi Yu was about to ask his colleagues who those two were, other colleagues who were unaware had already asked first. Hey, Lama, who are those two kids? Lama sighed heavily, don't you guys watch NBA on ordinary days? These two people are called Jimmy Taimei and Xiao Haizi, both of them are former NBA players. What? Former NBA players? Damn, isn't this cheating by Sakura Company? Is this considered hiring foreign aid? A proud smile appeared on a Sakura Company employee nearby. Foreign aid? Don't you guys know yet? Jimmy Taimei and Xiao Haizi are employees of our Sakura Company, they joined 3 months ago. Ignorant Xia people. Damn, old Ma exclaimed again. Jimmy Taimei? Xiao Haizi? Yi Yu glanced at the two of them, furrowing his brows involuntarily. Since Sakura Company dared to let these two play, it meant that they were indeed employees of Sakura Company. It seems that Sakura Company had been preparing for this basketball game 2 months ago. Today, Yida Company's desire to win this game is more than just difficult. As the game officially began, Xiao Haizi, as the center, represented Sakura Company for the jump ball. Xiao Haizi, a basketball expert who used to play in the NBA, surpassed Yida Company's ordinary people in both height and jumping ability. Sakura Company undoubtedly gained possession of the ball and launched the first attack. Jimmy Taimei, as the point guard, received the ball and made a stylish change of direction, easily scoring under the basket. 0:2 Sakura Company took the lead with 2 points. Shen Jingbing clearly didn't pay much attention to the NBA, or even if he did, he couldn't remember the appearance of Jimmy Taimei and Xiao Haizi when they played in the NBA. Shen Jingbing clapped his hands lightly to encourage his teammates. Brothers, these two guys are something, let's focus and pay attention to them. Shen Jingbing received the pass from the point guard and tried to shoot a three-pointer using a screen. However, Xiao Haizi reacted extremely quickly and swiftly blocked Shen Jingbing's three-pointer. Jimmy Taimei grabbed the basketball from the crowd and launched a fast break, easily scoring another 2 points. 0:4, 0:6, 0:12. The score on the court kept changing, but the only thing that didn't change was Yida Company's score, which remained at 0. Qin Ruyan, who had been quite calm, couldn't stay calm anymore when the score reached 0:17, and signaled for a timeout. Shen Jingbing heard the whistle for the timeout and glanced at Jimmy Taimei beside him, then walked off the court one after another. Qin Ruyan had already heard various information about Jimmy Taimei and Xiao Haizi from other employees on the sidelines. Faced with the almost collapsing morale, Qin Ruyan could only sigh helplessly. It's okay if we can't win this game, after all, there are 2 former NBA players in the opponent's camp. But even if we lose, we can't lose by a humiliating score. We can't finish a game with 0 points. Can we consider it a completed task if we lose by less than 20 points? Okay. Shen Jingbing and his team glanced at Jimmy Taimei from a distance, their tone of speech showing a lack of confidence. General Qin. Lin Yun anxiously stepped forward, wanting to say something to Qin Ruyan. Yi Yu, who was beside them, naturally understood what Lin Yun wanted to say, probably wanting to recommend himself as a substitute. Yi Yu quietly pulled Lin Yun, indicating for her not to speak. What's wrong? Getting Yi Yu's hint, Lin Yun sighed helplessly. It's nothing. I just wanted to say. Everyone, let's all do our best. The timeout ended and the game continued. Perhaps Qin Ruyan's words made the players of Yida Company slightly let go of their psychological burden, and this time they successfully scored 2 points in their attack. Yeah! Shen Jingbing excitedly waved his right arm, provocatively glancing at Yi Yu, as if expressing a message. With or without you as a substitute, it doesn't make much difference to our team. Just as Shen Jingbing was still happy, Jimmy Taimei launched a quick attack and directly scored a three-pointer. Yida Company can be said to have killed 800 enemies and lost 1,000. Yi Yu shook his head helplessly. Is this person crazy? What does it mean to provoke himself instead of provoking Jimmy Taimei or Xia Haizi after scoring a goal? There's something wrong with him. Yi Yu had already understood Shin Jingbing's intentions, so he wouldn't pay much attention to this basketball game anymore. He took out his phone and happily played a game of Three Kingdoms Kill. Yi Yu felt that if Qin Ruyan wasn't here, he would find a place to lie down and take a nap. With the continuous cheers of the audience, of course, these cheers were mostly from employees of Sakura Company, the first half of the game officially ended. The score for both sides had reached 10-54. Shin Jingbing sat on the sidelines, drinking water and resting, like a defeated rooster. But when Shin Jingbing saw Yi Yu calmly eating instant noodles and playing games on his phone, he couldn't help but get angry. Hey! We're fighting our hearts out on the court, and you're sitting down here playing with your phone. Isn't that too much? Those who violate the territory of Wu will be defeated. Yi Yu, who had just won the game of Three Kingdoms Kill, couldn't help but dance with joy. Then he glanced at Shin Jingbing and said, "Oh, isn't it halftime? I was cheering for you guys and got tired, so I took a break too." Shin Jingbing couldn't help but stand up. "I saw it all. You've been playing with your phone the whole time, not cheering for us. It's all your fault that we're so far behind in the score." Yi Yu was surprised after hearing this. He never expected that playing with his phone could be the reason for Shin Jingbing's big score deficit. Yi Yu glanced at Qin Ruyan, who was busy with her tablet, feeling a bit wronged. It seemed that Qin Ruyan also thought there was no hope of winning this game and had given up. But Qin Ruyan was also playing with her phone. Why are you only scolding yourself and not scolding Qin Ruyan? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, Yi Yu didn't want to argue with Shin Jingbing anymore. After all, Qin Ruyan was also here, and they were colleagues. Some things shouldn't be said so harshly. Alright, can you shut up? What does it have to do with him? You're just bad. How many shots have you missed and how many have been blocked? Don't you have any self-awareness? Lin Yun didn't want to indulge Shin Jingbing and spoke extremely unfriendly. Shin Jingbing was angry again, wanting to curse but not daring to. He could only hold a grudge against Yi Yu. "I'm going to the bathroom." Yi Yu naturally wouldn't give Shin Jingbing another chance to vent his anger on him, so he found an excuse and left. Whistling, Yi Yu walked towards the bathroom, unable to help but greet Shin Jingbing in a friendly manner several times in his heart. When Yi Yu reached the corridor leading to the bathroom, a man happened to be walking towards him from the bathroom. The man was none other than Genie Taimei, who had shown great power on the court. What a coincidence! Yi Yu was slightly startled, but didn't pay much attention to Genie Taimei. In consideration of the etiquette of the Xia Kingdom, Yi Yu even moved closer to the wall, giving way to Genie Taimei. Genie Taimei didn't have any good intentions in return. He even sneered and moved to the left wall, blocking Yi Yu's path. Yi Yu looked up at Genie Taimei, who was nearly 2 meters tall, and was very sure that this guy was doing it on purpose. But Yi Yu didn't understand what Genie Taimei was trying to do. "Excuse me." Genie Taimei grinned and tried to push Yi Yu away with his right hand. Yi Yu frowned, took 2 steps back, avoiding Genie Taimei's push, and then glanced at him. "Is this person crazy? I have already voluntarily given him a sunny path. You walk your sunny path, and I'll cross my own single plank bridge. We won't disturb each other, isn't that nice? Why do you have to stand in front of me? Why do you want to push yourself away?" Yi Yu's quick reaction surprised Genie Taimei for a moment. Then Genie Taimei coldly smiled and said, "Xiagua people, you're blocking my way." "Your way?" Yi Yu immediately became unhappy. "This is Xiagua. This road belongs to the people of Xiagua, not you. Okay?" Yi Yu's tough attitude made Genie Taimei unhappy. Genie Taimei frowned and looked down coldly at Yi Yu, who was a head shorter than her. "You Xiagua people claim to be a country of etiquette, right? Is this how you treat us foreigners?" Yi Yu was stunned. "I understand the reasoning, but a country of etiquette, treating others with respect. The premise is that the other person is human, right? If you don't even consider yourself a person, why should I treat you like one?" But Yi Yu really didn't want to argue with Genie Taimei so much. If he argued with this devil so much, he wouldn't be able to tell if he was human or a ghost anymore. Seeing Yi Yu remain silent, with a face full of disdain, Genie Taimei instantly became angry and took a few steps forward, trying to teach Yi Yu a lesson. "What are you doing? What are you all doing?" Just as Genie Taimei was trying to push Yi Yu, a loud male voice came from not far away. A middle-aged man walked over with his hands behind his back, taking big strides. Yi Yu had heard about this middle-aged man from Lin Yun before. The man's name was Gue Binquan, the owner of the gymnasium. "Boss Gue, is this how you Xiagua people treat foreign friends? I'm really disappointed." Genie Taimei, the evildoer, actually tried to shift the blame onto Yi Yu. Yi Yu was about to retort Genie Taimei, but Gue Binquan had already come forward to scold Yi Yu. "What are you doing? This is the respected Mr. Genie Taimei from the eastern country. Apologize to Mr. Genie Taimei immediately." What? I apologize to him? Yi Yu looked at Genie Taimei's smug expression and then at Gui Binquan, who seemed to have a personal grudge against him, and couldn't help but be stunned. You offended Mr. Genie Taimei. Apologize to him now. Otherwise, I will have the security guards kick you out of the gymnasium, put you on the blacklist, permanently banning you from entering the gymnasium. I might even expose your rude behavior to the reporters. Apologize to Mr. Genie Taimei now. Immediately. Right away. You don't even want to ask what exactly happened and you're forcing me to apologize to him? Yi Yu frowned, staring at Gui Binquan. Do I still need to ask? How could Mr. Genie Taimei target you, a loser, for no reason? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of thing you are? Are you even worthy of being targeted by him? I'll count to 3. Hurry up. Apologize. Yi Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Gui Binquan? He really lives up to his name. A lapdog who worships foreigners. Faced with Gui Binquan's aggressive attitude, Yi Yu found himself in a dilemma. If he didn't apologize to Genie Taimei, Gui Binquan would really kick him out. Then this guy would spread rumors and smear his reputation in front of the reporters, and he might become the excuse for Sakura Company to attack Yida Company for disrespecting foreign friends. If he really apologized to Genie Taimei, wouldn't that be too humiliating? Wouldn't this little devil raise his tail up to the sky? He. Genie Taimei smirked, pretending to be very disappointed as she shook her head. Boss Gui, sigh, not every Xiagua person treats us foreign friends as friendly as you do. This trip to Xiagua has really disappointed me. If this rude and arrogant guy is not severely punished, I don't think I will ever consider coming to Xia country again. After listening to Ginny's beautiful words, Gebinquan became even more anxious. Gebinquan stepped forward and tried to grab Yi Yu's collar. Are you going to apologize or not? If you don't apologize, not only will I do as I said before, but I will also suggest to Qin Zong to fire you. Yi Yu took a deep breath and tried to reason with him. This guy, I was walking on the road peacefully, and when I saw him coming, I voluntarily made way for him. But he actually stood in front of me and demanded that I make way for him. Now you come here and demand that I apologize to him without considering the situation. How is this fair? Xia country is a country of etiquette, that's true, but this is how we treat international friends. Shut up! Gebinquan angrily interrupted Yi Yu's words. It was definitely Mr. Ginny who voluntarily made way for you, but you ignorantly blocked his path. In this situation, any man would get angry, right? Not only do you not admit your mistake, but you also turn around and accuse Mr. Ginny. I am truly ashamed to have a compatriot like you from Xia country. He. Ginny further instigated, Mr. Bin, I think it's because we are leading by a large margin in this basketball game that they are getting anxious and trying to play some tricks. Is this how Xia country people can't handle losing? Ginny's words awakened Gebinquan. Gebinquan couldn't help but get angry. It's just a friendly match. Winning and losing is normal. Dare to play a game with others, and you can't handle losing like this? Are you still a man? Is this the character of everyone in your Yida company? You can insult me, but you can't insult my company. Yi Yu also got angry. What Yi Yu hated the most was being insulted and having his affiliation insulted as well. Previously, when he punched and killed the ball, he arrogantly sprayed all Xia country people. Now Gebinquan insulted him and also insulted Yida company, naturally making Yi Yu very angry. What about it? Do you dare to deny it? I have seen the quality of people from your Yida company. What kind of quality people from our Yida company are? It's not your place to comment, Mr. Gu Bin. Just as Yi Yu was about to punch Gebinquan, a loud female voice came from the entrance of the corridor. Qin Ruyan and Lin Yun appeared on the corridor at some point. When Gebinquan saw Qin Ruyan, he couldn't help but panic, and immediately changed his expression, smiling at Qin Ruyan. General Qin, the reputation of your Yida company was almost ruined by this kid. I'm teaching him a lesson for you. Qin Ruyan walked slowly to Gebinquan's side with Lin Yun, her tone extremely cold. My people, no matter what, it's not your place to teach them a lesson, right? This. Gebinquan clearly understood that he couldn't compete with Qin Ruyan, whether it was money or background. Hearing Qin Ruyan's words that didn't give him any face, Gebinquan still wanted to explain something. However, Qin Ruyan didn't give Gebinquan a chance to explain. I've been listening at the entrance for quite a while, and I have a general understanding of the situation. Mr. Gu Bin, I want to ask you a question. Without considering the situation, you came up and ordered my people to apologize. Do you have any opinions about Yida, or about me? No. I dare not. Gebinquan's forehead broke out in small beads of sweat, quickly waving his hand. General Qin, Ginny tried to say something innocently as he walked forward. Shin Ruyan raised her beautiful eyes and didn't give Ginny any face. The two big bosses are having a conversation. What qualifications does an ordinary employee of Sakura Company have to interrupt? Is it your turn? This is Xia country. It is already the year 2XXX. Did you think it was 1840? Ginny realized that Shin Ruyan seemed difficult to provoke, so she reluctantly backed down and walked away, no longer paying attention to Shin Ruyan and Gabinquin. After walking a few steps, Ginny turned back and glared at Shin Ruyan angrily. I originally wanted to give President Shin some face in the second half of the game, so that you wouldn't lose so embarrassingly. But now it seems that there's no need for that. Since that's the case, be prepared to welcome the shame of a record. Humph. In our Xia country, there is an ancient saying, who will be the winner is still uncertain. We'll see. Shin Ruyan's eyes turned cold. Humph. Ginny coldly snorted again and left without looking back. He. President Shin, Gabinquin saw Ginny leave and couldn't help but have second thoughts. Shin Ruyan extended a finger towards Gabinquin. Gabinquin was a little confused. President Shin, what do you mean by this? 1 million. What 1 million? I'll offer 1 million to buy this sports arena from you. What? Gabinquin was surprised to the point that his jaw almost dropped. President Shin, I never said I wanted to sell this sports arena. And besides, I spent millions to build this arena. You're 1 million. Humph. Shin Ruyan couldn't help but coldly snort. 1 million, I'm only making this offer once. If you don't sell, then we'll see who has the stronger backing. I guarantee that your sports arena will definitely not be able to continue operating. And I also guarantee that your company will go bankrupt within a month. Gabinquin almost cried. Gabinquin had no doubt about Shin Ruyan's words. A company of this level definitely had a strong backing, and competing against Shin Ruyan would be equivalent to seeking death. It could be imagined that if he didn't sell to Shin Ruyan, this sports arena would really not be able to continue operating. His own company, which he relied on for survival, would really go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Gabinquin wanted to slap himself. What was he doing? Why did he provoke this crazy woman? After thinking for a moment, Gabinquin could only nod helplessly. Fine. I'll sell. He. Shin Ruyan coldly smiled and turned to Lin Yun. After buying it, demolish this place and build the largest public toilet in Yuna City. Lin Yun almost couldn't help but laugh. Okay, President Shin. Gabinquin, who was already mentally collapsed, almost spewed out a mouthful of blood when he heard Shin Ruyan's decision. You. Gabinquin pointed at Shin Ruyan with his right hand, but in the end, his eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. Shin Ruyan disdainfully glanced at Gabinquin, then smiled at Yu. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call 120 for this guy. After the small disturbance, Yu returned to the side of the basketball court after using the restroom. By this time, the second half of the game had already started, and Ginny, who had been frustrated by Yu, seemed like a god descending to earth, further widening the score. By the end of the third quarter, the score on the court had already become 20 hours 80 minutes. Many employees of Yida Corporation couldn't bear to watch this brutal scene and left early. Who? Shin Jingbing sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Faced with the current disparity in the score, Shin Jingbing no longer had any hope. Even if he could narrow the gap, it had become an impossible fantasy. When Shin Jingbing saw the lazy Yu behind him, he became even more furious. However, soon, Shin Jingbing's eyes rolled a few times, and he came up with an idea. Shin Jingbing walked to Yu, who was chatting with Lin Yun, and began to blame him in a reproachful tone. As a substitute player, where did you just go? Why weren't you on the sidelines ready at any moment? Yu looked at Shin Jingbing innocently, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Brother, I just went to the bathroom. Is that not allowed? Besides, what's the point of me being on the sidelines? Even if the game is over, you won't let me play. What did you say? You think I won't let you play? Shin Jingbing couldn't help but smirk. You know nothing. Do you understand what tactical arrangements are? My tactical arrangement is to exhaust the main players of the Sakura team as much as possible. In the third quarter, their main players were already exhausted, and I wanted you, the substitute who has been conserving energy, to change the situation. But look at you, you're not even here. Even if Yu could tell with his feet that Shin Jingbing was trying to shift the blame onto him, no matter what he did, he would become the target of Shin Jingbing's attacks. Yu just sneered. You said their main players were exhausted. Why didn't you narrow the point difference? Shin Jingbing pretended not to hear Yu's words and just waved his hand. That's it. You'll play in the last quarter. We've already exhausted their energy, now it's up to you. If you can't narrow the point difference, then you're letting down the favorable situation we created for you. Damn it. Yu really wanted to curse. If it weren't for so many colleagues around, Yu felt that he might have burst out cursing in excitement. Yi Yu. Lin Yun gently pulled Yi Yu's hand. Just go. Show this lunatic who the real loser is. I agree to the reward you mentioned earlier. We can even modify it. You don't necessarily have to win, just narrow the point difference to within 20 points. Yi Yu was first slightly surprised, then smiled. If you put it that way, I won't pretend to be dead. Seeing that Yi Yu and Lin Yun fell into his trap, Shen Jingbing couldn't help but smirk. Alright, you'll play later. It's up to your performance. I hope you don't disappoint everyone. Beep beep beep. With the referee's whistle, the final quarter officially began. Yi Yu, who had already changed into his uniform, jumped a few times on the sidelines to warm up, and then entered the court with his teammates. Ha! Who is that? Why did he replace Shen Jingbing? We're screwed now. Shen Jingbing is the best player on our company's basketball team. Now that he's replaced by this kid, does it mean we're surrendering? Damn it, we can't surrender to the little devils. What are these people thinking? Sigh. Let's just disperse. We can't win, not even God can save this situation. What surprised Yi Yu was that as soon as he entered the court, many colleagues behind him started to doubt, and even several colleagues who were already few in number left. He. Xiagwa kid, I didn't expect you to be a substitute on your company's basketball team. I was just thinking about teaching you a lesson. You brought this upon yourself. We'll make you cry later, don't blame us. Genie Tommy saw Yi Yu on the court and couldn't help but be overjoyed, quickly walking up to Yi Yu and mocking him. Yi Yu felt that he should let his skills speak for themselves and not engage in verbal battles. Faced with Genie Tommy's mockery, he chose to remain silent. After Yi Yu entered the court, he saw his teammates preparing to make a pass. Taking advantage of the fact that the Sakura team hadn't returned to defense yet, he quickly ran to the front court, ready to receive the pass from his teammate and score 2 points on a fast break. However, after running a few steps, Yi Yu vaguely felt that something seemed off. He thought that the Sakura team was leading by a large margin and their energy was depleted, so their defense was slower. But when he turned around, he realized that not a single player from the Sakura team was retreating on defense. What the hell is this? What the F***CK? What are you doing? Why are you running towards our backcourt? Finally, the serving teammate couldn't hold back and shouted at Yi Yu, then passed the ball to another teammate. Ha! It was only at this moment that Yi Yu understood why there were no defenders from the Sakura team. It turns out they were serving from the front court. But, isn't it the team that starts each quarter with the ball from the backcourt? How did it become a front court serve? Although Yi Yu was a bit confused, he still smiled apologetically at his teammates and quickly ran to the front court. Ha ha ha, can this person from Xiagwa not play basketball? How did Yida send someone who can't play basketball onto the court? It's hilarious. You don't understand, do you? If Yida loses like this, they can find an excuse. They sent someone who can't play basketball onto the court. They've already found an excuse for losing the game. After all, Xiagwa people always like to find excuses for not doing well. They never reflect on their own abilities. That's just how Xiagwa people are. Look at how clueless this person is. I think Jin Taimei can score 30 points in a single quarter against him. Ha ha ha. Compared to the laughter and noise in the Sakura Company employee area, the Yida Company employee area was filled with sighs and complaints. Ah, it's over. It's over. There's no hope. I should have signed up for the basketball team. Is this Yi Yu? The latest recruit personally recruited by General Qin. As a bodyguard, shouldn't he be smarter than this? Hasn't he ever played basketball before? Can someone like him be a bodyguard? No wonder we're losing so badly. Anyone and everyone can play. Damn it. Why are you still watching? What are you expecting? Are you expecting sparks of love between those two little devils and Yi Yu, and then they'll go easy on us? Let's go. Let's all go home and mind our own business. What a waste of my emotions. Almost all of the Yida Company employees looked down on Yi Yu, their faces filled with despair. However, Qin Ruyan and Lin Yun were exceptions. Qin Ruyan looked at Yi Yu with an expectant gaze, as if she was anticipating his next performance. As for Lin Yun, she had already closed her eyes with a devout expression, palms pressed together, silently praying for Yi Yu. Kid, have you never played basketball before? Jin Taimei approached Yi Yu as he returned to the front court. Do you want to narrow the score gap? Here's the deal, don't say I didn't give you a chance, just kneel down and call me uncle later, and admit that all of you Xiagwa people are weaklings, and we'll go easy on you, so you won't lose so embarrassingly. How about that? Yi Yu ignored Jin Taimei and just smiled slightly, fully focused on the game. You arrogant brat. Jin Taimei hadn't finished speaking when Yi Yu's teammate had already taken a shot, but under the defense of the Sakura team players, the shot ended up hitting the rim. Yi Yu didn't want to waste time with Jin Taimei. He quickly accelerated to get past Jin Taimei's defense, then jumped high to grab the rebound from Xiao Haizi's hands and easily dunked the ball. This guy. Jin Taimei stared blankly at Yi Yu's back, unable to help but be amazed. Such speed. The burst of speed in that instant. Even I can't compare. Jin Kuan, this guy's jumping ability is too strong. Look, he's only 1.75 meters tall, but he managed to snatch the rebound from me, who is 2.1 meters tall. Xiao Haizi also looked at Yi Yu in astonishment as he ran back to defend in the backcourt. Impossible. Jin Taimei frowned, shaking his head incessantly. How can an ordinary person have such terrifying jumping power? Did you just not hold onto the ball and let it slip through your hands, falling into this guy's hands? Xiao Haizi hesitated for a moment. Everything that just happened was too fast. I didn't pay attention. I don't remember. Jin Taimei glared fiercely at Yi Yu and said, "It's okay, I'll take him on one-on-one later and test his strength." Okay. Jin Taimei received the ball from the backcourt and quickly moved to the frontcourt, signaling his teammates to spread out, indicating that he wanted to take on Yi Yu alone. Kid, you were lucky to grab a rebound just now, but your luck won't be this good for the whole game. Jin Taimei's face showed a fierce expression as he started to back down and play one-on-one against Yi Yu. Oof. I'll show you what absolute power is, Jin Taimei said and exerted force. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared on Jin Taimei's face. He realized that no matter how much force he exerted, Yi Yu, who was defending him from behind, remained as steady as a rock, unmoved. What? Jin Taimei began to suspect that there was a wall behind him, so he turned his head and glanced at Yi Yu. Taking advantage of Jin Taimei's distraction, Yi Yu swiftly stole the ball from him, and then easily scored a fast break layup while Jin Taimei watched helplessly. Xiao Haizi looked at Yi Yu, who had just scored 2 points, and then at Jin Taimei, who was standing still in shock. He couldn't help but stomp the ground in frustration. What are you doing? Ouch! Jin Taimei helplessly spread his hands. This Xia Guaran is a bit strange. I couldn't back him down in a one-on-one situation. How is that possible? Xiao Haizi couldn't believe it. Genie Kuan, you're 1.9 meters tall. How tall is this Xia Guaran? How is it possible that you couldn't back him down? Jin Taimei didn't know how to explain Xiao Haizi's question for a moment. Nice shot! Nice steal! Nice! There was a burst of cheers from the employees of Yida Company in the staff area. Humph! What are you proud of? So what if you scored 2 points? Useless Xia Guaran. In the end, you will lose. The employees of Sakura Company on the side remained calm, even showing a contemptuous expression. What the hell are you barking, you little devil? Baga! What the hell? Baga! What the hell? The players of the two teams on the court were fiercely battling, while the employees on the sidelines were also engaged in a war of words. However, as Yi Yu continued to score, the employees of Yida Company became more confident in their insults. Baga! Jin Taimei couldn't help but roar when he saw Yi Yu score 8 consecutive points. Get your spirits up, Mr. Xiaoquan Luanlang has already said that we must win by more than 50 points in this game. If they catch up to within 50 points, we won't have the face to see Mr. Xiaoquan Luanlang. Hey! Launching another attack, Xiao Haizi finally got a chance to take on Yi Yu one-on-one. Xiao Haizi clenched the basketball with both hands and grinned at Yi Yu. Xiaogua kid, let me show you what basketball is. I used to play in the NBA. Your arrogance and conceit will end here. After saying that, Xiao Haizi's face turned cold, and he quickly dribbled the ball with his right hand, trying to make a powerful dunk under the basket. Xiao Haizi made a move and easily got past Yi Yu, which made him smile with satisfaction. With the ball held in his right hand, Xiao Haizi went for a dunk towards the basket. This crossover in dunk might seem extremely fierce and swift to ordinary people, but to Yi Yu, it was really slow, like a kindergarten kid. Yi Yu voluntarily stepped aside, and when Xiao Haizi stretched his right arm to prepare for the dunk, Yi Yu, like a ghost, snatched the basketball from midair. What? Xiao Haizi had just landed on the ground when Yi Yu had already launched a fast break. Swish! Another three-pointer. What are you doing? Ouch! Jin Taimei became angry and stomped on the ground, venting her dissatisfaction towards Xiao Haizi. With Yi Yu's impressive performance, the final match was miraculously reversed by Yida Corporation, with a final score of 92-90. Yes, we won. At this moment, no one was more excited than Shin Ruyan. Shin Ruyan waved her fists continuously, releasing her frustration and excitement. The entire stadium was divided into two camps. The Sakura Corporation side was crying and complaining, while the Yida Corporation side was celebrating. Of course, Shin Jingbing in the Yida Corporation camp was extremely unhappy. He looked at Yi Yu, who was stealing the limelight, and wished he could chop him with a knife. Yi Yu! We won! We won! Lin Yun excitedly ran to Yi Yu's side. Perhaps due to her excitement or to fulfill her promise, Lin Yun unexpectedly reached out and playfully pecked Yi Yu's face. Ah, Sister Yun. Yi Yu stared blankly at Lin Yun. Lin Yun blushed and quickly let go of Yi Yu, then lowered her head and chuckled, saying, "Consider it a reward for you." He. Yi Yu scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Damn it! In the Sakura Corporation headquarters building, Koizumi Ichiro angrily knocked the tablet computer on the table to the ground. Boss, calm down. Jin Taimei and Xiao Heizi trembled in fear, afraid that Koizumi Ichiro would vent his anger on them. Useless. All useless. Can't even win in weightlifting, can't even win in basketball. You're all a bunch of useless people. Do you know that I started preparing for this basketball game months ago? That's why I recruited you. Koizumi Ichiro pointed at Jin Taimei and Xiao Heizi and cursed at them. Although Jin Taimei and Xiao Heizi were extremely frustrated, they dared not breathe a word, knowing the terrifying background of Koizumi Ichiro. Koizumi-kun, calm down. Behind Koizumi Ichiro, a middle-aged man walked up with a smile. The man's name was Daisho Maru, a top agent from the eastern country. Daisho-kun, it's embarrassing to have such a useless group of subordinates. Koizumi Ichiro sighed helplessly. It doesn't matter. Daisho Maru waved his hand with a smile. It's just a basketball game, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is the bidding meeting in a few days. The urgent matter is to have that person from Yida steal a copy of the bidding plan. Only by winning the bidding meeting can we achieve true victory. From what you just said, it seems that our plans have been disrupted several times by one person? Yes. Koizumi Ichiro nodded with frustration. I investigated and found out that it's a guy named Yi Yu from Xia country. I don't know where this guy came from, but he has repeatedly disrupted my plans. He. Daisho Maru smiled confidently. Just a guy from Xia country. Since he's hindering Koizumi-kun, I'll take care of him for you. Koizumi Ichiro was both surprised and delighted. If you can take care of him, that would be great. But, Daisho-kun, this guy is incredibly strong and agile, not an easy opponent. No problem. Daisho Maru confidently waved his hand. It's already the 21st century. Who would still use brute force to kill someone? I have my secret weapon. After saying that, Daisho Maru proudly took out a small black cube from his pocket. Next to the cube was a button and a thin wire. If Yi Yu were present, he would definitely recognize that this thing was an electric shocker from a lighter. The only difference is that a regular electric shocker generates electricity by pressing the top, while the electric shocker in Daisho's hand only needs to press a small button next to it. This is... Xiaokui looked at the lighter electric shocker in Daisho's hand with confusion. He. Xiaokui, don't be fooled by its size, it can generate a very strong electric current. Countless experts have been assassinated by me using it. I named it DGG, which means powerful electric shock. That's great. Xiaokui clapped excitedly. With Daishiong and DGG, this Xia country person is doomed. Ah ha ha. Daishiong seemed to see the scene of Yi Yu being electrocuted by himself and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha. Jimmy and Xia Heizi looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. It was already night when Yi Yu drove his car to the entrance of the underground boxing arena. Yi Yu planned to take Yi Hao home and also announced the good news that he had won a prize of 50,000 yuan today. As soon as Yi Yu got out of the car, he saw Huang Mao and quickly waved at him. Big brother. Oh, Huang Mao glanced at Yi Yu and smiled. So you're our one-punch Superman. What are you doing here tonight? Your match is tomorrow. Ha? Yi Yu was slightly taken aback. No. Big brother, did you forget? We agreed last time. I would fight 2 rounds of underground boxing for you, and you would release my father. Today, I came specifically to pick up my father. Is that so? Why don't I remember? Huang Mao grinned. Yi Yu, maybe you're the one who forgot? We agreed to fight 20 rounds of underground boxing before we release your father. What? Yi Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Go back. Huang Mao waved at Yi Yu. Remember to come on time tomorrow night. You bastard. Are you trying to trick me? Yi Yu became furious and grabbed Huang Mao's collar. With all his strength, Yi Yu actually tore Huang Mao's collar apart. He. Huang Mao smiled instead of getting angry. Kid, don't get too excited. You should know that your father is still in our hands. If you do anything to me, I might die. But what about your father? If Dragon Brother gets angry, he might kill your father. Then you won't even get to see him one last time. After listening to Huang Mao's words, Yi Yu was furious but helpless. Yi Hao was in the hands of these people, and no matter what, he could only be used by them now. Yi Yu sighed heavily and reluctantly let go of Huang Mao's collar. Seeing that Yi Yu had calmed down, Huang Mao became bolder. He lightly patted Yi Yu's left cheek with his right hand, wearing an expression of certainty. Kid, Do you think you can repay several million in gambling debts just by fighting a few rounds of underground boxing? You're too naive. For Dragon Brother, you're nothing but a money tree. How could Dragon Brother let go of such a good money tree like you? If you're smart, you'll obediently listen to Dragon Brother. Whatever Dragon Brother tells you to do, you do it. Don't think about playing tricks. Otherwise, you, this filial son, won't even get to see your father's face for the last time. Damn it. Yi Yu gritted his teeth tightly but couldn't do anything to Huang Mao. I'll tell you the truth, I tricked your father into the gambling den. Just by saying that a father's debt doesn't have to be repaid by the son, your father believed it. How naive. Is there such a cheap thing in the world? If you're smart, you'll become the #1 fighter in Dragon Brothers Arena. This circle is not something you can enter or leave as you please. Huang Mao handed a thin business card to Yi Yu, followed by a smile. My phone number is on here. When you figured it out, give me a call. If I don't receive your call about tomorrow night's boxing match before 5 p.m. tomorrow, you should know what will happen to your father, right? Let's go. Huang Mao finished speaking and walked into the boxing arena with a few of his henchmen behind him. One of the long-haired henchmen couldn't help but imitate Huang Mao and slapped Yi Yu's face, with a provocative expression on his face. Kid, take care of yourself. Crack. Yi Yu clenched his fists tightly, making a burst of cracking sounds. Watching the group's backs, a trace of ferocity appeared on Yi Yu's face. Daring to deceive and use me. I will make you pay. Sigh. Late at night, sitting alone on the side of the road, Yi Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of helplessness. There was a moment when Yi Yu felt that he was living a difficult life. He thought that with the decline in global physical fitness, he would be able to show off his skills, but he never expected to be calculated everywhere. After finally obtaining an ideal job with a monthly salary, he found that his monthly food expenses were almost equal to his salary. Faced with the upcoming situation, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel confused. What should he do next? Should he listen to Dragon Brothers' manipulation? Should he continue working at Yida Corporation? What should he do if he doesn't listen to Dragon Brothers' manipulation? How can he make a living if he doesn't work at Yida Corporation? How can he solve Yi Hao's exorbitant medical expenses? All of this was a nightmare entangled in his mind. Just as Yi Yu was worrying, a thief-like person at the street corner glanced at Yi Yu and cautiously approached him. This person was none other than the top special agent from Dongyan country, De Shangwan. De Shangwan couldn't help but almost burst out laughing when he saw Yi Yu sitting on the side of the road in a daze. This kid actually had no defenses at all, truly a rookie. He only needed to approach and use a powerful blow on his back, and he would definitely die on the spot. Thinking of this, De Shangwan became even more excited. Because it was normal for people to come and go on the busy street, although Yi Yu heard the sound of De Shangwan walking behind him, he didn't pay any attention and treated him as just a passerby. So De Shangwan easily came up behind Yi Yu. After taking a look around, De Shangwan made sure that there was no one around, and quietly took out a lighter taser, approaching Yi Yu from behind. De Shangwan was overjoyed in his heart and almost couldn't help but shout out, "Hey, Xia Guaran, go to hell!" De Shangwan pressed the button without hesitation, and a small electric spark accurately hit Yi Yu's back. What the hell? Yi Yu was shocked by the electric shock, and he sprang up from the ground like a spring. When Yi Yu turned around, he immediately saw De Shangwan holding the lighter taser. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Ha! De Shangwan looked at Yi Yu as if he had seen a ghost. What? Aren't you supposed to fall down? Why did you jump up? What fall down? What jump up? Why are you using a lighter taser on me? Are you crazy? Yi Yu didn't know De Shangwan's identity, nor did he think about the lethality of the lighter taser to ordinary people. He thought De Shangwan was playing a malicious joke on him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you not die? Did I make a mistake just now? De Shangwan could hardly believe what was happening in front of him, and inexplicably brought the lighter taser towards Yi Yu again. Hey! Are you crazy? Yi Yu couldn't stand this malicious joke anymore, snatched the lighter taser from De Shangwan, and threw it heavily into the distant lawn. My lighter taser! De Shangwan was furious. Damn it! Ha! Easterners? Yi Yu frowned, vaguely realizing something. Damn Xia people! I am Daisho Maru, the special agent of the Eastern country. You're dead tonight. Daisho Maru? Yi Yu couldn't help but feel disgusted. Your name has a strong smell. Baga! Daisho Maru became furious. Seeing that his electric shock didn't kill Yi Yu, he swung his fist in a hurry and charged towards Yi Yu, completely disregarding the instructions of Xiao Chuanwan. Yi Yu took a step back and easily grabbed Daisho Maru's right fist with one hand. Eastern country special agent? Why do you want to kill me? Daisho Maru didn't answer Yi Yu. Instead, he swung his left fist directly at Yi Yu's face. Yi Yu had already suffered a lot from Huang Mao, so he naturally couldn't tolerate Daisho Maru. Yi Yu grabbed Daisho Maru's left fist with his left hand and then used his strength to throw Daisho Maru 2 meters away. With a creepy sound of bones cracking, Daisho Maru himself didn't know which bone broke from the fall. The only thing Daisho Maru was certain of was that many bones were broken, and because of the intense pain all over his body, he couldn't stand up anymore. Daisho Maru looked at Yi Yu in horror. How is this possible? How can one person be so powerful? Even the experts of the Mamiya family may not have such terrifying strength. Yi Yu approached Daisho Maru a few steps. Tell me, why did you come to kill me? Hoof. Daisho Maru looked at Yi Yu with disdain. I am a warrior of the Eastern country. I have an iron will. You won't get anything out of me. Yi Yu broke a branch on the side of the road with a crack. Are you sure you won't talk? If you don't, I'll break every rib in your body like I broke this branch. Of course, I'll break your hands and feet first, stuff things into your mouth, so you won't be able to commit suicide. Daisho Maru was instantly dumbfounded. You dare to be so cruel. Compared to what you little devils did in our Xia country before, I think I'm being too kind. Daisho Maru couldn't help but shrink his neck, throwing away all the samurai spirit. I'll talk. But after I finish, you can't kill me. That depends on whether what you say is true. First, I ask you, why do you want to assassinate me? Meeting Yi Yu's murderous gaze, Daisho Maru couldn't help but shiver and quickly told the truth. I'll tell you. It's because you ruined Xiao Chuanwan's plans several times. Xiao Chuanwan has a military background in our Eastern country, and as a special agent of the Eastern country, it is my duty to help him solve problems. So, are you close with Xiao Chuanwan? Well, kind of. Daisho Maru now hated Xiao Chuanwan. It was all because of this bastard. Why did he have to provoke Yi Yu, a freak who couldn't be killed by electric shocks? He must have been extremely unlucky to help him assassinate Yi Yu. Then I ask you, did you plant a spy in our Yida corporation? Faced with Yi Yu's question, Daisho Maru fell silent. You've already said so much, so it wouldn't hurt to say one more thing, right? Yi Yu glared fiercely at Daisho Maru. Fine. In order to save his life, Daisho Maru decided to go all out. That person is called Shin Jingbing. He is the head of your company's security department. He helped Xiao Chuanwan steal your company's bidding plan a few times. So it was him. Yi Yu nodded thoughtfully, then walked away without looking back. Do you have a phone with you? Call someone to save you. Annoyed, Yi Yu quickly returned to his doorstep. At this moment, he noticed that the living room light was on. Without thinking, he knew it must be Shi Wenbin. Boss. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Yu walked into the living room, Shi Wenbin excitedly waved his right hand at Yi Yu. Yi Yu sighed and sat down on the sofa. What's wrong, boss? Do you have something on your mind? Shi Wenbin keenly noticed that Yi Yu's mood was off. Sigh. It's hard to explain in a few words. The main thing is because of money. My dad needs hundreds of thousands of yuan for medical expenses. Although my salary is enough for now, it's hard for me to explain a fact to you, which is that my appetite is almost 100 times that of yours. Tens of thousands of yuan in salary a month can barely cover my basic needs. I have to find a way to make money. Shi Wenbin looked at Yi Yu in astonishment. It's hard to imagine that one person could eat 100 times more than an ordinary person. But thinking of Yi Yu's abnormal skills, Shi Wenbin felt that he could perhaps understand. Extraordinary people always have many peculiar aspects. The second thing is those scoundrels from the Qinglong gang. They actually tricked my dad into gambling and then used the huge gambling debt he owed to force me to fight in illegal boxing matches for them. Shi Wenbin frowned after listening, and probably guessed how things had unfolded. Boss, this is not a long-term solution. The Qinglong gang must have noticed your terrifying strength and speed, and they want to use you as their cash cow in the underground boxing arena. They probably won't stop until they've squeezed out all your value. Anything could happen in these underground boxing arenas, and if you keep hanging around there, it's inevitable that you'll have a bad accident one day. I was too naive before, easily believing them when they said I only needed to fight a few matches. Now that I know I've been played, there's nothing I can do. My dad is still in their hands. What can I do? I'm desperate too. If I don't do as they say, I can't imagine what they'll do to my dad. If they chop off one of my dad's fingers, I'll never forgive myself. Shi Wenbin rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Soon, his eyes lit up. Boss, are you interested in a big job? Yi Yu was slightly taken aback. A big job? What do you mean? Let's go all out and take down the leader of the Qinglong gang, and all those who don't obey as well. Let's become the leader of the Qinglong gang ourselves. Yi Yu seemed hesitant. Boss, think about it. With your terrifying skills, who in the Qinglong gang can be your opponent? How about this? Call the people from the Qinglong gang later and tell them that you'll continue to fight in the illegal boxing matches for them, but on the condition that you meet your father and make sure he's safe. And also demand that Big Brother Long from the Qinglong gang be present, and he personally guarantees that he won't harm your father. The Qinglong gang won't think too much about it. When the time comes, you seize the opportunity and suddenly take action, eliminating those scoundrels with lightning speed, and naturally take over the Qinglong gang. Once you take over the Qinglong gang, the money problem can be solved, and your father's safety can be ensured. Yi Yu nodded thoughtfully. In theory, dealing with them shouldn't be a big problem, but killing, is it really okay? Boss, those people from the Qinglong gang are not good people. Besides, anyone involved in their line of work always keeps their head on a swivel. Everyone is prepared for that day. Besides, there are constant conflicts between these underground gangs, and it's normal for a few people to die. It's not like we're wiping them all out. It's just a warning to the others. Shi Wenbin was a person born to do big things, possessing all the character traits of someone who does big things, ruthless and cunning. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Yu finally made up his mind. Then let's do it. After saying that, Yi Yu took out his phone and called Huang Mao using the business card he had. Hello? Big brother, it's Yi Yu. I can fight in the Black Fist tomorrow night for you, but I have 2 requests. First, I want to see my father tonight and make sure he's safe. Second, tonight I want to see Dragon Brother personally and have him promise me that he won't harm my father. If either of these conditions is missing, there's no need to talk. Alright. You go ask Dragon Brother first, I'll wait for your message. Just a few minutes later, Yi Yu received a call back from Huang Mao. After finishing the call, Yi Yu nodded at Shi Wenbin. The Qinglong gang took the bait. Vroom with the roar of a car engine, Shi Wenbin drove with Yi Yu to the entrance of the underground boxing arena. Huang Mao had been waiting for Yi Yu at the entrance. You're here? Let's go, come with me to see Dragon Brother and your father. Huang Mao greeted Yi Yu with a smile, then looked at Shi Wenbin behind him and asked, who is this brother? Yi Yu glanced at Shi Wenbin and said, this is a doctor I found. He's here to check on my father's condition, you should know about it, right? My father is sick. Huang Mao was quite familiar with Yi Hao's situation, so he didn't think much and nodded. Alright, I have to say, you're a filial son. Your father is lucky to have a son like you, who knows how many lifetimes of blessings he has. Yi Yu smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. When Yi Yu entered the basement level of the underground boxing arena, he immediately saw Yi Hao locked in a glass room. Father! Yi Yu hurriedly walked towards Yi Hao with a worried expression. Ha ha ha! Huang Mao couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Kid, this glass is made of special material. I know you're strong, but don't even think about getting in, you can't. Yi Yu instantly calmed down and nodded at Shi Wenbin behind him. Shi Wenbin immediately understood and pretended to approach Yi Hao to observe his appearance. What are you doing here? I told you, I don't need you to take care of me anymore. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Yi Hao immediately realized what was happening when he saw Yi Yu here, and he punched the glass wall in a fit of rage. Father, don't worry. I have a way to cure your illness. I'll save you soon. I promise, I won't let you suffer anymore. Yi Yu saw that Yi Hao had lost weight and his expression became more determined. Yi Hao looked at Yi Yu blankly after hearing his words. A father knows his son best. Yi Hao had already vaguely realized that Yi Yu might be up to something big tonight. Huang Mao saw the deep affection between the father and son in front of him and didn't think much of it. He just smiled and waved at Yi Yu. Kid, how about it? I didn't deceive you, right? Your father is here being well taken care of, eating and drinking. The only downside is that he's not as free. Doctor, read his face, is his father still healthy? Shi Wenbin pretended to take a few glances and then nodded at Yi Yu. Shi Wenbin's nod was both to indicate that Yi Hao seemed physically fine and to signal that they could take action soon. Yi Yu took a deep breath and walked towards Huang Mao alone. Shi Wenbin, of course, knew his own skills and knew that following Yi Yu to fight with Dragon Brother and his group would only be a burden. Moreover, Shi Wenbin had an important task, which was to stay here and protect Yi Hao. So Shi Wenbin chose not to go in with Yi Yu. After Huang Mao led Yi Yu into a room further inside, one of the henchmen glanced at Shi Wenbin. Hey, doctor, why are you still here? Shi Wenbin had already prepared an excuse and pretended to be annoyed as he stomped his foot. That person hasn't paid yet. Maybe I should stay here and wait for him to come back. I'm worried that if I leave and ask him for money later, he won't acknowledge it. Here to find him, at least you can be a witness, not afraid of him reneging. It's not easy to make money these days. Alright. The little brother didn't think much, just nodded, agreeing to wait for Yi Yu here with Shi Wenbin. Yi Yu followed Huang Mao into the innermost room and immediately saw Dragon Brother. At this time, Dragon Brother had his left arm around a young woman dressed provocatively, his right hand holding a thin and short cigarette. There were also several men in suits standing in the room, obviously Dragon Brother's trusted subordinates. Dragon Brother, Yi Yu is here. Huang Mao respectfully nodded towards Dragon Brother. Who? Dragon Brother took a deep drag of his cigarette, then slowly blew out a few smoke rings, his face filled with a contented expression, his gaze at Yi Yu somewhat disdainful. Kid, I know why you're here. I can tell you clearly, as long as you continue to fight in my underground fighting arena, I can guarantee your father's safety. I can even pay you a certain reward, 500 yuan per match. How about it? Are you satisfied now? Yi Yu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, instantly understanding the implied meaning behind Dragon Brother's words. If he fought in the underground arena for Dragon Brother, then Yi Hao would be safe. If he didn't fight for Dragon Brother, it would be hard to say whether Yi Hao would live or die. After all, people in this underground world were capable of killing and arson. As for the 500 yuan reward per match, Yi Yu felt like cursing after hearing it. 500 yuan? Is this supposed to be charity? Even a capitalist would shed tears at how much Dragon Brother was squeezing him. Although Yi Yu had already planned to get rid of Dragon Brother on this trip, once he really took action, killing Dragon Brother alone wouldn't solve the problem. The entire Qinglong gang would be thrown into chaos. Yi Yu couldn't guarantee that he could really go through with such a ruthless act, killing countless loyal followers of Dragon Brother. Yi Yu still held a glimmer of hope for Dragon Brother, hoping that this matter could be resolved peacefully through negotiation and achieve a satisfactory result for both sides. Dragon Brother, I really am just an ordinary person. I just want to live a normal, peaceful life. Whether you say I lack ambition or don't strive for progress, I really don't want to get involved in your underground world. I hope you can spare me and my father. Whether it's negotiating with you or begging you, I'm willing to do it. I just hope you can spare us, father and son. Ha ha ha. Dragon Brother laughed as if he had heard a huge joke, almost bending over from laughter. Dragon Brother forcefully pinched a certain indescribable part of the woman in his arms, his face showing an even stronger contemptuous expression. Kid, are you teaching me how to do things? Upon hearing Dragon Brother's words, several of Dragon Brother's subordinates in the room began to confront Yi Yu. Kid, Dragon Brother asked you to fight in the underground arena for our Qinglong gang because he thinks highly of you. Don't underestimate yourself. How many people kneel and beg Dragon Brother, but he doesn't even look at them? That's right. Don't refuse the toast and drink a forfeit. You should know that your father is still in our hands. If you make Dragon Brother unhappy, believe it or not, we'll chop off one of your father's fingers and send it to your house? Yi Yu clenched his fists tightly, still holding on to a glimmer of hope for peaceful negotiation. Dragon Brother, you're a big person, spare the two of us, father and son. You have great power, extensive connections, and countless heroes and brave men under your command. Why bother making things difficult for an ordinary person like me? If this gets out, won't it be a joke for other big shots in the underground world? Dragon Brother saw Yi Yu tightly clenching his fists and couldn't help but sneer. Who would give up a money tree? If you don't want to fight in the underground arena for me, that's fine, just compensate me for my losses. Since you seem like an honest person, I'll give you a discount on the losses. Let's make it an even number, 5 million per month. How about that? 5 million? Why don't you go rob? Yi Yu couldn't help it anymore, his emotions were on the verge of rage. Hey, that's right. Robbing. But it's much easier than robbing. Ha ha ha. Longu threw the cigarette but in his hand at Yi Yu's feet. Look at your posture, huh? Still want to fight? I admit that you are indeed skilled, but do you plan to take on the entire Qinglong gang alone with your bare hands? Can you bear the consequences of angering me? Damn it, I see that you, kid, are really pushing it, huh? Longu is speaking nicely to you, and you're still being disrespectful, huh? If it weren't for you being somewhat useful, I would have someone break your legs right now. Longu, this poor guy from a poor place doesn't understand manners. Don't bother with him, it's not worth getting angry. Huang Mao grinned at Longu, then stared fiercely at Yi Yu. What do we do with a lazy animal that refuses to work? Just beat him up, right? Kid, tonight don't blame me, consider it a small lesson in manners for you. Huang Mao completely forgot about Yi Yu's terrifying skills, seemingly confident that Yi Yu wouldn't dare to fight back. In order to please Longu, he even took big steps towards Yi Yu. From a distance, Huang Mao raised his right palm, wanting to slap Yi Yu's face hard, just like he had provocatively slapped Yi Yu's face not long ago. But this time, Yi Yu's last trace of illusion about Longu had already been shattered, and he would no longer indulge these people from the Qinglong gang. Huang Mao walked up to Yi Yu and slapped him on the left side of his face. Huang Mao's speed was incredibly slow for Yi Yu. Yi Yu raised his left hand and effortlessly grabbed Huang Mao's right wrist in midair. Ouch, damn it, you dare to fight back? You little bastard, you're tired of living, huh? Huang Mao was both shocked and angry, repeatedly trying to pull his right hand out of Yi Yu's grip. But Huang Mao clearly overestimated his own strength and underestimated Yi Yu's strength. All of Huang Mao's efforts were in vain. Long Ji's other subordinates were not worried at all, and even looked at Yi Yu with a mocking expression. Kid, dare to fight back and see what happens. I'll break both your legs. Kid, I advise you to let go of your hand immediately. While Long Gu is still not angry, quickly kneel down and beg for his forgiveness. Even the woman in Long Ji's arms was laughing as she looked at Yi Yu. Long Gu, how come now even losers dare to defy you? If this gets out, you'll lose face and status in the underground world. Hearing the woman's words, Long Gu frowned, a hint of anger appearing on his face. Kid, I advise you to consider the consequences before you act. I understand that young people are hot-blooded, but before you get hot-blooded, you should think about whether you have the capital to be hot-blooded. Do you think you can take on the entire Qinglong gang alone? I'll count to 3, quickly let go, then kneel down and beg for my forgiveness, otherwise tonight both you and your father will pay the price for your impulsiveness. Had ha. Yi Yu coldly smiled, a strong killing intent bursting out of his eyes. 3. Long Gu had just started counting, but Yi Yu had already started to act. Crack, with a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking, Yi Yu exerted force with his left hand, easily crushing Huang Mao's right wrist with just one hand. Ah! 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 In extreme pain, Huang Mao let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, and his legs almost gave way, nearly kneeling down. Yi Yu mercilessly kicked Huang Mao in the chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, directly onto the coffee table in front of Long Gu, his life hanging by a thread. Good kid! Are you planning to turn against us? You're looking for death. Everyone, attack him, take care of this ignorant bastard. Brothers outside, come in quickly. Kill this son of a bitch. Kill him. Avenge Huang Mao. Everyone, attack together. Get him. With shouts of killing, several big men in the room raised their fists and rushed towards Yi Yu. Humph. You brought this upon yourselves, don't blame me. Yi Yu no longer showed mercy. He lifted his right foot and kicked a big man who was charging towards him in the face, causing the man to immediately fall to the ground with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Taking advantage of the situation, Yi Yu then actively charged towards 4 other big men. Although these 4 big men were skilled in the underground world and had no problem bullying ordinary people, they were completely outmatched against someone like Yi Yu. With just one exchange, all 4 big men were knocked down by Yi Yu with a single punch, their lives hanging in the balance. Bastard, dare to lay a hand on Dragon Brother, kill him. More than 10 underlings outside the room shouted and rushed into the room. Yi Yu glanced at Dragon Brother, then turned around and kicked 3 big men who were charging towards him, causing them to fall to the ground. The remaining big men had never seen such exaggerated strength before. With just one kick, 3 of them were instantly killed. In the moment of hesitation, Dragon Brother, who was already frightened, pointed at Yi Yu tremblingly. Attack him. Whoever can kill this bastard, I'll give him 5 million. There will always be brave men under heavy rewards. The remaining big men, stimulated by the promise of money, once again charged towards Yi Yu. Humph. Money over life? Even with 5 million, you still need to have the life to spend it. Yi Yu delivered several consecutive kicks, and all these envious big men fell to the ground without exception. After dealing with Dragon Brother's underlings, Yi Yu stared at Dragon Brother, step by step approaching him. At this moment, Dragon Brother was almost scared out of his wits, quickly kneeling on the ground and begging Yi Yu to spare his life. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was blind and offended you. Really, you may not believe it, but Xia people don't deceive Xia people. Actually, I never intended to exploit you from the beginning. It was those bastards who misled me. There's a cause for every effect. Ah, they're dead. It's better that they're dead. After Dragon Brother finished speaking, he nervously took out a bank card from his pocket and held it high above his head. Big brother, this is my savings. There's 10 million in it. I can still get more money. As long as you spare me, I'll give it all to you. Consider it. Consider it as compensation. Compensation. Too late. Yi Yu's furious roar erupted. Too late. You didn't have to spend a penny before. As long as you didn't bother us father and son, there would be no problem. Why? Why did you have to force me to kill you? Do you think I want to kill? Now that the feud has been established, if I spare you tonight, will you spare me? We're not children. Don't think of me as so naive. Yi Yu's words mercilessly extinguished the last trace of hope in Dragon Brother's heart, just as Dragon Brother had shattered the last trace of illusion in Yi Yu's heart before. Seeing that softening wouldn't work, Dragon Brother's eyes turned cold, and he pulled out a small wooden dagger from his pocket, howling as he charged towards Yi Yu. You little bastard! You're asking for death. I'll fight you. Do you have the ability to fight against me, Yi Yu? Yi Yu effortlessly snatched the wooden dagger from Dragon Brother's hand, and then, in Dragon Brother's terrified eyes, he broke the wooden dagger into 2 pieces with his bare hands. It was only at this moment that Dragon Brother came to his senses. He had provoked the person he least should have provoked tonight. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, all resistance was so futile. Dragon Brother had already gained a sense of his own fate, and stood dumbfounded in place, giving up on resistance. Meanwhile, outside, a young man heard the shouts of killing and cries for help in the distance, and quickly led a dozen big men towards the room where Dragon Brother was. Passing through the glass room where Yi Hao was detained, the young man immediately commanded his 2 subordinates. "You two, grab this guy and take him to Dragon's room. Remember, bring him along. The rest of you, come with me." "Yes." Once the young man and his group left, the 2 lackeys quickly pulled out wooden daggers from their pockets and approached the door of the glass room with fierce expressions. "Hey, doctor, we have some private matters to attend to here. Leave quickly. We don't care if you've received the money or not, just leave now. If you don't leave, we won't be polite." Alright. Sure Wenbin nodded and quickly walked past the 2 lackeys. The 2 lackeys were about to open the door when they suddenly remembered something. "Hey, doctor, the door isn't over there." A smile appeared on Sure Wenbin's lips as he also pulled out a wooden dagger from his pocket and forcefully stabbed one of the lackeys in the back. The other lackey hadn't reacted yet and was also stabbed by Sure Wenbin, falling to the ground. At this point, Yi Hao's safety was guaranteed. Boss! Soon, the young man rushed into Dragon's room with his men. "Dang Hao! Save me!" Dragon was overjoyed when he saw reinforcements, completely forgetting that so many people in the room had been easily dealt with by Yi Yu earlier. Dang Hao, clearly not a foolish person, immediately noticed the bodies and blood on the floor. Dang Hao looked at the people lying on the ground, most of whom he knew, which proved that Yi Yu had done all of this alone. Dang Hao looked up at Yi Yu in astonishment. "Did you do all of this?" Yi Yu, like an emotionless killing machine, coldly stared at Dang Hao. "So what if I did? If you dare, come at me together." Dragon couldn't help but shout, "Dang Hao, what are you waiting for? Attack! Kill this little bastard." Dang Hao deeply looked at Yi Yu and raised his hand to stop the lackeys behind him from rushing forward. Dang Hao wasn't stupid. In such a short period of time, Yi Yu had single-handedly killed 20 or so people in the room. What difference would it make if he rushed in with his 10 or so men? Although loyalty and righteousness were valued in the underworld, loyalty and righteousness didn't mean throwing one's life away. And Dang Hao clearly had his own thoughts. If Dragon was killed by Yi Yu and more than half of the high-ranking members of the Qinglong gang were wiped out in the room, wouldn't he have the chance to take over as the boss of the Qinglong gang? Yi Hao was still in his hands. As long as he spared Yi Hao, Yi Yu wouldn't necessarily go all out against him. Thinking of this, Dang Hao looked at Yi Yu with deep meaning. "Kid, do you want to kill Dragon? Have you thought about the consequences of killing Dragon? Are you clear about it?" Poof. Yi Yu slowly turned around and, under Dang Hao's gaze, grabbed Dragon's neck with his right hand. "Dang Hao, save me! Save me!" Due to suffocation, Dragon's face turned liver-colored, and his hands continuously slapped Yi Yu's right hand, looking at Dang Hao with a pleading expression. Dang Hao understood Yi Yu's intention. He wanted to kill Dragon, with no room for negotiation. Faced with Dragon's plea, Dang Hao just smiled lightly. "Oh, why can't I suddenly see anything? Who turned off the lights?" "How shall?" The lights in the room were clearly on. One of Dang Hao's lackeys behind him looked at Dang Hao with a puzzled expression. Dang Hao's eyes turned cold as he stared at the lackey behind him. "Are you sure the lights were on?" "Oh." The lackey finally understood Dang Hao's meaning and quickly pretended to reach out his hands in the air. "Oh. It's true. Why are the lights turned off? I can't see anything. Boss, where are you?" Long Gu saw this scene and, if it weren't for Yi Yu holding his neck, he really wanted to rush up and kill all these people. Seeing Dang Hao's reaction, Yi Yu also understood Dang Hao's meaning and exerted force with his right hand. With a crisp sound, Long Ji's neck was unexpectedly twisted. Long Ji's head tilted to the side, and he stopped breathing. Dang Hao, seeing this scene, couldn't help but admire and fear Yi Yu's fierceness, and at the same time, he was extremely grateful for the important decision he had just made to save himself and his little brothers. "Ah!" The woman in the room couldn't help but scream at this scene, then covered her mouth and trembled on the sofa, too scared to speak. Dang Hao glanced at Yi Yu and went straight to the point. "Brother, your skills are truly impressive. Every debt has its debtor, and Long Gu has been killed by you. How about this, you take your father and leave, and we'll pretend nothing happened. In the future, we won't interfere with each other. What do you think?" "No." Yi Yu ruthlessly shook his head and refused. "Ha?" Dang Hao's face darkened. "Do you still want to exterminate us? I'm different from Long Gu. I'm a trustworthy person. I can guarantee that you and your father can leave now, and we won't stop you. Leave room for reconciliation, we can meet again in the future. Why go to such extremes? Besides, you've killed so many people, you need someone to help you clean up the aftermath, otherwise, if the police catch you, you're done for. Yi Yu leisurely sat on the sofa, and the woman who was scared out of her wits quickly knelt down and handed a cigarette to Yi Yu, then lit it. Who? Yi Yu took a puff of the cigarette, then went straight to the point with Deng Hao. You're a smart person, unlike those brainless people. I'll be honest with you too. Right now, I'm not only seeking revenge, but also aiming to control the Qinglong gang. I want the entire Qinglong gang to listen to me in the future. What? Deng Hao was shocked, never expecting Yi Yu to have such great ambition. Don't try to use my father to threaten me. The person I brought is not a doctor, he's my man. You guys are overthinking if you think my father is in your hands. So you had a plan all along. Deng Hao suddenly realized. What do you say? Will you submit to me or fight to the end? After hesitating for a moment, Deng Hao quickly knelt down in front of Yi Yu. Deng Hao's followers behind him saw the scene and also knelt down one after another. Deng Hao looked up at Yi Yu with a serious expression and made his choice. Your skills are so terrifying, no one in the underground world of Yunhe City can match you. It can be foreseen that the entire underground world of Yunhe City will be under your control. A wise man knows the times, following a leader like you is much more promising than going solo. I hope you can promise me one thing, that is, you won't exclude me. Of course. Yi Yu nodded. The friend I brought, Shi Wenbin, will be the new leader of the Qinglong gang in the future, and you will be the second in command. If there's anything, you two can discuss and decide, and if you can't reach a consensus, then come to me. Or if there's any difficult problem that can't be solved, you can also come to me. I will help you handle it. Okay. Deng Hao nodded in satisfaction and stood up with his followers. Boss. I. The woman stood up tremblingly. You can leave. Yi Yu waved his hand at the woman, not wanting to waste time with a little girl. Thank you, boss. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and then walked out of the room tremblingly. Deng Hao nodded at one of his followers behind him. The follower immediately understood, took out a wooden dagger, and followed the woman out. Deng Hao smiled and explained to Yi Yu, Boss, this woman has seen too much, we can't keep her. Yi Yu was slightly startled. Deng Hao was indeed a ruthless person. It makes sense, how can one survive in the cruel underground world without being ruthless? Yi Yu shook his head. Forget it, she's just a little girl, she can't cause any trouble. Alright. Deng Hao shook his head helplessly and signaled to his men behind him to call the previous one. Boss, how should we address you? I'm Yi Yu. Alright. Yi Gu. Deng Hao readily agreed. Huang Mao mentioned that your father needs hundreds of thousands of medical expenses, so, after stabilizing the Qinglong gang with Shi Wenbin in about a day or two, we'll send your father to the hospital. Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. Thank you very much. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. In the headquarters of the Sakura Company, Daisho Maru lay on the bed receiving treatment from a doctor, groaning in pain. Damn it! Shijiro Koizumi in the room couldn't help but furrow his brow. I thought Daisho-kun could handle that kid. I didn't expect Daisho-kun and his Daikekiku to be no match for that kid. Koizumi-kun. Daisho Maru clenched his teeth in anger. That kid is not an ordinary person at all. I suspect he's a martial artist. If you had told me earlier that he was a martial artist, I wouldn't have died in vain. Well, Shujiro Koizumi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Daisho-kun, it's not that I intentionally hit it, but I didn't know either. I just thought that kid had a bit more strength and speed. I never imagined he was a martial artist. Since I left the country of Toyo so many years ago, I have never suffered such a loss. I must avenge this grudge. Ah, hiss. Be gentle, it hurts. Shujiro Koizumi fell silent. Even Daisho Maru, who had the strongest strength and best record by his side, was no match for Yi Yu. Who else could be a match for Yi Yu? Shujiro Koizumi couldn't help but sigh. Is there really no one who can deal with this guy? Don't be discouraged. Ah, Koizumi-kun. Ah, I have a way to deal with. Ah, him. Daisho Maru was initially dejected, feeling helpless against Yi Yu, but suddenly remembered something, and a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. Oh, hearing Daisho Maru's words, Shujiro Koizumi's eyes lit up. Yo, Daisho-kun, tell me, what's the plan to deal with this guy? 2 days later, the martial arts family, the Miyamoto family of the country of Toyo. Ah, we'll send Miss Miyamoto Yumi to Yunha City. The military and I have been told that if there's anything I can't handle, I can ask her for help. Miss Miyamoto Yumi is a martial artist, and when the time comes, I will ask her to take action. As long as, Miss Miyamoto Yumi takes action, that kid is as good as dead. That's the spirit. Shujiro Koizumi excitedly laughed. with someone from the Miyamoto family taking action, that kid will have no place to bury himself. He. Daishomaru's face showed a hint of ferocity. That kid not only beat me like this, but also threw away my Daikikiku. He made it impossible for me to find my Daikikiku. I will definitely make him pay. I will definitely break several of his ribs and make soup out of them. He. Shijiro Koizumi also laughed deeply. I will cut off that kid's manhood and soak it in alcohol. Daishomaru was slightly taken aback, never expecting Shijiro Koizumi to have such a twisted taste. Shijiro Koizumi laughed deeply and explained, Daishokuin, you don't know, this tonic can enhance virility. I've been in Xia country for so many years, my body is already worn out, I need a good supplement. Ha ha ha. After listening to Xiao Chuanlong's words, Daishiang Maru briefly forgot about the physical pain and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Quanlong seemed to see the scene he had imagined and couldn't help but laugh wildly. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the headquarters of the Sakura Company. Buzz when Yi Yu parked the car, Yi Hao got out of the car. Dad! Yi Yu quickly got out of the car. Are you really not moving in with me? He. After experiencing these series of events, Yi Hao seemed to have gained a lot of insight. Yi Hao just smiled and gently touched Yi Yu's head. Son, Dad will never gamble again. I wanted you to hate me, but I didn't expect to put you in danger. Dad apologizes to you. Dad! Yi Yu looked at Yi Hao in a daze. Dad's illness, let it be. Did the Qinglong gang make a lot of demands on you in order to compensate Dad? No. The Qinglong gang said they would pay for your medical expenses to make up for it. Yi Yu didn't tell Yi Hao the truth because he was worried that Yi Hao would oppose him taking over the Qinglong gang. Yi Yu only explained that his few underground fights had brought substantial profits to the Qinglong gang, and he decided to become the nominal guardian of the Qinglong gang. He would only intervene when there were troublesome opponents in the underground fighting arena of the Qinglong gang, and after one intervention, both sides would settle the matter. At the same time, the Qinglong gang promised to compensate Yi Hao by paying for his medical expenses until he recovered. This could be considered a well-intentioned lie from Yi Yu. Yi Hao just smiled and shook his head. Alright, since you have reached a consensus, there's no point in regretting it. You're also an adult now, you should bear the consequences of every decision you make. Then, are you really not moving in with me? I can take care of you. No. Yi Hao shook his head again with a smile. When you earn enough money to buy a house with your own abilities, Dad will move in with you. After all, you live in a house provided by your company. If Dad moves in, your boss might have objections, which would affect your career, right? Yi Yu was slightly stunned and didn't think that Qin Ruyan would mind if Yi Hao also moved in. Moreover, Qin Ruyan had made it clear from the beginning that as long as he was in office, it was fine for him to bring in a few people to live there. But considering whether he would continue to stay in Yida Company in the future, Yi Yu no longer persuaded Yi Hao. What if he decided to leave Yida and venture out on his own in a few days? After all, his monthly salary of tens of thousands of yuan could barely sustain his basic needs. Once he left Yida Company, wouldn't Yi Hao have to move out again? That would be troubling his dad. Alright, go back. Work hard. Yida Company is one of the top construction and real estate companies in our country. As long as the boss appreciates you, your future will be limitless. Focus on your career. Dad can still move and take care of himself, and he can also earn money to support himself. You don't need to send money to Dad every month. Keep it as funds for getting married and starting your own business in the future. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Alright, Dad is going back. You should go back too. Drive safely on the way. Okay. Yi Yu watched Yi Hao's slightly hunched figure and nodded heavily. Dad, don't worry. This world is no longer the same as before. In this new world, I will definitely achieve something. I will definitely make you live a comfortable life. President Qin, good morning. Early in the morning, Yi Yu had already driven to Qin Ruyan's house and was waiting outside. Good morning. Qin Ruyan looked slightly surprised as she glanced at Yi Yu. A few days ago, Yi Yu was relatively silent, and the two of them had almost no verbal communication in the car. Today, he actually took the initiative to greet me. After Yi Yu started the car, it smoothly drove towards the headquarters of Yida Company. After hesitating for a few minutes, Yi Yu finally told Qin Ruyan the truth. General Qin, there's something I think I need to tell you, but I'm worried that if I say it, you will misunderstand it as a personal matter and accuse me of slandering my colleagues. Qin Ruyan, who was dealing with things on her tablet, heard Yi Yu's words and first felt puzzled, then put away her tablet. You, who are you? After a few days of getting along, I already have a general understanding. I'm not a fool, I won't casually make baseless guesses. Alright, then I'll tell you. Yi Yu nodded and continued. Last night, a special agent from a foreign country attacked me, or rather, tried to assassinate me. What? Shin Ruyan couldn't help but get angry. Sent by Sakura Company? That bastard Xiao Quanliang. He's so despicable. I thought he would only use such despicable means against me, but I didn't expect him to spare you too. Are you okay? I'll take people to Sakura Company headquarters later. If Xiao Quanliang doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will not be over. Thank you for your concern, General Qin. I'm fine. Yi Yu was moved by Qin Ruyan's protection. General Qin, don't get too excited. Let's not rush to settle the score with Sakura Company. After I knocked down that foreign agent, I interrogated him about some things. I heard something shocking from his mouth. What is it? Qin Ruyan looked at Yi Yu with suspicion. Before, didn't our Yida Company fail to win several bids against Sakura Company? There have been such things. Qin Ruyan vaguely guessed what Yi Yu wanted to say and no longer concealed it. Several times in the bidding, their prices were slightly lower than ours. I always suspected that there was a mole in our company, but I couldn't find out who it was. This mole is the head of the security department, Shin Jingbing. What? It's him? Qin Ruyan looked at Yi Yu in disbelief. Are you sure? Although his personality is difficult to get along with, he has been a capable assistant to me for so many years. I can't be completely sure it's him. It was the foreign agent who told me. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that he was lying. But we still need to be cautious, right? So I wanted to inform you in advance before saying anything. Qin Ruyan nodded thoughtfully. If he really betrayed the company, it's probably for money. As long as I have someone check his financial situation, we'll know. If it's really him, I will personally send him to prison. General Qin, don't rush. Yi Yu couldn't help but smile. We'll know if we give it a try, right? If it's really him, we can use him to make trouble for Sakura Company. What do you mean? Captain Shen. General Qin said the lights in her office aren't working. She wants you to send someone to fix it. Approaching lunchtime, an employee of Yida Company gently knocked on the office door that Shin Jingbing was in. Shin Jingbing was slightly startled at first, then a smile that was hard to hide appeared on his face. All right, I'll arrange it right away. As soon as possible. Okay. Shin Jingbing made a gesture to his colleague. Captain Shin, how about letting Xiao Chang go and take a look? If it's broken, replace it with a new one for General Qin as soon as possible. There was another colleague from the security department in Shin Jingbing's office. After listening, Shin Jingbing immediately looked displeased at his colleague. That's General Qin's office. Can we be careless? Although Xiao Chang is good at this, he's clumsy in his work. If he accidentally knocks over something in General Qin's office, who will be responsible? Are you responsible or am I responsible? Well. After hearing Shin Jingbing's words, his colleague was startled and dared not speak. Alright, I'll personally go and check. Shinzong's matter, I'd feel more at ease handling it myself. If something unjust happens, it would be useless even if I cry. Alright then. Thank you for your hard work, Chief Shin. You go and attend to your own tasks. Check if all the security guards on duty are at their posts. Although the company has never had any security issues, safety is paramount. We can't be careless and must prevent problems before they arise. Understood, Chief Shin. I'll go now. Good. After his colleague left, Shin Jingbing didn't immediately go to Qin Ruyan's office. Instead, he stared at the clock hanging on the wall. It's almost 12 o'clock. What if she's in her office? I'll have to wait until around 12:10 when she goes to eat, then her office will be empty. Shin Jingbing couldn't help but smile smugly and started lying on the chair, waiting for the time to pass. Not long after, there was a commotion outside the office, but it quickly died down within a few minutes. Shin Jingbing understood that his colleagues had gone to have lunch, and it was now the perfect time for him to act. Shin Jingbing held a small light bulb that he had prepared in advance and confidently walked towards Qin Ruyan's office on the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Zong, are you there? It's Shin Jingbing. I've come to check the lights in your office. Shin Jingbing hid the light bulb in a corner, then knocked on Qin Ruyan's office door, but there was no response from inside. Qin Zong, are you there? If you're not, I'll come in, okay? Shin Jingbing carefully confirmed whether Qin Ruyan was in her office or not, and only when he was certain that she wasn't, did he breathe a sigh of relief. He took off the hidden light bulb and stealthily entered Qin Ruyan's office. Shin Jingbing was playing all his tricks. He had hidden the light bulb from the beginning, so if Qin Ruyan was still in her office, he could pretend to check the lights and then tell her that the bulb was broken and needed to be replaced. Then, using the excuse of not having a light bulb, he would leave Qin Ruyan's office. When Qin Ruyan left the company for lunch, he would enter her office again. This way, even if Qin Ruyan saw him, he would have a reasonable excuse. After closing the office door, Shin Jingbing looked around the room and couldn't help but smile smugly. I'm such a genius. Even if I suspect there's a mole in the company, so what? Who would suspect me? He he. After entering, Shin Jingbing didn't immediately check the light bulb. Instead, he took out his phone and skillfully reached for a drawer. Late at night, at the headquarters of Sakura Company, Koizumi Ichiro smiled and handed a check to Shin Jingbing. Shin-kun, this is a 5 million yen check, just like before. Let's continue our cooperation happily. Shin Jingbing excitedly took the check and carefully examined it to make sure it was a valid one before quickly putting it in his pocket. Shin-kun, I've given you the money, what about the photos? Koizumi Ichiro looked at Shin Jingbing with a smile. Here you go. Shin Jingbing handed a small phone to Koizumi Ichiro. All the photos you wanted are in there. I took pictures of every page of the bidding plan. The bidding conference is the day after tomorrow, and it's impossible for Qin Ruyan to make any changes now. This should be the final version. But, as I've said before, it's difficult to guarantee that Qin Ruyan won't make last-minute modifications to Yida Corporation's bid. He. Koizumi Ichiro took the phone and looked at the photos inside, nodding with a smile. Very good. Shin-kun, well done. You don't have to worry about whether Qin Ruyan will change the bid at the last minute. We are prepared for that. After all, we've never failed before, right? All right. Shin Jingbing no longer asked, just nodded. Also, Shin-jun, in the future, when we make deals, you can call me directly. I will send someone to find you. It's a bit too brazen for you to come to our company headquarters in person. He. Shin Jingbing smiled dismissively. Don't worry, Mr. Xiaoquan, I know what I'm doing. Xiaoquan Ilan nodded and didn't say anything more. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Okay. You, see Shin-jun off. Hey. Shin Jingbing turned and left Xiaoquan Ilan's office, lightly covering the check in his pocket, his face filled with a triumphant expression. The first face that came to Shin Jingbing's mind after receiving the money was Lin Yun. Shin Jingbing couldn't help but sneer. Oof. That little bitch. She actually set her sights on that brute. She looks down on me, someone with money. One day, I'll make you kneel and serve me between my legs. And then, when I'm done playing with you, I'll heartlessly kick you away. Just wait and see. Watching Shin Jingbing's departing figure, De Xiangwan, lying motionless on the bed, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't it either Shin Jingbing or Yi Yu who had already asked about the mole and Yida Corporation from his own mouth? How did Shin Jingbing easily steal Yida Corporation's bidding plan as usual? Vaguely, De Xiangwan felt that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Of course, De Xiangwan would definitely not tell Xiaoquan Ilan that he had already told Yi Yu that the mole was Shin Jingbing. If he were to tell Xiaoquan Ilan about this, aside from whether Xiaoquan Ilan would spare him in his anger, the key point was that even if he were spared, he would have no face to return to Dongyang country. De Xiangwan decided to keep this matter to himself. In any case, whether Xiaoquan Ilan's bidding this time was successful or not had nothing to do with him. If Xiaoquan Ilan's bidding was successful, he wouldn't get a single extra penny, and if it failed, he wouldn't be blamed. Perhaps he could wait for Yumi Mamiya to come to Yuna's city and solve Yi Yu, then this matter would die without evidence. De Xiangjuan, what are you thinking about? Xiaoquan Ilan saw De Xiangwan lost in thought and couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. De Xiangwan shook his head, I was thinking, besides Yi Yu, who else do I have a grudge against that I can hand over to Miss Yumi Mamiya to deal with? He. Xiaoquan Ilan couldn't help but smile. When Miss Yumi Mamiya comes, many things will become easier. By then, not only will we take care of Yi Yu, who has ruined my plans multiple times, but we will also deal with Qin Ruyan. Ha! De Xiangwan looked at Xiaoquan Ilan in surprise. Xiaoquan, you want to kill Qin Ruyan? It would be a pity to kill her. Xiaoquan Ilan's face was filled with a lewd smile. This woman, whether it's her appearance or figure, is a rare beauty. Such a beauty, of course, should be kept. I will keep her in a cage and make her my sex slave. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. De Xiangwan looked at the extremely perverted Xiaoquan Ilan, his face filled with an awkward smile. After returning home and taking a shower, Yi Yu couldn't help but stretch. Looking at the water stains in the bathroom, Yi Yu soon had a new doubt. Since the physical condition of people in this world has deteriorated so much, what do they do when they take a shower? Could it be that someone would be washed to death by the water while showering? It seems he has a chance to study how others take showers. Thinking of this, Yi Yu couldn't help but pat his forehead. Damn, how did he come up with such a perverted thought? People say that desire is empty, but you seem to have time for desire whenever you want. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Just as Yi Yu was about to go to bed, his phone suddenly rang. Who would be calling at this late hour? Yi Yu couldn't help but wonder, then got up and picked up the phone. It was Deng Hao calling. Hello? Hao, what's up? Brother Yi. Something big has happened. That woman from last time, I don't know what got into her, but she actually went to the police and said that there have been many murders in our Qinglong gang, that someone has killed a lot of people. What? Yi Yu couldn't help but be shocked and frustrated. If he had known that this woman was so trouble, he wouldn't have let her go back then. It seems that in the future, he can't be soft-hearted when doing things. Wen Bin is now the nominal leader of the Qinglong gang and has been taken in for questioning. Brother Yi, I swear, I have nothing to do with this. I wouldn't be stupid enough to instruct that crazy woman to do such a thing. If the Qinglong gang is taken down, I won't have a good ending either. I've tried to get help from many people, but I couldn't get Wen Bin out. I had to call you in the middle of the night. Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. He was just a small employee. What connections does he have to get Wen Bin out? However, soon a person's figure appeared in Yi Yu's mind. Long Qingxian. Long Qingxian should be a person with extraordinary background. If he asked for Long Qingxuan's help, this matter should be resolved. I understand. Ahao, I will handle this matter. Okay. Brother Yi. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yu quickly called Long Qingxian. Hello? Handsome Yi, it's so late. What's the matter? Long Qingxuan's pleasant voice came through the phone. Miss Long, I would like to ask for your help. Wen Bin, the current leader of the Qinglong gang, has been taken to the police station for interrogation. I want you to help me get him out. Long Qingxian didn't hesitate at all. Sure. Let's meet tomorrow, shall we? Okay. When are you available? Although Yi Yu guessed that Long Qingxian had the ability to help him, her willingness to help still surprised him a bit. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. Table 25 at Ruweixing Cafe near the headquarters of Yida Company. Is that okay? Okay. Alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The next day, after Yi Yu went to work, he started waiting for the time to meet Long Qingxian. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Yu received a call from his father, Yi Hao. Hello? Dad, what's up? Son, last night you said you broke up with Wen, and after thinking about it, Dad is sure that it's Wen's loss. Ha? So what? Yi Yu had a vague feeling of unease. Yi Hao wouldn't call for such a trivial matter out of the blue. Sure enough, Yi Hao changed the subject. So, Dad talked to your Aunt Wu, and it turns out that Aunt Wu's daughter is also single, around your age, and coincidentally, she also works at a company near the headquarters of Yida Company. Dad and Aunt Wu discussed it. Why don't you two meet today? The time and place have already been set. It's at a cafe called Ruweixing near your company, table 24, at 9:30. Don't be late. What? Blind date? Yi Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Not. Dad. Let's not talk about whether I'm willing to go on a blind date or not. The key is, I'm at work. Suddenly asking me to go on a blind date, I can't leave. Don't give me that. You said it yourself last night, you have a lot of freedom at work. You can leave anytime as long as you accompany your boss on outings. Yi Yu forced a bitter smile, wishing to slap himself. Why can't he control his own mouth? I'll ask you one question, will you go or not? If you don't go, then Dad's illness won't be a bother and we won't have to worry about treating it. Go. I'll go, alright? Yi Yu was instantly defeated and reluctantly surrendered. That's good. Remember, 9:30, Ruweixing Cafe, table 24. Got it. Yi Yu reluctantly hung up the phone, then suddenly realized something. Wait, Ruweixing Cafe? Damn, isn't that the place I agreed to meet with Long Qingxian? Not only is the location the same, even the table number is adjacent. The only difference is the time. Long Qingxian shouldn't arrive so early, right? What if she sees me on a blind date? That would be so awkward. Yi Yu couldn't help but make up his mind to handle it casually before Long Qingxian arrived. Thinking of this, Yi Yu quickly sent a WeChat message to Lin Yun to say hello, then headed straight to Ruweixing Cafe. When Yi Yu arrived at Ruweixing Cafe, it was already 9:20. Yi Yu glanced inside the cafe and saw a woman of similar age sitting at table 24. If nothing unexpected happened, she should be the blind date partner he had heard about. Yi Yu took a deep breath and tried to appear friendly as he walked over. Hello, miss, are you Aunt Wu's? The woman looked up at Yi Yu and nodded lightly. Yes, you must be the useless son of Uncle Yi, right? Yi Yu couldn't help but freeze. This woman is really something. Her emotional intelligence is already at its limit, and she starts off with such a rude remark. The woman seemed to realize that her words were impolite and smiled gently. Sorry, I'm always straightforward. It's okay, being straightforward is good. Yi Yu smiled awkwardly and sat across from the woman. I ordered a latte for you. Thank you. Yi Yu glanced at the small latte in front of him, which was more like a bottle cap than a cup. Your name is Yi Yu, right? I'm Shi Jinxiang. Yi Yu was about to take a sip of coffee when he heard the other person's name and instantly lost his appetite. Shi Jinxiang? That's a name with flavor. But at this moment, something that made Yi Yu lose his appetite even more happened. A young and beautiful woman walked into the cafe and sat directly at table 25. Obviously, the woman was Long Qingxian. Yi Yu was dumbfounded. How could it be just past 9:20 and Long Qingxian already arrived? It's like she's afraid of something. Yi Yu originally wanted to slightly turn his body to avoid Long Qingxian, but as soon as Long Qingxian entered, she immediately spotted Yi Yu, making his attempt to hide futile. What made Yi Yu slightly relieved was that Long Qingxian smiled at him and didn't greet him, just quietly sitting at table 25 and ordering a cup of coffee. We all have limited time, so I'll just ask my questions directly. Shi Zhenxiang didn't notice the subtlety between Yi Yu and Long Qingxian and drank her coffee. Alright, that won't waste your time. I'll ask you the first question. How do you view the housing market? What? Sexual matters? Yi Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Is this girl so bold? Asking such a question in public, wouldn't she feel embarrassed? Ha! Shi Zhenxiang looked at Yi Yu with confusion. Seeing that Shi Zhenxiang didn't seem to be joking, Yi Yu hesitated for a moment before weakly giving his answer. Although I haven't had any practical experience, I should still know the basic positions. Of course, as for the more difficult positions, that's another story. Shi Zhenxiang was first confused, then her face changed drastically. Who asked you about sexual matters? I'm asking about the housing market. Real estate market. This. Yi Yu felt extremely embarrassed. Never mind, what are you thinking? Let's skip this question. Next one. Do you have a younger brother? Yi Yu was slightly taken aback. Yes. He's quite big. So, do you have a biologically younger brother? Yi Yu looked down in embarrassment and glanced at a certain indescribable part of himself. This is a bit difficult. I can't do it for now? What? Shi Zhenxiang was initially confused, but suddenly understood something. Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but get angry. Hey, Yi Yu. I sincerely asked you a few questions to understand some specific details about you. What do you mean? Are you intentionally causing trouble? Can this blind date continue or not? If it can't, then get lost. What kind of person are you? Seriously. It was only at this moment that Yi Yu realized that he had misunderstood Shi Zhenxiang's intentions. He thought Shi Zhenxiang wanted to indirectly understand certain aspects of his abilities through these two questions. He never expected that Shi Zhenxiang just wanted to roughly understand his financial situation through the housing market question and his family situation through whether he had a biological younger brother, to see if there would be any burden or a younger brother who would inherit the family property in the future. Put. Long Qingxian couldn't hold it in and sprayed the small sip of coffee in her mouth directly onto the table. Long Qingxian felt that if there weren't so many people around, she would have burst into exaggerated laughter while clutching her stomach. Yi Yu didn't want Shi Zhenxiang to go back and tell An Wu about his filthy thoughts. If it reached Yi Hao's ears, he would definitely not spare him. Yi Yu had to quickly apologize to Shi Zhenxiang. I'm sorry, Miss Shi, I was just joking with you. Since you dislike these jokes, let's pretend I didn't say anything just now. I promise there won't be any similar situations in our conversation from now on. Seeing Yi Yu's sincere apology, Shi Zhenxiang's expression eased slightly. Shi Zhenxiang stabilized her emotions and glanced at Yi Yu with dissatisfaction. I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted both sides to understand each other better. Since you couldn't grasp the deeper meaning in my questions, then I'll ask more directly. Okay. First, I'll ask, you work at Yida Company, right? How much is your monthly salary? I'm still in the internship period now, with a monthly salary of 80,000. After 1 month, I'll officially become a regular employee, and my salary should increase to over 100,000. Shi Zhenxiang nodded slightly. A monthly salary of 100,000, although a bit low, can still barely cover basic expenses. Yi Yu looked at Shi Zhenxiang in surprise. He didn't expect that Shi Zhenxiang was a successful person who hid her success. She even said that a monthly salary of 100,000 was a bit low. Shi Zhenxiang continued to ask, do you have a house? Yi Yu thought for a moment. The villa provided by the company probably didn't count, right? So Yi Yu shook his head. No. Do you have a car? Yi Yu shook his head again. No. How much savings do you have? Upon hearing this question from Shi Zhenxiang, a sense of frustration flashed across Yi Yu's face. He originally had 100,000 in savings, but due to the significant changes in this world, he had already spent tens of thousands of dollars on groceries and meat noodles during his last trip to the supermarket. Almost none. Yi Yu awkwardly shook his head again. Oh. Shi Zhenxiang smiled and looked at Yi Yu with increasingly contemptuous and disdainful eyes. Your conditions are a bit lacking. No wonder you need a blind date. If we were together, with a monthly salary of 100,000, it would barely cover my daily expenses, not to mention that you have no car, no house, and no savings. Do you have any questions for me? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Yu became even more curious about Shi Jinxiang's financial strength. May I ask, Miss Shi, how much is your annual income? My monthly salary is 3,000. Yi Yu couldn't help but be shocked. 3,000? Did you miss a zero? Since when did women with a monthly salary of 3,000 say that men with a monthly salary of 100,000 are a bit low and a bit lacking? Could it be that Shi Jinxiang owns countless properties? Shi Jinxiang noticed Yi Yu's strange expression and explained with a slight smile, I am a girl. Oh. Yi Yu nodded and continued curiously, Miss Shi, do you have a house? No. I currently live in the company dormitory. Ah. Yi Yu was shocked again. Shi Jinxiang seemed very indifferent, I am a girl. Oh. Yi Yu frowned slightly, then, do you have a car? No. Yi Yu began to doubt life. This woman, with these conditions, still says her conditions are poor? Where does she get the courage and confidence? If you were a great beauty, it would be understandable. But the key is this appearance. It's the kind that you can't find in a crowd. Shi Jinxiang remained calm, I am a girl. Hearing Shi Jinxiang repeat this sentence multiple times, Yi Yu felt that if he wasn't so familiar with Yi Hao and Aunt Wu, he would definitely start cursing. A girl. So what if you're a girl? Are you fucking made of gold or something? Shi Jinxiang seemed to not notice Yi Yu's strange expression and continued, nowadays, refined girls are in fashion. Your conditions are a bit lacking, but I can reluctantly accept it. However, if you want to be in a relationship with me, you have to agree to a few things. Yi Yu couldn't help but sneer, you go ahead and say. First, I need at least 5,000 yuan for cosmetics every month, and you have to bear this cost. After all, a woman's beauty is for her own sake. The more beautiful I dress up, the more face you will have. This is all for you. Second, my parents have raised me for so long, and I have a younger brother who is currently in high school. I need help to lighten my parents' burden. I need to give them at least 20,000 yuan every month. Consider it as helping me fulfill my filial duty and being grateful to my parents for raising me and entrusting me to you. Third, I have been looking at car exhibitions recently, and I have my eye on a luxury car worth 800,000 yuan. I have done some research and I can drive it away with a down payment of 50,000 yuan and a monthly installment of 12,000 yuan. You also need to pay for this. After all, if I drive a luxury car, you will also have face. When I'm not using it, you can borrow it to show off. Hee. Fourth, I don't have many personal interests or hobbies, but I do like designer bags. You must buy me a designer bag worth at least 10,000 yuan every month. Fifth, I, as a person, have a lot of insecurity. I don't want to rely on others and I don't want to live a turbulent life. If you want to marry me in the future, you must buy a house worth at least 1.5 million yuan, and it must be under my name. This way, even if you do something to betray me in the future, I won't have wasted my youth in vain. You should know that a girl's youth is priceless. Sixth, I have never been in good health since I was young, so you have to buy me precious supplements like ginseng, bird's nest, and deer antler every month. Seventh, my skin is not very good and needs care. I need to go to a beauty salon for maintenance regularly, and you have to bear this cost. After all, if my skin improves and becomes more beautiful, it will also give you face. Eighth, I am a bit lazy. I have never done any housework at home since I was young, so if we live together in the future, you have to take care of all the household chores. If you don't want to do it, you have to hire a maid. Ninth, I have a wide circle of friends, including several male best friends. You cannot interfere or inquire about my relationship with my male best friends. 10th, I like to relax and unwind at bars at night. You cannot interfere with my personal life. 11th, I'm afraid of pain, so if we get married in the future, I don't plan on having children. If you want, then adopt one. 12th, wait a minute. Hold on. Yi Yu interrupted the never-ending Shi Jinxiang with a black line on his face. No, this is already the 12th condition you mentioned, isn't it? Shi Jinxiang's face showed a hint of displeasure. I am a girl. Yi Yu couldn't help but get angry. Here we go again. He originally thought this person was just a little conceited, but now it seems that he was wrong. This person isn't just conceited, they're as big as an aircraft carrier. Shi Jinxiang noticed the anger and disdain on Yi Yu's face and couldn't help but get angry as well. Hey, Yi Yu, what do you mean? I, a helpless girl, marry into your family and seek a bit of security for my future. Is that too much to ask? You, a grown man, why are you so stingy? It serves you right to be single. Ha! Yi Yu forgot about Long Qingxuan's presence and couldn't help but sneer. Not too much. Not at all. With your looks, with your family background, I think only Mayun, Malwading, Wangsikong, and Luki Angdong in the entire Xia country are worthy of you. Follow me, suffer more, and lower your value. You loser, what do you mean? Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but get angry and stood up from her chair. Why? Just find a girlfriend in a coffee shop? With your plain and chubby appearance? With your short, poor, and ugly self? It's ridiculous. You think any woman would be interested in a loser like you? I would never be interested in someone like you even if I were single for the rest of my life. A supporter of little brothers. A believer in Puxin. A country girl. Disgusting. Even if I randomly find a woman in this coffee shop, she would be 100 times better than you. Yi Yu was also furious, his words full of contempt for Shi Zhenxiang. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Shi Zhenxiang laughed as if she had heard a great joke. Why? Just because? Just find a man in a coffee shop? With your fat and round body? With your short, poor, and ugly self? It's laughable. You try finding a man in a coffee shop, let alone being his girlfriend, he would probably slap you. Faced with Shi Zhenxiang's provocation, Yi Yu really had no confidence. Socializing was already his weak point, let alone approaching a stranger in a coffee shop. It was as if he was risking his life. Seeing that Yi Yu didn't respond, Shi Zhenxiang became even more excited and mocked him as much as she could. Why aren't you so lively now? Why are you scared? Ha! It's disgusting to have coffee with a loser like you. Damn it, I can't even eat dinner anymore. Losers aren't scary. What's scary is being a loser but not realizing it and thinking you're so great. Weren't you fierce just now? Go approach someone then. Shi Zhenxiang, am telling you, if you can really find a partner here, I'll roll out of this coffee shop today. Yi Yu shook his head, no longer wanting to get entangled with Shi Zhenxiang, and prepared to leave. It was at this moment, when Yi Yu stood up, that Long Qingxian suddenly got up and walked over. She gently hooked her right hand around Yi Yu's left arm and leaned half of her body against his chest. This handsome guy, you look pretty handsome too. Coincidentally, I don't have a boyfriend either. How about this, starting from today, you can be my boyfriend. What do you think? Ah. Yi Yu stared blankly at Long Qingxian, his body stiff and unable to move. Ha! Shi Zhenxiang frowned, looking at Long Qingxian with confusion. Who are you? Long Qingxian glanced at Shi Zhenxiang, a slight smirk on her lips. What's it to you? I am this handsome guy's new girlfriend now. Who do you think you are? Mind your own business and leave. After hearing Long Qingxian's words, Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but feel a burning pain on her face. However, Shi Zhenxiang wasn't stupid and quickly realized that Long Qingxian must have overheard her conversation with Yi Yu at the next table and interfered on his behalf. Or perhaps, when Shi Zhenxiang wasn't paying attention, Yi Yu secretly communicated with Long Qingxian, promising her benefits, and then they acted together. Of course, Shi Zhenxiang personally preferred to believe the latter. Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but sneer. You loser, you're quite something, chatting with me while finding a temporary actor. You say you're his girlfriend from now on? I don't believe it unless you kiss him. It's normal for a girlfriend to kiss her boyfriend, right? Show me. Yi Yu's heart sank. Oh no, Shi Zhenxiang is really shrewd. She figured out that Long Qingxian was helping him. Now she's definitely going to expose him. Just as Yi Yu was racking his brain trying to come up with a reasonable excuse, Long Qingxian, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. She just smiled lightly and actually leaned in and kissed Yi Yu on the face. Yi Yu was completely dumbfounded. Long Qingxian, this woman with a mysterious and powerful background, actually, really kissed him just now? Ha! Shi Zhenxiang was also taken aback, feeling a sense of disbelief. However, Shi Zhenxiang quickly realized that since Long Qingxian was willing to go to such lengths to help Yi Yu, there was no point in staying here any longer. It would only bring shame upon herself and benefit this pair of scoundrels in front of her. Poof! Shi Zhenxiang snorted coldly, straightened her clothes, and was about to leave the cafe. I don't have time to waste with you, you're not worth it. Hey! Wait! Long Qingxian immediately called out to Shi Zhenxiang, a hint of mockery on her face. What do you want? Shi Zhenxiang turned around to look at Long Qingxian. What did you just say? If he's single now, what will you do? Get out of the cafe? Damn it! Shi Zhenxiang was almost enraged. You brat, how dare you? So what if I said it? What if I don't do it? If you have the guts, come and do something to me. He. Long Qingxian chuckled lightly, revealing a dimple on her face. Whose Lamborghini is parked on the side of the road? Can you move it? It's blocking another owner's car. Thanks. Just then, a timid-looking cafe server walked in. Long Qingxian took out a small card from her pocket and threw it to the server. You can move it yourself. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation, boss. The server didn't expect Long Qingxian to be so easy to talk to, took the small card and happily walked out of the cafe. Lamborghini? Is it yours? Shi Zhenxiang was dumbfounded. Shi Zhenxiang had noticed the Lamborghini parked outside the cafe's glass wall a long time ago, and she had some knowledge about cars. This Lamborghini was worth nearly tens of millions. Shi Jinxiang never expected that the owner of this car would be the current Long Qingxian. Long Qingxian looked at Shi Jinxiang with disdain. Puxian, it seems like you know a thing or two about cars. What does it mean when I drive a car of this level? You should understand, right? Are you sure you won't roll out of here smoothly today? You should think it through, because even if you beg me for a chance to leave later, it won't work, it's too late. Faced with Long Qingxuan's provocation and disdain, Shi Jinxiang couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Shi Jinxiang had countless times wanted to resist or just leave, but she really didn't dare. In the end, Shi Jinxiang fell silent for a few minutes, her face turned pale as she started to roll out of the cafe smoothly. Ha ha ha, laughter filled the entire cafe, and many people even took out their phones to record videos and post them online. After driving away Shi Jinxiang, Yi Yu sat on the chair at table 25 and suddenly felt uneasy. Yi Yu already knew that Long Qingxian had an impressive background, but now that he saw her car, he had a further understanding of her background. Yi Yu knew very well that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Would such a mysterious and powerful woman be willing to help him get Shi Wenbin out of trouble, and even go so far as to personally take a hit for him? What exactly does Long Qingxian want from him? Moreover, for a woman who kisses a nearly unfamiliar man on a whim, it's easy to imagine how deep her scheming and calculations are. Long Qingxian must be someone who will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. He must keep a safe distance from Long Qingxian in the future and remain highly vigilant. Are you afraid of me? Long Qingxian seemed to see through Yi Yu's inner thoughts and couldn't help but smile. And no, I'm just very grateful to you. Grateful for helping me just now, otherwise my dad would lose face in front of his middle-aged friends. Yi Yu nervously replied, lowering his head. Ha ha ha. Yi Yu didn't know which words touched Long Qingxuan's funny bone, but she burst into laughter. Miss Long, what you said last night, can you really help me get my brother out? Of course. Long Qingxian confidently nodded. It's a small matter, I'll make a phone call and it'll be done. Yi Yu stared blankly at Long Qingxian. This woman's background was truly terrifying. She could get someone out with just one phone call. However, at the same time, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel extremely doubtful. If it could be done with just one phone call, why did Long Qingxian want to meet him in person? Why not just settle it with a phone call and discuss the terms over the phone? Although I can handle this with just one phone call, I can't just help someone for free, can I? Even though you saved me once, I also helped you deal with your ex-girlfriend, so we're even. Long Qingxian first supported her chin with both hands, then picked up the coffee on the table with her right hand and took a sip. Of course. Yi Yu earnestly nodded. I also don't intend to let you help me for free. But I don't really understand, after all, your background and strength are undeniably strong, so why do you still need me? Or, is there any aspect in which I can help you? I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary? Long Qingxian smiled meaningfully. Yi Yu keenly sensed the deeper meaning in Long Qingxuan's words. It seemed Long Qingxian felt that she and the people in this world were different. Actually, the request is very simple. Long Qingxian lightly tapped the table with her slender fingers on her right hand. Just kiss me. What? Yi Yu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What the hell kind of strange and outrageous request was this? With Long Qingxuan's looks and figure, among all the women he had seen, only Qin Ruyan was qualified to compete with Long Qingxian. In addition to Long Qingxuan's terrifying background, it is absolutely impossible for her to lack pursuit from the opposite sex. But even so, Long Qingxuan's request for help turned out to be, to let me kiss her? Did I hear wrong, or did Long Qingxian say it wrong? Is it that I am too conservative, or is Long Qingxian too open-minded? This world is further deviating from my understanding, gradually moving away on a crazy path. What? You still don't want to? Regardless of reward or no reward, even if I just kissed you, you should come back. There's nothing difficult to understand, right? Isn't this difficult to understand? It's simply too difficult to understand. It's completely subverting my worldview, outlook on life, and values. If you don't agree, then I'll leave. Long Qingxian looked at me with a teasing expression. No, it's just, why? I raised my hands in disbelief. It's simple, because I want you to be my boyfriend. Cough. I'd almost choked on the spot. Don't think I'm joking, I'm serious. Long Qingxuan's face turned serious, completely unlike joking. Why? Originally, I wanted to directly ask you to be my boyfriend. But then I thought, I don't completely understand you, and you don't completely understand me, or rather, it's not the time for you to understand yet. Long Qingxian looked at me seriously. Is it difficult to understand? Then let me be more straightforward. In the future, I will need your help with some things. After hesitating for a moment, Long Qingxian continued, "These things are quite tricky. If we were just ordinary friends, you definitely wouldn't help me, and you wouldn't have an obligation to help me. I would also find it difficult to ask for your help. But if we were in a romantic relationship, it would be different. You would have an obligation to help me, and I wouldn't feel embarrassed to ask for your help. Don't worry, if we really become boyfriend and girlfriend, we will most likely enter the realm of marriage. I will fulfill all the responsibilities and obligations as a wife." When I heard Long Qingshuan's words, I fell silent. Even someone with such terrifying background strength like Long Qingxian couldn't solve the troubles I had. Do I have the qualifications to help her? Don't worry, these tricky matters may be troublesome for me, but they may not necessarily be troublesome for you. I can guarantee it. Is that so? I looked at Long Qingxian with half belief and half doubt. So, even though we're not officially boyfriend and girlfriend yet, but can I get used to it in advance? Is that okay? No, it's okay. I awkwardly smiled. So, Long Qingxian smiled again and pointed her index finger at her own pretty face. This. I glanced around and it really was quite embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian burst into laughter when she saw my shy expression. Could it be that you're still? Who said that? I stood up like a cat with its tail stepped on. In a short period of time, I had already figured it out and made up my mind. Right now, besides seeking help from Long Qingxian, I had no other way to rescue Shi Wenbin. Since that's the case, I might as well agree to Long Qingxian. In the worst case, if Long Qingxian seeks my help in the future, I'll just try my best to find a solution. As for kissing Long Qingxian now, who would refuse such a beautiful woman who combines looks, figure, and background? Thinking of this, I gathered my courage, stood up, and walked to Long Qingshuan's side. Then, in the coffee shop, under the envious and jealous gazes of countless men, I lightly pecked Long Qingshuan's pretty face. Long Qingxian couldn't help but blush, then nodded in satisfaction. Deal. Then Long Qingxian took out her phone and made a call in front of Yiyu. Hello? Get Shi Wenbin from the Yunhe City Bureau out and give him a greeting. Don't bother the Qinglong gang anymore in the future. The next morning, instead of going to the Yida Company headquarters, Yiyu went directly to the relevant department, not specified to prevent blocking, to prepare for today's bidding for a tourism project in Yunhe City. When Yiyu and Qin Ruyan arrived at the parking lot of the relevant department's gate, including Lin Yun, a group of Yida Company employees, had been waiting for Qin Ruyan. General Qin, these are the relevant documents. I have already sorted them out. The bidding will start in an hour. Lin Yun quickly walked to the car and reported the relevant work and plans to Qin Ruyan. Good. Let's go in now. Did everyone have breakfast? General Qin, we have all eaten. Okay, let's go in then. We must win this tourism project today, otherwise the company won't have any major projects in the short term. Qin Ruyan, holding a small tablet computer in her arms, took the lead and walked towards the gate of the relevant department. Soon, Qin Ruyan seemed to remember something and turned around to look at Yiyu. Yiyu, come in with us? Ha, me too? Yiyu was a little confused. He was just a small driver and bodyguard. It seemed unnecessary for him to go in with them. After all, he couldn't be of much help, and Yiyu didn't think anyone would dare to openly harm Qin Ruyan in the relevant department. Yes, General Qin, Yiyu is just a small driver. If he goes in, he might cause trouble for us. This is a major project, such an important ceremony. He should come in with us. Isn't it appropriate? Several colleagues from Yida Company also questioned Qin Ruyan's decision. Ha! Qin Ruyan raised her beautiful eyes and looked displeased at the employees who had just spoken. Yiyu, don't just stand there, hurry up. Let's go together. The employees, seeing that Qin Ruyan seemed unhappy, quickly changed their words, although they didn't understand why Qin Ruyan valued Yiyu so much. Okay. Yiyu nodded, got out of the car, locked it, and then followed Qin Ruyan. At the same time, Lin Yun couldn't help but wink at Yiyu, as if saying, General Qin values you, keep up the good work. The group quickly walked towards the entrance, coincidentally running into the Sakura Company, which was also bidding. Hey, General Qin, what a coincidence. Such a grand lineup? It seems you are determined to win the bid? Koichiro Otsuka greeted Qin Ruyan with a smile, his two lecherous eyes full of undisguised desire. He. Qin Ruyan just smiled faintly and ignored Koichiro Otsuka. One of the Sakura Company employees behind Koichiro Otsuka couldn't help but laugh. President, Yida Company has failed to win the bid several times against us. If they fail again this time, Yida Company won't have any major projects for the next few months. How can they support so many employees without major projects? Then we'll have to lay off employees. Once we start laying off, the entire market will lose confidence in Yida Company. It can be foreseen that Yida Company's stock will plummet, and it is very likely that Yida Company will go bankrupt. Koichiro Otsuka seemed to enjoy the words of his two subordinates, and couldn't help but smirk. General Chin, if the day of bankruptcy really comes, you can ask me for help. After all, we have been friends in the business world for many years. As long as you ask, I will definitely help you. Chin Ruyan didn't want to waste any more time with Koichiro Otsuka, and didn't want to stay by his side for even a moment. Koichiro Otsuka's malicious gaze made Chin Ruyan feel disgusted. As the secretary of the president, Lin Yun couldn't help but speak out when she saw Xiao Quanling and his group acting so arrogantly. What daydreams are you having? The bidding hasn't even started yet, and you already know for sure that you will win? Hee hee. Xiao Quanling smirked. Do we still need to think about this? We, Sakura Company, will definitely win this bidding. I hope after Qinzong fails in the bidding, you won't be too sad. Of course, if Qinzong is willing to let your secretary accompany me for a few nights, I might consider giving up this bidding and give it to you. Ha ha ha. The employees of Sakura Company burst into laughter. You shameless person. Lin Yun's face turned red with anger, but she didn't know how to respond. Many times, men do have an advantage when arguing with women, especially when it comes to insulting remarks about sex. Xiao Quanling, right? Yi Yu took a few steps forward and stood in front of Lin Yun. Why would I want to spend a few nights with you? You can't do anything. After all, you're impotent, and it's said that even getting an erection is difficult for you. Even if you were given a chance, you wouldn't be able to perform. Damn! Xiao Quanling seemed deeply provoked by Yi Yu's words. His face turned red with anger. You're talking nonsense. Isn't it true? Yi Yu pretended to be surprised as he looked at Xiao Quanling. I don't believe it. Unless you take off your pants right now and let me see. You. Xiao Quanling, of course, couldn't actually take off his pants to verify Yi Yu's words, especially since he was feeling guilty. Even if it were in private, Xiao Quanling wouldn't dare. Humph. Xiao Quanling snorted. You people from Xia country only know how to talk. Not necessarily. Yi Yu clenched his fist demonstratively, indicating that he was also strong. Xiao Quanling was instantly defeated, and it took him a while to shake his hand dismissively. I don't want to waste my time with you. Your Xia country culture is just so vulgar, unlike our Eastern culture, which is elegant and refined. Is that so? Yi Yu became unhappy. Our Xia country culture is vast and profound. Even if it's not you, a little Japanese, even we Xia country people dare not claim to fully understand it. What qualifications do you have to make arrogant remarks about our Xia country culture? Do you really think you understand Xia country culture? Humph. Xiao Quanling couldn't help but snort. Xia country culture is nothing more than difficult Chinese characters. What other difficulties are there? I have been in Xia country for more than 10 years, and I have a deep understanding of Xia country culture. Besides being vulgar, Xia country culture has no other characteristics. Do you dare to claim that you fully understand Xia country culture? It's almost laughable. Let me ask you a few questions that any Xia country person can answer, and let's see if you can answer them. Ask. Can't any Xia country person answer the questions? I don't believe it. Alright then. Mr. Quan, listen to the question. In a classroom, there are 3 people, A, B, and C. At this moment, A says to B, is the girl at the door your sister? B takes a look and replies, your sister. My sister? His sister. Now, please tell me, whose sister is the girl at the door? Xiao Quanling looked at Yi Yu in astonishment, dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. The entire Yida Company team burst into laughter at Xiao Quanling's dumbfounded expression. Xiao Quanling looked at Yi Yu suspiciously. What kind of question is this? Are you sure every Xia country person can answer it? Yi Yu innocently shrugged. Don't believe me? You can ask any passing Xia country person. If they can't answer or give a different answer, then I'll admit defeat. How about that? Xiao Chuanqiu is not stupid, and it is not difficult to see from the expressions of the employees of Yida Company that they seem to know the answer to this question. However, Xiao Chuanqiu certainly wouldn't admit defeat so easily and quickly started to act stubborn. It doesn't count. This question doesn't count. I had a sister in Dongyang country who died in a car accident. Every time I hear the word sister, I feel very sad. So I refuse to answer this question. Oh, I see. Yi Yu wasn't angry, just smiled. Alright then, I'll meet your request. Let me change the question. Mr. Quan, listen carefully. A says to B, B, your teeth are so white, is it true? B answers A, false. I asks in surprise, really or not? B answers, really. So, Mr. Quan, are B's teeth really or falsely white? Why? Really? Falsely? Really? Xiao Chuanqiu was completely confused. Xiao Chuanqiu couldn't help but curse in his heart. What kind of stupid question is this? It's just about teeth, sometimes it's true, sometimes it's false, and then it becomes true again. Are they really or falsely white? Can't I just say it straightforwardly? Ha ha ha. The employees of Yida Company burst into laughter again. Even Lin Yun, seeing Xiao Chuanqiuilong's frustrated look, also lost her temper and laughed, holding her stomach. How about that, our dear Mr. Quan? Do you know whether his teeth are really or falsely white? Yi Yu took advantage of the situation and looked at Xiao Chuanqiuilong with a mocking expression. Damn it! Xiao Chuanqiuilong couldn't help but grit his teeth. If he didn't consider that he couldn't beat Yi Yu, Xiao Chuanqiuilong felt that he would definitely rush up and beat Yi Yu. The biggest frustration in life is not being able to win an argument and not being able to win a fight. Mr. Quan, with your level of understanding of Xia culture, you don't even scratch the surface. Are all you Easterners so arrogant and narrow-minded? Xiao Chuanqiuilong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and quickly searched the meaning of narrow-minded on Baidu with his phone. Then Xiao Chuanqiuilong became furious. Xia people, you are too arrogant. Do you have the guts to answer the question about Eastern culture that I gave you? I never said I understand Eastern culture. Besides, why should I study Eastern culture? You know, Xia is the ancestor of the Eastern country. If I have time, I'd rather study the culture of Xia, the ancestor of Eastern culture. This kind of nonsense culture, I don't need to learn it. After listening to Yi Yu's words, Xiao Chuanqiuilong almost spat blood out of anger. President. A Japanese employee behind Xiao Chuanqiuilong gently pulled him. The important thing is the business. Don't waste time with this guy. Only then did Xiao Chuanqiuilong come back to his senses and gave Yi Yu a fierce glare. Xiao Chuanqiuilong secretly vowed that when Tomomi Mami comes to Yunha City tomorrow, he will make sure that Tomomi Mami takes care of Yi Yu first to relieve his own anger. Humph, kid, you won't be proud for long. Let's go. Xiao Chuanqiuilong angrily waved his hand and led his subordinates into the relevant department. TCH. Yi Yu couldn't help but disdainfully glance at Xiao Chuanqiuilong's embarrassed figure. You dare to humiliate me? You're asking for death. Ah. Lin Yun, who was behind Yi Yu, blushed when she heard Yi Yu's domineering words. She was both moved and happy. However, what Lin Yun didn't expect was that when Yi Yu said my person, it didn't mean what Lin Yun thought it meant. The bigger meaning of Yi Yu's my person referred to his colleagues. He. Xin Ruyan glanced at Xiao Chuanqiuilong's departing figure and couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that she had invited Yi Yu along. Xin Ruyan is a typical career-oriented woman and not good at verbal disputes. The wicked have their own ways, although Yi Yu is not strictly considered wicked. In an instant, Xin Ruyan felt that recruiting Yi Yu on the construction site was an extremely wise decision. Let's go. Xin Ruyan nodded at Yi Yu and led the team into the relevant department. An hour later, the bidding meeting for the tourism project of the relevant department officially began. The person in charge of the relevant department read the relevant content of this tourism project according to the documents. This bidding project is the Yunha Ocean Park. The project has been approved by the Project Approval/Registration Authority, and the project funds come from other sources, the integrated use of financial agricultural funds. The bidding unit is the relevant department. This project meets the bidding conditions and the bidding method is open bidding. The construction requirements include the need for 30 public toilets in the entire ocean park, planting velvet purple wisteria, constructing 2 main roads with asphalt concrete, 5 bridges. Bidders must have independent legal person qualifications and provide a business license that combines the 3 certificates into one. This project does not allow consortium bidding. Next, please submit your bidding documents. The relevant department will compare the prices of each company in an absolutely open, fair, and just manner. Only the company with the lowest price can successfully bid. Once the bidding documents are submitted, no second modification is allowed. After the person in charge of the relevant department finished reading a long list of documents, the bidding officially began. Xiao Chuanxiang glanced at Xin Ruyan from a distance, with a smug smile on his face. Xiao Chuanxiang's assistant couldn't help but laugh softly. President, that woman probably never imagined that we already knew her low price. He. Xiao Chuanxiang smiled proudly, and I am already prepared for her to lower the price. This time, Yida Company is destined to lose. As long as Yida Company fails to bid this time, they will be in danger. At that time, President can take the opportunity to acquire the shares of Yida Company that are being sold off. Once President becomes the largest shareholder of Yida Company, this woman will have to kneel at President's feet and lick President's shoes obediently, begging President not to dismiss her as the President in the capacity of a major shareholder. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chuanxiang seemed to see the scene described by his assistant and couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Yi Yu with a gloomy face. I have changed my mind now. I don't want to kill him immediately. I want to make him watch Qin Ruyan and her secretary kneel at my feet, and then get rid of him. Dare to oppose me, Xiao Chuanxiang, no one will have a good ending. On the side of Yida Company, Lin Yun naturally knew the importance of this bidding for Yida Company. Yida Company has not received any major projects for a long time, and has been relying on small projects for the past few months. If they fail to bid again this time, the consequences mentioned by Xiao Chuanxiang are likely to happen. Lin Yun held the bidding document in her hand, and her hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. President Qin, is this price final? Yes. Qin Ruyan nodded firmly. Go ahead, Yun, submit the bidding document. What if? I'm worried. Lin Yun frowned tightly, feeling very anxious. Lin Yun is also an old employee of Yida Company and has deep feelings for both Yida Company and Qin Ruyan. She can even say that she has already regarded Yida Company as her own home. If Yida Company really falls apart, Lin Yun can't imagine what she will do next. Yun Jia, don't worry. Don't you trust President Qin? Go ahead with confidence. Yi Yu smiled at Lin Yun and encouraged her. With Yi Yu's encouragement, Lin Yun finally gained some confidence. After all, it seems that since Yi Yu appeared in his own world, there hasn't been any trouble that Yi Yu couldn't handle. Anything that Yi Yu is confident about, there is nothing that hasn't been successful. Perhaps Yi Yu is the lucky star of Yida Corporation? Will Yida Corporation also succeed in this bidding? With this in mind, Lin Yun took a deep breath and confidently handed the bidding documents to the person in charge of the relevant department. Soon, the relevant department had collected all the bidding documents submitted by the participating companies, and the person in charge began to read out the bids of each company in the presence of everyone. Now, in the presence of all the companies and the media, I will begin to read out the bids of each company. Milei Construction Company, bid 510 million Xiaoguobi. Xia Tai Group, bid 490 million Xiaoguobi. 91 Group, bid 480 million Xiaoguobi. After the person in charge finished reading a series of bids from various companies, it was now Sakura Construction Company's turn. Sakura Construction Company, bid 480 million Xiaoguobi. What? As the person in charge read out Sakura Construction Company's bid, the entire Yida Corporation was in an uproar. Lin Yun even shouted angrily, "What the hell? 480 million? Why is it just enough to crush our bid again? Is it really such a coincidence? We're done. Our bid was 453 million, and we were crushed by Sakura Construction Company again. Why is it always like this? We're really finished this time. We prepared for so long, and yet Sakura Construction Company still stole the show. Doesn't the heavens bless our Yida Corporation?" He. Yi Yu and Qin Ruyan exchanged a glance, both of them not showing much excitement, but instead a faint smile on their faces. When Yi Yu heard Sakura Construction Company's bid, he understood that Yida Corporation had won the bid this time. Ha, we're dead. In stark contrast to the disappointment on Yida Corporation's side, the employees of Sakura Construction Company were waving their fists in excitement, and even a few of them were already celebrating together. Koizumi Ichiro couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, scanning the area where Yida Corporation was located with the posture of a winner. Qin Ruyan happened to be looking at the area where Sakura Construction Company's employees were. Koizumi Ichiro and Qin Ruyan exchanged a glance, and beneath their calm expressions, there was a strong hidden hostility. He. Koizumi Ichiro smirked triumphantly at Qin Ruyan. This woman's defeat is already certain. Are you preparing to find a way out for yourself? Are you already thinking about how to grovel at my feet? Ha. What I, Koizumi Ichiro, set my sights on, can never escape from the palm of my hand. Ha! Something's not right. Suddenly, Koizumi Ichiro felt as if he saw a hint of disdain and mockery in Qin Ruyan's smile, as well as a hint of confidence and composure. If it weren't for the fact that everyone in Yida Corporation's employee area was wailing, Koizumi Ichiro would even suspect that Yida Corporation's bid was lower than his own. This woman, is she really so calm? Could it be that she really doesn't care about Yida Corporation? She would rather see such a big company go bankrupt than ask me for help? Where does her confidence come from? In the midst of Koizumi Ichiro's confusion, the person in charge of the relevant department had already begun to read the last bidding document. The last bidding document naturally belonged to Yida Corporation. The person in charge of the relevant department was first surprised, and then a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Yida Construction Company, bid 440 million Xiaoguobi. According to the principle of awarding the bid to the lowest bidder, on behalf of the relevant department, I hereby officially announce that the Yunhe City Ocean Park Tourism Project has been awarded to Yida Construction Company with a bid of 440 million Xiaoguobi. Congratulations to Yida Construction Company. What? Impossible. Xiao Chuanxiang stood up in disbelief. The entire Sakura Company's employee area fell into a dead silence. No one expected Yida's bid to be so much lower than planned. Mr. Xiao, do you have any questions about this bidding? The head of the relevant department looked displeased at Xiao Chuanxiang. As a person from Xia country, the head naturally did not want to see this project being taken by Sakura Company, a foreign company. President, Xiao Chuanxiang's assistant quickly pulled Xiao Chuanxiang and then smiled at the head. Sorry, our president is just surprised. No questions, no questions. Not only Xiao Chuanxiang, even Lin Yun looked at Qin Ruyan with a puzzled expression. General Qin, I remember. Our bid was. Thanks to Yiyu, all of this is Yiyu's credit. Ha ha ha, Sister Yun. Yiyu walked over with a smile and lightly patted Lin Yun's shoulder. Qin Ruyan and I have already found out the mole in Sakura Company. We planned and fooled Sakura Company. To prevent the plan from leaking, General Qin modified the bid last night, so only Yiyu and General Qin know about it. Really? That's great. Lin Yun saw Yida Company, which she considered as her family, overcome difficulties with Yiyu's help and couldn't help but get excited. She even willingly threw herself into Yiyu's arms. You little rascal. You didn't even tell your sister. You made me worry for nothing. I hate you. Yiyu's body stiffened involuntarily, and he awkwardly smiled. Sister Yun, isn't this all part of the act? If we reveal our hand, how can we fool those little devils? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Yiyu turned his head and glanced proudly at Xiao Chuanxiang. Xiao Chuanxiang happened to see this scene and immediately understood that he had been played by Yiyu and Qin Ruyan. Xiao Chuanxiang couldn't help but become furious, but he couldn't erupt. After all, Xiao Chuanxiang couldn't rush over and question Qin Ruyan about why she modified the bid at the last minute, right? Damn it! Xiao Chuanxiang could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. I will make you suffer a miserable death. Congratulations, General Qin. Congratulations, General Qin, truly the industrial goddess of our Yunhe city. The heads of companies, including Xiaotai Group and 91 Group, walked towards Qin Ruyan with smiles on their faces and extended their right hands in a friendly manner. Thank you. Qin Ruyan happily shook hands with everyone. He. The head of Xiaotai Group glanced at Xiao Chuanxiang and his group, who had already started to leave, and couldn't help but smile. As long as this little devil doesn't snatch it away, I'm happy no matter who wins the bid. That's right. The head of 91 Group nodded in agreement. This little devil, he snatched several projects before and was so arrogant. This time, General Qin can put him in his place. Congratulations again, General Qin. Thank you. You are all seniors, and in the future, Ruyan will need to seek advice from you seniors in many aspects. Please don't hesitate to teach me. Qin Ruyan did not speak ill of Xiao Chuanxiang behind his back, she just nodded humbly. Qin Ruyan was still chatting with the heads of other companies, and it seemed unlikely that she would leave anytime soon. Yiyu stood up involuntarily. I'll go to the restroom. I'll be back soon. After Yiyu left, Lin Yun also stood up. I'll go to the restroom too. If you're planning to leave soon, send me a message on WeChat. Okay. Several colleagues nodded in agreement. Hush. Yiyu walked into the men's restroom with his hands in his pockets, whistling and taking leisurely steps. Just as he was about to close the door, a figure suddenly flashed into the stall where Yiyu was, and the door was locked. Yiyu was shocked to see that the person who came in was Lin Yun, almost losing his composure. Yun Jie. You. Thump at this moment, footsteps could be heard from the men's restroom, indicating that someone had entered. Shoo! Lin Yun gestured to Yiyu to be quiet. Yiyu looked at Lin Yun with confusion, not understanding why she would be here. But Lin Yun quickly showed her intentions through her actions. Bite. This was a bold move that caught Yiyu completely off guard. Even though Yiyu had never experienced it before, he had a premonition of what was about to happen. If it weren't for the frequent footsteps outside the door, Yiyu felt like he would have screamed. But Yiyu knew very well that he didn't know who was outside the door. If it happened to be a colleague and he screamed, and the colleague happened to barge in this situation, this scene in front of him would surely ruin Lin Yun's reputation. Yiyu tried to move back as much as possible, constantly waving his hands at Lin Yun, signaling her to stop. But Lin Yun seemed to have not noticed Yiyu's frantic gestures and became even bolder in her actions. Yiyu was both nervous and excited, unable to speak. Occasionally, there would be faint sounds coming from the crowded stall. Is Yiyu in there? What made Yiyu even more nervous was hearing a colleague's voice outside the stall. It seemed that the colleague had heard the commotion inside. Lin Yun looked at Yiyu with a teasing look, gesturing for him to be careful with his words and tone, not to give anything away. Yiyu hesitated for a moment, then tried to make his tone sound calm as he spoke. Yeah, I'm in the restroom. Feeling a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. Don't know what I ate this morning. What's up? Hee hee. The colleague outside couldn't help but laugh. Nothing, just wanted to congratulate you. This time, you're a great contributor. Shinzone will definitely value you more, and your future at Yida is limitless. I think Shinzone's secretary, Lin Yun, seems to have a good impression of you. Yi Yu glanced at Lin Yun, feeling a bit guilty. Did Lin Yun have a good impression of him? Of course. If she didn't have a good impression, why would she be doing this for him now? Ha ha, Lin Yun is the goddess of our Yida company. If you can really win her over, it's like saving the world in your previous life, helping Ultraman defeat the little monsters. The colleague's words were filled with envy and jealousy. That's for sure, Yi Yu said with a smile, winking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun gave Yi Yu a disdainful look and lightly tapped the back of his heel with her right hand. Don't forget your colleagues when you become successful in the future. Of course, we're all colleagues. I'm definitely not the kind of person who forgets friends when they become successful. I will never forget. Yi Yu's tone of speech was noticeably off compared to usual. However, the colleague outside didn't notice, or even if they did, they probably just thought Yi Yu was feeling unwell. Ha ha, that's good, that's good. Well, I'll leave now. It seems like Shinzon will be leaving soon, so hurry up, don't make him wait, okay? Thanks for reminding me, see you later. After the colleague left, Yi Yu discreetly glanced at Lin Yun. Seeing that the situation had already unfolded, resistance was futile. Yi Yu slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, Yi Yu couldn't help but recall a line of poetry by Li Yu. Unable to cut, still tangled, it is the sorrow of parting, with a unique taste in the heart. Now, isn't this a unique taste? So. After about 10 minutes of this tug-of-war, Mount Vesuvius in Naples finally erupted completely. Ha! Once again, a line of poetry by Du Fu involuntarily appeared in Yi Yu's mind. When one stands at the top, all other mountains appear small. This time, it truly stood at the top. Damn! How did I become a poet today? Why do I keep reciting poetry? Could it be that I have truly become a wandering poet, Yi Yu? Thinking of this, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment, quickly realizing the reason. It's all because the censorship is too strict now. After 9 revisions, anyone would become a wandering poet. After a while, Lin Yun took a small step back and gave Yi Yu a disdainful look. I'm sorry, Sister Yun. Seeing Lin Yun's disheveled appearance, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel apologetic. Lin Yun just smiled and shook her head, not saying anything. It seemed to indicate that it didn't matter. The two locked eyes, and this time, a spark of emotion flickered between them. Perhaps at this moment, they had already recognized each other deep in their hearts. After straightening their clothes and hair, Yi Yu raised his voice and asked softly, "Excuse me, is there anyone outside?" The entire restroom outside the cubicle was silent, with no movement at all. In fact, Yi Yu had already noticed that there had been no activity outside for a long time. Basically, besides himself and Lin Yun, there wouldn't be anyone else in the restroom. But to protect Lin Yun's reputation, Yi Yu asked tentatively just to be safe. No one answered, so it was safe to come out. In case someone did answer, he could find an excuse, like there being no tissue in the cubicle. Seeing that there was no one outside, Yi Yu cautiously gestured to Lin Yun to be quiet, then nervously opened the cubicle door and stuck his head out, feeling guilty. After confirming that there was no one in the restroom, Yi Yu quickly ran outside to gather information. The narrow corridor outside, as well as the entrance to the adjacent women's restroom, were both empty. Only then did Yi Yu relax and quickly beckon Lin Yun, who was still inside the cubicle. Lin Yun immediately understood, and she ran out of the restroom, then calmly walked to the sink in the middle of the men's and women's restrooms to wash her hands and rinse her mouth. The relationship between the two had reached an intimate stage, and Yi Yu let go of his shyness and became bolder. Yi Yu glanced around and, when no one was approaching, lightly touched Lin Yun's perky buttocks with his right hand. Lin Yun couldn't help but turn her head and give Yi Yu a disapproving look, but she wasn't angry. Ding dong at this moment, both Yi Yu and Lin Yun's phones simultaneously made the sound of a new message notification from WeChat. They both took out their phones and glanced at them, then smiled at each other. It was a message from their colleagues, indicating that Qin Ruyan and the others were ready to return to the company and would meet in the parking lot later. Side by side, with all their colleagues heading to the parking lot, Yi Yu boldly took the initiative to hold Lin Yun's hand. Lin Yun lowered her head and glanced at their intertwined hands, showing no signs of refusal. After hesitating for a moment, she looked up at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, actually, I'm not that kind of person. I'm still a virgin. Yi Yu quickly reached out and gently covered Lin Yun's mouth. Sister Yun, don't say such things. I don't mind. Then, do you like me? Lin Yun anxiously looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu smiled calmly, carefully embraced Lin Yun, and answered her with actions. Lin Yun was beautiful, had a good figure, and most importantly, had a good personality. Plus, she liked wearing black stockings. Who can resist such an excellent girl in all aspects? And who can resist the temptation of darkness? With Yi Yu's affirmative answer, Lin Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was worried. He. Let's not call each other sister and brother anymore. Call me Yi Yu, and I'll call you Yun Yun from now on. Okay. Lin Yun nodded heavily. The two held hands and continued walking towards the parking lot outside. Lin Yun quickly remembered something and looked at Yi Yu in surprise. Yi Yu. You're so strong. Strong? Yun, what do you mean? Yi Yu looked at Lin Yun with a puzzled expression. A hint of blush flashed across Lin Yun's face. Although I haven't experienced it, I have some theoretical knowledge about this. Generally, the amount in one time is tens of microliters, right? But this, I estimate that the amount this time is almost a few milliliters. It's too terrifying. So just now, I frown not because I dislike it, but because I think the amount is too large. It subverts my understanding. Yi Yu awkwardly scratched his head. It turns out that the physical condition in this world has also declined, including the ability of men in that aspect. And Lin Yun's face turned even redder. If it's not to mention, it should be resolved in about 10 seconds, right? It's been more than 10 minutes. Isn't that good? Our future life will be more fulfilling. It's actually a bit scary. Lin Yun looked at Yi Yu with a complicated expression. It's hard to imagine, when it really comes to that point. Can I withstand it, or can I satisfy you? About that. Lin Yun's words woke up Yi Yu. Only now did he realize this problem. His physical condition in all aspects hadn't declined, while everyone else's had declined greatly. In case he and Lin Yun really reached that final step, what was originally a simple and happy thing might become a painful torment for Lin Yun. And this kind of painful torment wouldn't happen only once in a long while. On the contrary, it might even happen frequently. After all, as long as one is a normal man, it's impossible to resist having a goddess like Lin Yun, unless there's a problem in that aspect. Perhaps he had to find a way to study this problem. Without solving this problem, he wouldn't dare to touch Lin Yun. But what I mean is surprise, not disgust or anything else. Lin Yun suddenly looked up and looked deeply at Yi Yu. If we really develop to that point, I can still use my hands, mouth, feet, right? As Lin Yun spoke, she was already blushing to the extreme, and her voice became so low that Yi Yu could hardly hear it. Yi Yu felt touched in his heart and gently held Lin Yun's small hand. Don't worry, Yun, I will definitely find a way to solve these difficulties. Lin Yun looked up at Yi Yu in confusion, not understanding what difficulties Yi Yu was referring to specifically. Yi Yu didn't explain much either, just smiled. By the way, Lin Yun remembered something again. Let's not announce our relationship for now. The company is in an upward phase, and what dating, getting married, and having children mean for women in the workplace, you should understand, right? Although it's unlikely that President Qin will do anything, but I don't want to take the risk. I don't want to lose this job because of our relationship. Okay, I promise you. Yi Yu didn't hesitate much and nodded in agreement with Lin Yun. You're the best. You little rascal. Lin Yun's face was filled with a happy smile, and she tiptoed and pecked Yi Yu's face lightly. By the time the two arrived at the parking lot, their colleagues were already sitting in their cars. Hurry up, Secretary Day, Yi Yu brothers are waiting for you. Alright. Yi Yu and Lin Yun exchanged a smile, then ran into Qin Ruyan's car. Qin Ruyan looked at Lin Yun with suspicion, then glanced at Yi Yu, who was already sitting in the driver's seat. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she fell into deep thought, as if she had vaguely discovered something. Good news. The latest good news. Approaching the end of the workday, a colleague who had previously gone to the bidding meeting with Yi Yu excitedly walked into his office. What's going on? Lao Zhang, you look so happy. Yi Yu put away his phone and smiled at Lao Zhang. We won the bid today, and General Qin is very happy. He decided to give the entire company a paid day off tomorrow. Moreover, those who attended the bidding meeting this morning, General Qin will personally treat us to a meal. The location is at the most luxurious restaurant in our city, Yunha Grand Hotel. Is that so? Hearing that Qin Ruyan would treat them to a meal, Yi Yu was no longer tired. Just a basic meal would cost several hundred yuan, but if Qin Ruyan treated them and paid for everything, he could easily earn tens of thousands of yuan from this meal. What a profit! Ha. Lao Zhang also seemed very happy. That's Yunha Grand Hotel. I've been alive for so many years and have never been to such a high-class restaurant before. Now we're in for a treat. Lao Zhang's face was filled with a smile. I'll go and finish up what I have to do first. Delisher, you should also get ready. Okay. Yi Yu made an okay gesture towards Lao Zhang. Ding dong, just as Lao Zhang left, Yi Yu received a WeChat message from Lin Yun. Yi Yu, you can go to the dinner tonight, I have something to take care of at home, so I won't be going. Upon seeing Lin Yun's message, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had wanted to further deepen their relationship. Since Lin Yun said she had something to do at home, Yi Yu naturally couldn't say anything and could only reluctantly reply to her message. Alright, I'll miss you. Just as Yi Yu's message was sent, Lin Yun's reply quickly came. Smooth talker. Suddenly, an idea popped into Yi Yu's mind, and he sent another message to Lin Yun. Xiao Yun Yun, let me ask you a riddle. It's comfortable when separated, but uncomfortable when put together. Can you guess what character it is? Lin Yun took nearly a minute to reply, seemingly pondering over Yi Yu's riddle. I don't know. Bite. You jerk. You're teasing me again. Upon seeing Lin Yun's reply, Yi Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Yun continued to reply, General Qin has already left to secure a spot at Yunha Grand Hotel. Hurry up and get ready. Okay. Yi Yu quickly straightened his collar and then walked towards the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Xin Ruyan happened to be standing inside. Xin Ruyan smiled at Yi Yu, then took a step inside, and Yi Yu quickly entered the elevator as well. The two quickly left and then reserved a private room at Yunha Grand Hotel. It must be said that Yunha Grand Hotel truly lived up to its reputation as the largest and most high-end hotel in the city. The owner must be a person with a background in power. They even required personal reservations and did not accept phone bookings, regardless of one's status. Only after Qin Ruyan made the arrangements did the other employees gradually arrive. Inside the private room, Qin Ruyan raised a wine glass the size of a bottle cap and said, Everyone, we've all worked hard recently because of this bidding meeting. I propose a toast to all of you. Yi Yu also raised his glass and then drank the wine in one gulp. However, Yi Yu quickly noticed something unusual. Including everyone, Qin Ruyan took a sip, while only Yi Yu, an honest person, finished a bottle cap-sized amount of alcohol in one gulp. Old Zhang noticed Yi Yu's difference and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Strongman, impressive drinking capacity. You finished it in one gulp. Admirable. Yi Yu was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. It seemed that he had forgotten that this world was no longer the society he used to be in. In the past, drinking a bottle cap-sized amount of red wine in one gulp might have been ridiculed, but now, it had become a symbol of abundance. To conceal his uniqueness, Yi Yu pretended to touch his forehead. Ah, it's not. I thought you all would finish it in one gulp, so Actually, I have a very poor tolerance for alcohol. This one gulp made my throat feel like it's on fire. I need a break. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang didn't think much of it and just thought that Yi Yu couldn't handle his alcohol, so he laughed heartily. Xin Ruyan took a small sip of wine and continued speaking. Next, I want to announce a personnel appointment. From now on, the company relieves Shin Jingbing of his position as the head of the security department, and Wang Xian, the former deputy head of the security department, will take over. Yi Yu will replace Wang Xian as the deputy head of the security department. Congratulations, Strongman. You've only been in the company for a few days and you've already been promoted to the deputy head of the security department. That's impressive. The colleagues at the table were either surprised or congratulatory. Qin Ruyan glanced at Yi Yu and continued to explain, the reason for this personnel change is because I found out something. Shin Jingbing has been colluding with Sakura Company's Xiao Quan Luo, stealing confidential documents from the company multiple times. Shin Jingbing not only gets dismissed, but I will also report him to the police later and hold him criminally responsible. What? This guy actually betrayed the company? How despicable. I didn't expect it at all. Fortunately, General Manager Qin found out, otherwise this bidding would probably have been a disastrous defeat because of this traitor. It's ironic. Just a few days ago, Shin Jingbing, who had been arrogant and had repeatedly targeted Yi Yu, had fallen to the lowest point in his life in the blink of an eye, and even had to bear criminal responsibility. Of course, the person who felt the most delighted about this was Yi Yu. Not only did he get a promotion and a raise, but he also got rid of his love rival. I hope everyone continues to work hard and create brilliance with the company. Let's do our best. Qin Ruyan was satisfied with the employee's response and waved her hand. Lin Yun has something going on at home and won't be coming tonight. Since everyone is here, let's start the meal. As Qin Ruyan proactively picked up a few grains of rice with toothpick-sized chopsticks, the other colleagues officially started their meal, and the private room was filled with joy and harmony. However, this joy and harmony was short-lived and soon interrupted by several untimely disputes outside the door. Sir, this private room has already been occupied by other customers. There are too many customers coming to dine tonight, and there are no available private rooms. If you can wait a bit, we will arrange one for you as soon as a new one becomes available. Nonsense. Get out of the way. This private room has always been mine. Who dares to disrespect me in Yunha City? Today, I want to see who's inside. I want to see if they can still eat. Just as the disputes subsided, a young man in a suit pushed open the fragile door and walked in. Is it you? Shin Ruyan, upon seeing the person, was first surprised, then frowned, her face filled with fear and disgust. Oh, what a coincidence. It's my goddess, General Manager Chin? The young man was first surprised when he saw Shin Ruyan, then his face was filled with joy. I can't leave today. I want to book this private room, but I won't enjoy it alone. I'll share it with General Chin. Ha ha ha. The young man finished speaking and frivolously ran to Shin Ruyan's side, continuously patting the shoulder of a female employee from the Yida company sitting next to Shin Ruyan. Go away, I want to sit with General Chin. The female employee, frightened by the young man's actions, quickly ran to another empty seat. Yi Yu, seeing this scene, couldn't help but quietly ask the old Zhang next to him, Old Zhang, who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? It seems like the other colleagues are afraid of him. Old Zhang frowned as well, afraid that speaking too loudly would anger the young man. He leaned in and whispered to Yi Yu, this person is called Lai Yuejing, nicknamed Lai Gongzi. He is the eldest young master of the Lai family, one of the 4 major families in Yunha City. He's a typical nouveau riche, with money, power, and connections. Not only colleagues, even General Chin is afraid of him. Let me put it this way, there are really not many people in Yunha City who aren't afraid of him. He has such a strong backing? Yi Yu looked at Lai Yuejing in surprise, unable to help but mutter to himself. Lai Yuejing? Why does that name sound so strange? Is it Mr. Lai or Miss Lai? Exactly. Lai Gongzi is a passionate pursuer of General Chin. He was away on business recently, so he hasn't been bothering General Chin. Now that he's back in Yunha City, General Chin will be in trouble again. While Yi Yu and Old Zhang were talking, Lai Yuejing had already started harassing Shin Ruyan. General Chin, I just returned to Yunha City today and met you here. Isn't this fate? Shouldn't we toast to our fate? General Chin, don't be so cold to me. I really like you. As long as you become my girlfriend, there won't be anything that Yida company can't handle in Yunha City. With our combined strength, not only Yunha City, but even the real estate market and construction projects in the southern part of Xia country will be under our control. Hey, why are you all just standing there? Are you all so clueless? Hurry up and buy me a flower. I want to give this flower to the most destined General Chin. Perhaps Shin Ruyan was wary of Lai Yuejing's background and power, so she didn't dare to refuse him too much, just smiling helplessly. Lai Gongzi, how can someone like me, Shin Ruyan, an ordinary woman, be worthy of you? The noble ladies who want to pursue Lai Gongzi can line up from Yunha City to the capital. Why bother? Shin Ruyan said while looking around, trying to find a reasonable excuse to send Lai Yuejing away. Are you saying that? Doesn't that prove that my love for General Chin is genuine? How does that saying go? Drowning in 3,000, I only take 1 spoonful. Shin Ruyan helplessly realized that Lai Yuejing in front of her was too annoying, like a piece of sticky candy. No matter what she said, Lai Yuejing could always find a smooth reason to cling to her. When Shin Ruyan was at a loss, she quickly brightened up when she saw Yi Yu, continuously making eye contact with him, her eyes filled with plea. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Did Shin Ruyan want him to save her? But how could he save her? He was just an unknown ordinary employee, while Lai Yuejing was the young master of a prominent family. Besides, what reason did he have to save her? If it were Lin Yun, he could use the excuse of not wanting to disturb his girlfriend to drive the other person away. But he had no relationship with Shin Ruyan. Seeing that Yi Yu remained indifferent, Shin Ruyan discreetly waved her small fist at him. Yi Yu instantly understood Shin Ruyan's meaning. She was threatening him. Suddenly, Yi Yu remembered something. How could he have no connection with Shin Ruyan? She was his boss. If he made the boss unhappy, wouldn't he have to leave? He reflected on the fact that Shin Ruyan had already been good to him as an employee, and he didn't want to lose his job. Even if he didn't want to get involved, Yi Yu had to take action. He glanced at Lai Yuejing, who had been trying to drink with Shin Ruyan countless times, and instantly came up with a good plan that wouldn't offend Lai Yuejing and could help Shin Ruyan out of her predicament. Yi Yu quickly smiled and changed seats with another colleague sitting next to Lai Yuejing, then lightly tapped Lai Yuejing's right arm. Master Lai! Master Lai! Lai Yuejing was annoyed by Yi Yu's interruption and turned his head to glare at him. Kid, what do you want? It's none of your business if I have a drink with your boss. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Yi Yu wasn't angry, but intentionally smiled and said, Master Lai, may I have a word with you? Who are you? Why should I bother with you? If it weren't for your boss's face, I would kill you. Get lost. Lai Yuejing was extremely impatient. Master Lai, please calm down. Yi Yu smiled and continued to signal towards Qin Ruiyan's position, as if he wanted to convey something to Lai Yuejing. Lai Yuejing was slightly startled and vaguely understood Yi Yu's meaning, so he stood up. You better have an interesting topic, or you're dead. Come, Master Lai, this way, let's have a talk. Yi Yu happily put his arm around Lai Yuejing's shoulder and led him outside the private room. What's the matter? There's no one else here. Master Lai, this approach won't work if you want to pursue our General Qin. We need to change our strategy. What do you mean? Lai Yuejing was slightly puzzled, but immediately grabbed Yi Yu's right hand in a desperate manner. Seeing that Lai Yuejing took the bait, Yi Yu couldn't help but smile. Master Lai, I am the Deputy Director of the Security Department at Yida Corporation. If I help you succeed with General Qin. Yi Yu paused at the right moment. Lai Yuejing immediately patted his chest and made a promise. Do I even need to say it? If you help me win over your General Qin, we'll be like brothers. I'll arrange a position for you as a Deputy Director. It's as simple as that. That's great. Let me just say it then. Yi Yu smiled deeply. Master Lai, you don't know this, but when pursuing a girl, you first need to know what type of boy she likes. Only then can you cater to her preferences and win her over. It's just like girls putting on makeup, right? They know that boys like pretty girls, so, do you understand? Seeing the meaningful look on Yi Yu's face, Lai Yuejing nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. But, what type of boy does your General Qin like? Yi Yu smiled again. Our General Qin likes a manly man. Isn't that me? Am I not manly enough? Lai Yuejing confidently patted his chest. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. This guy, manly? Does the term manly even apply to him? When others hear his name, Lai Yuejing, they might think of menstruation. Would they still consider him manly? But regardless of what he thought, Yi Yu certainly wouldn't say it out loud. He continued to patiently guide Lai Yuejing. Master Lai, you do have a strong masculine presence, but it's useless to show it in front of others. You have to show it in front of Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin won't fall hopelessly in love with you just because someone else says you have a strong masculine presence, right? If that's the case, would you still dare to marry Mr. Qin? You're right. Lai Yuejing nodded thoughtfully. Then, how should I show my masculine presence? There are many ways. For example, go to the gym and work out, train hard for a year or so, build up muscles. That's a lot of masculine presence. Or, don't be as frivolous as before, be a bit more stable in your actions and gestures. That's more manly. And also, you can show it in abundance. Just imagine, when you see a man who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, wouldn't you silently admire him as a true man? Makes sense. Lai Yuejing's eyes lit up. I'm not bragging, but I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Really? That's great. Seeing that Lai Yuejing was really falling for it, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. Here's the plan. When we go in later, we'll pretend that we have a good connection, like heroes who appreciate each other. And then, I'll drink as much as you drink. I can't handle much alcohol, so I'll quickly get drunk while you remain calm and composed. When compared, Mr. Qin will definitely think you're full of masculine presence, right? Makes sense. In that case, I can win the beauty. Lai Yuejing excitedly patted Yi Yu's shoulder. Brother, I owe you a great favor. After you're drunk, I'll arrange for my men to take you to a hotel to rest, and later on, I'll arrange for a girl to go to your room. No, 3 girls. You can play however you want. Thank you, Master Lai. The two of them put their hands on each other's shoulders and walked back to the private room with smiles on their faces. Looking at the puzzled expression on his subordinate's face, Lai Yuejing happily pointed at Yi Yu and said, I feel a good connection with this brother, so we chatted a bit. Lai Yuejing even patted his chest forcefully, trying to show off his manly demeanor. Not only Lai Yuejing's subordinate, but even Qin Ruiyan looked at Yi Yu and Lai Yuejing in confusion, not understanding what game Yi Yu was playing. Could it be? Qin Ruiyan's heart trembled. Could it be that Yi Yu sacrificed his own charm to get close to Lai Yuejing in order to resolve the situation for her? She didn't expect Lai Yuejing to be someone who swings both ways. She really didn't see it coming. With this thought in mind, Qin Ruiyan gave Lai Yuejing a bewildered look. That one look almost made Lai Yuejing float in the air. Lai Yuejing became even more excited. It seemed that Yi Yu was right. Qin Ruiyan liked men with a strong masculine presence. No matter how hard he tried in the past, Qin Ruiyan never paid attention to him. But just now, when he patted his chest, Qin Ruiyan actually looked at him. If he managed to get Yi Yu drunk later, would Qin Ruiyan immediately admire him and throw herself into his arms? Liu Jing couldn't contain his excitement anymore and quickly grabbed a 50 milliliters bottle of white wine and started drinking it straight from the bottle. Come on, brother, bottoms up. A real man drinks it all in one gulp. Liu Jing quickly filled up beer bottle capsized glasses for himself and Yu, and after saying that, he pretended to be generous and downed the white wine in his glass. Oh my god, Master Lai can really hold his liquor. That must be at least a milliliter of white wine, right? Master Lai actually drank it all in one gulp without changing his expression. He really can't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Many employees of the Yida company couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Liu Jing's impressive display. Liu Jing glanced at Yu and used his eyes to signal him to drink along. Yu quickly put on a look of fear and quickly raised his glass to signal Liu Jing, pretending to frown and drink the wine in the glass. Ha ha ha. Yu finished this glass. Judging by his expression and reaction, he probably can't handle it anymore, right? What a joke, that's a full milliliter of white wine, an ordinary person can't handle it in one gulp, how can he? The employees of Yida company seemed to have forgotten their position and began to comment on Yu's drinking capacity from a god's perspective. Ha ha ha, good, refreshing. Liu Jing patted Yu's shoulder heavily. For our affinity, good brother, let's have another glass. This time, Liu Jing's henchman cleverly came over and filled both Liu Jing and Yu's glasses. Yu deliberately put on a difficult look and said, how about eating something to fill our stomachs before drinking? I feel like I can't handle it. Liu Jing almost couldn't help but laugh. Actually, a glass of wine was nothing to Liu Jing, just one gulp, and Liu Jing also felt a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, Liu Jing felt a burning sensation in his throat and stomach. But what's the meaning of drinking? Isn't it to show masculinity? If he could drink 2 glasses and then Yu passed out, wouldn't he have achieved his goal? So, Liu Jing put on a displeased look and raised his glass again, saying, enough talk, one gulp, if you look down on me, if you think I'm not worthy of your affinity, then forget what I said. Saying that, Liu Jing began to hint frantically at Yu, what are you afraid of? Just drink and it's done. If you pass out, someone will send you to a hotel and arrange 3 girls to serve you. Hurry up, stop hesitating. Alright. Yu could only put on a face of difficulty again, imitating Liu Jing, raising his glass, and then pinching his nose with his left hand. He poured the whole glass of white wine into his mouth with his right hand. In just a few tens of seconds, the two of them had already finished 2 glasses of white wine each. Great drinking capacity. Drinking 2 or 3 milliliters of white wine without changing your expression. It is said that Li Bai, the poet immortal of the Tang dynasty, drank 10 milliliters of white wine in one meal and won the title of wine immortal. I wonder if Lai Gongzi and Yu can surpass Li Bai's drinking capacity. Lai Gongzi might have a chance, but Yu probably won't make it. With the praise of everyone, Liu Jing didn't know if it was the alcohol or the feeling that he was getting closer to the wine immortal Li Bai. He vaguely felt like he was floating in the air. So this is the charm of masculinity. It feels great. However, when Liu Jing looked at Yu, he quickly lost his joy. Why hasn't this guy fallen on the table yet? If you don't fall on the table, don't you have to keep drinking? Who can handle drinking 3 glasses of white wine in a row? That's about 5 milliliters. Liu Jing glanced at Qin Ruyan, then frantically hinted at Yu, indicating that even if he's not drunk, he should pretend to be drunk. Yu looked at Liu Jing with a confused expression, blinked his eyes, seeming to understand something. Got it. Understood. Yu quickly made an okay gesture. Liu Jing couldn't help but feel relieved. Although Yu was a bit foolish, his reaction was still clever. He can be taught. Come on, Lai Gongzi. We really have great affinity. Another glass. Fill it up. After Yu finished speaking, he quickly picked up the bottle and poured another full glass of white wine for himself and Liu Jing. Liu Jing almost spat out blood, and he started cursing in his mind. Are you blind? Are you crazy? Can't you see that I can't handle it anymore? You're still drinking. F***CKU. Qin Ruyan, who didn't know the truth, looked at Liu Jing and Yu with confusion, and couldn't help but have a thought in her mind. Every time I have a question, it's not because there's something wrong with me, but because I think there's something wrong with the person in front of me. How did these two end up drinking together? Something seems off about them. Liu Jing also noticed that Qin Ruyan was looking at him, and he knew that he couldn't back down at this moment. If he retreated, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, it proved that this idea was indeed effective, otherwise why would Qin Ruyan keep looking at him? Thinking of this, even though Liu Jing had the urge to kill Yu, he could only force a smile and raise his glass pretending to be calm. It's nothing. This amount of alcohol is nothing. I usually drink a whole bottle of 50 milliliters at home. After Liu Jing finished speaking, he clenched his teeth and clinked glasses with Yu, then drank it all in one go. This time, Liu Yujing felt uncomfortable after drinking one glass. If he didn't force himself to endure it, he felt like he would vomit on the spot. However, when Liu Yujing looked at Yi Yu, he almost couldn't control his legs and almost fell to the ground. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I'm getting drunk. Yi Yu was holding his forehead, looking like he was about to collapse. Does this kid really not understand, or is he pretending not to understand? Why isn't he pretending to be drunk? It would make me so embarrassed. Damn it. If you can't take it anymore, just lie down and pretend to sleep. What do you think I'm here for? To drink with you. What are you thinking? Liu Yujing kept winking and gesturing wildly to Yi Yu. Yi Yu was slightly startled, but he forced himself to straighten his back and regain his composure. Young Master Lai, do you still want to drink? It's not good like this. I really can't handle it anymore. If I drink another glass, I'll definitely pass out. Alright, let's have one more glass. Liu Yujing almost exploded with anger. If it wasn't for Qin Ruyan still being here, Liu Yujing felt like he would definitely smash a bottle on Yi Yu's head. But thinking about what Yi Yu said, that he would pass out after one more glass, Liu Yujing had no choice but to grit his teeth and pretend to be rich. Hey, buddy, a man can say anything, but he can't say he can't handle it. One last glass, come on, one last glass. Liu Yujing's lackey quickly came over and filled their glasses with white wine. Alright, then one last glass. After hearing Yi Yu's words, Liu Yujing frowned, enduring the urge to vomit, and once again drank the glass of white wine in one go. Impressive drinking capacity. I think tonight we'll witness the birth of a new wine immortal. Amazing. Hearing the cheers from around them, Liu Yujing finally felt a hint of satisfaction. However, when Liu Yujing looked at Yi Yu, who was still standing in place, that hint of satisfaction instantly shattered. Liu Yujing really wanted to rush up and grab Yi Yu by the collar and scold him. Damn it. Didn't we agree that you would definitely pass out after this glass? What about trust between people? Isn't it said that people from Xia country don't deceive each other? Can't you understand human language? Can't you? Young Master Lai, you really have an impressive drinking capacity. I'm truly impressed. Yi Yu gave Liu Yujing a thumbs up. Liu Yujing once again felt an inexplicable anger burning in his chest. It was both the stimulation of alcohol and the stimulation of Yi Yu's words. You admire my drinking capacity? Why the hell do I want you to admire my drinking capacity? I'm here to pick up girls, not to impress you. However, Liu Yujing always kept in mind the 3 words real man, so even though he was extremely angry, he pretended to be generous and patted Yi Yu's shoulder. Brother, your drinking capacity is also impressive. But compared to me, there must still be a bit of a gap. This amount of alcohol is really not worth mentioning. At home, I drink white wine like water. Is that so? Yi Yu was stunned for a moment, then, another glass? Liu Yujing was dumbfounded. I think it's enough. These two have already drunk so much. I'm sure no one can drink anymore. I think so too. Ordinary people would be full after drinking this much water, let alone liquor. Not everyone can become a wine immortal like Li Bai. Under the double stimulation of alcohol and whispered conversations around them, Liu Yujing gradually lost his sanity and slammed the table. Drink! Just drink! Who's afraid of who? Cheers! Yi Yu praised, then refilled their glasses again. I'll drink first as a toast. After Yi Yu finished speaking, he emptied his glass in one gulp. Liu Yujing's mouth twitched fiercely. He looked at Yi Yu, who was still standing strong, and then at the white wine in his own glass. After hesitating for a few seconds, Liu Yujing finally gave in and poured a glass of white wine into his mouth. However, Liu Yujing couldn't handle drinking so much white wine without a break. Pooh! Before Liu Yujing could finish the drink in his glass, his stomach churned and he vomited all the wine out. Are you a wine immortal? Liu Yujing pointed tremblingly at Yi Yu, then his head sank and he slumped onto the table. Yi Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Then he pointed at Liu Yujing's subordinates and said, "What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and take Mr. Lai back to his room to rest." Oh. The subordinates rushed forward and quickly took Liu Yujing out of the private room. It was only at this moment that Qin Ruyan truly understood Yi Yu's thoughts and intentions. Qin Ruyan's gaze towards Yi Yu seemed to contain a few more traces of admiration and appreciation. The next morning, Yi Yu, who was taking a short nap in his office, quickly received a call from his subordinate Shi Wenbin. "Hello? Wenbin, are you out? Is the air outside still fresh?" Yi Yu joked. "Brother Yi, something happened to the old man." "What?" Yi Yu was suddenly shocked. "What happened to my father?" "The old man just accidentally fell and probably injured the soft bone in his heel. Hurry to Yunhe City Hospital, we're taking the old man there now." Okay. Yi Yu quickly stood up and grabbed his car keys, calculating the distance. I should arrive first. I'll go to the hospital and make an appointment. You guys hurry over. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yu quickly sent a WeChat message to Chin Ruyan to ask for leave, then headed straight to Yunha City Hospital. When Yi Yu arrived at Yunha City Hospital, he realized that there seemed to be a lot of people today. 10 windows were almost crowded with people for various services such as registration, payment, and document collection. Yi Yu sighed helplessly and could only wait patiently in line. Fortunately, although the windows handled various tasks such as registration, payment, and document collection, the speed was relatively fast. In less than 10 minutes, there were only 5 people in front of Yi Yu. At this moment, Yi Yu glanced at his phone and coincidentally received a WeChat message from Shi Wenbin, saying that it would take them more than 10 minutes to arrive at the hospital. Is there anyone kind enough to let me go ahead? My mother accidentally got injured and she's in a lot of pain. Seeing her in such agony, it's like she's suffering. Can someone please let me cut in line? Thank you. Just as Yi Yu was reading the message on his phone, a middle-aged woman burst into tears and walked to the front of the line, pleading with the people in front, including Yi Yu. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's plea, the 5 people in front of Yi Yu quickly turned their heads and pretended not to hear her. Yi Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. This hospital is really lacking in humanity. Rules are important, but people's lives are more important. Can't they prioritize an elderly person in such pain? Or maybe they can skip the registration and start treatment right away? Thinking of this, Yi Yu glanced at the people behind him and said, on the street, why don't you go ahead of me? Brothers, it's not easy for the elderly, let this lady go first. It's just one person, it'll be quick. Yi Yu thought that the people behind him wouldn't have any objections, but to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, people started voicing their opposition. Why? Why should you be the good person and get the credit? She's cutting in line, not just in front of you, but in front of all of us. We're all doing a good deed together. Why should you get all the credit? Exactly. Her mother is injured and in urgent need. What if my child at home has a high fever? Why should I patiently wait in line while she cuts in? Who knows if she's telling the truth or just making excuses to cut in? If we let her cut in, what if someone else wants to cut in later? Then it'll never end. When the middle-aged woman heard these words, she almost knelt down on the ground, saying, No. You're all good people, I beg you, my mother is really injured. If I'm lying, let me be struck by lightning. I will be grateful to all of you. The crowd didn't buy the middle-aged woman's words, but due to face and the oath she made, although they were unhappy, they didn't say anything more. Lady, hurry. Here. Yi Yu smiled and quickly pointed to the front, signaling the middle-aged woman to go ahead. Hey, what are you doing? Who said you could cut in? Did I agree? A young man who had been pretending to play with his phone suddenly became unhappy, put his phone in his pocket, and glared at the middle-aged woman. This handsome guy. Who are you? Am I familiar with you? The young man interrupted the middle-aged woman and then turned to look at Yi Yu behind him. Who are you? Who do you think you are? You say let her cut in, so she can cut in? You're so arrogant. Yi Yu frowned slightly and patiently explained, Brother, this lady. Who's your brother? Don't you understand the rules of queuing? Once you leave the line, you can't go back to your previous position. If you want someone to cut in, you have to make room for them yourself. Do you understand? You're in your 20s, how can you not understand the rules and get by outside? Exactly. What are you pretending to be a good person for? If you really want to do a good deed, give up your spot for someone else. Fake kindness. Don't pretend to be a good person if you don't want to make sacrifices. The previously quiet crowd started to discuss again after hearing the young man's words. Yi Yu was getting a little angry. He had finally convinced the people behind him to allow the middle-aged woman to cut in, but now that the young man had spoken, the people behind him started to get upset again. What are you looking at? What kind of look is that? What are you going to do? If you have the guts, try to touch me. Kid, don't think I look down on you. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you leave this hospital today. The young man seemed to dislike the way Yi Yu was looking at him and arrogantly provoked him. Looking at the young man's defiant appearance, Yi Yu really wanted to slap him in the face. However, considering that the middle-aged woman's mother was still suffering and Yi Hao was already on his way to the hospital, if he got into a heated conflict with the young man at this critical moment, it would be too much of a delay. Moreover, the young man's words had some truth to them. Letting someone cut in line was a favor, not letting them cut in was their duty, and he had no reason to morally coerce others. Thinking of this, Yi Yu could only nod and say, Okay, I'll go to the back of the line. Lady, you can take my spot. Now you all don't have any objections, right? The young man sneered, wanting to say something, but seeing that the others behind him had no objections and wisely remained silent, he tacitly accepted the middle-aged woman's act of cutting in line. The middle-aged woman kept bowing and thanking Yu repeatedly, saying, "Young man, thank you, you are such a good person. All of you are good people. I am so grateful to all of you. Good deeds will be rewarded, and all of you will live a peaceful life." Yu nodded and smiled at the middle-aged woman, then walked to the back of the line and continued to wait. He took out his phone and glanced at it, roughly estimating the time. According to his calculations, he should have been able to get a number before Yi Hao arrived at the hospital, so there shouldn't be any problems. "Hello? What? Where are you? Oh, okay. I'm coming right now." At this moment, the previously arrogant young man received a phone call and quickly ran out of the hospital lobby. Seeing this scene, Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. This sister really came at the wrong time. If she had come a minute or two later, after the young man had received the call and left, she probably would have been able to successfully cut in line, and he wouldn't have had to go to the back of the crowd and line up again. But Yu didn't feel any regret either. It's difficult to be a good person, that's an unchanging truth. "Thank you, young man. I'm so grateful to you." After getting her number, the middle-aged woman walked up to Yu again and expressed her gratitude. "It's okay, sister. Hurry up and go. Every minute the elderly suffer is an extra minute of pain." Yu smiled calmly and waved his hand at the middle-aged woman. "Thank you." The middle-aged woman bowed to Yu again and then left. About 6 minutes later, there were only 3 people in front of Yu, and Yi Hao and his group were about to arrive at the hospital. It was also at this time that an untimely figure suddenly appeared in front of Yu. Yu couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Was this person cutting in line? So blatantly? Without even making up a pitiful excuse? "Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Cutting in line?" Yu lightly patted the person's shoulder, indicating that they shouldn't cut in line. "What are you doing?" The person turned back with a displeased expression, and Yu realized that the person cutting in line was none other than the young man who had left after receiving a phone call. Seeing the young man in front of him, Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. Truly, what goes around comes around. Yu glared at the young man. "What am I doing? You're cutting in line. I told you not to cut in line." The young man frowned, clearly very unhappy. "What cutting in line? Are you blind? I was in front of you before. I just went out to take a phone call. Get out of here." Seeing the young man's impatient expression, Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, buddy, I remember it was you who said it, right? The rules of queuing. Once you leave the line, you can't go back to your previous position. If you want someone to cut in line, you have to make room for them yourself. That's the rule you set. I followed the rules and lined up again. Now you have to follow the rules too, right?" The young man couldn't help but feel guilty, angrily waving his hand. "Can't you understand human language? Didn't you hear what I just said? I just went out to take a phone call. Who is this person? Why is he so uncivilized? Yeah, that's right. He even cut in line. Should we call the staff to kick him out?" The people behind Yu started to discuss and occasionally pointed at the young man. This completely infuriated the young man. He took a step to the side, pointed at the people who were discussing and cursed loudly. "What are you calling for? If you have the guts, come out and say it. Do you want to challenge me? Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Qinglong gang. Dare to provoke me, and you won't live long." Upon hearing the background of the young man from the Qinglong gang, the people who were previously discussing fell silent and pretended as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Yu couldn't help but be astonished. People nowadays really take bullying the weak and fearing the strong to the extreme. The woman who wanted to cut in line earlier almost kneeled down and begged, yet still had so many objections. But now, this young man casually roared a few times, and not a single person dared to speak. The world is cold. The young man looked at the silent crowd, nodded in satisfaction, and then stared arrogantly at Yu. "Kid, what about you? Do you want to have a little competition with me? Can I stand at the front now?" He. Yu smiled and shook his head stubbornly. "Sorry, but no. I am a person with principles. If you hadn't rejected that woman cutting in line earlier, I wouldn't have said anything in the first place. But you turned down a good opportunity. You want to enjoy the benefits without planting the seeds of kindness. That's not how it works." "Oh?" The young man looked at Yu in surprise, his face filled with disdain and contempt. "Huh? Can't you understand human language? Didn't you hear what I just said? I am a member of the Qinglong gang. Do you know what the Qinglong gang is? Go ask around. If I don't scare you to the point of wetting your pants, then I lose." Qinglong gang. He. Yu looked at the young man with a smile that wasn't really a smile. He was actually the behind-the-scenes leader of the Qinglong gang. How dare this little guy from the Qinglong gang's background show off in front of him? Get out of here quickly, or I'll have my boss break your legs. Who's your boss? Deng Hao? Or Shi Wenbin? The young man was slightly taken aback. He never expected Yi Yu to be able to mention the names of the Qinglong gang's leader and second-in-command. However, the young man didn't pay too much attention to it, thinking that Yi Yu had overheard someone mentioning it by chance. The young man patted his chest. My boss is Shi Wenbin. Are you scared now? If you're scared, then hurry up. Before the young man could finish speaking, Yi Yu reached out his right hand and grabbed the young man's collar. How could there be someone like this in the Qinglong gang? Isn't this tarnishing the reputation of the Qinglong gang? Yi Yu felt that it was necessary to talk to Shi Wenbin later. He must restrain the people under his command and not let them become bullies who harm others. Let go of me. I'm telling you to let go. The young man continuously slapped Yi Yu's right hand, trying to break free. Yi Yu released his grip on the young man's collar and then firmly clamped his right hand onto the young man's right shoulder like an iron gate. Ah, it hurts. Big brother, it hurts. The young man never expected Yi Yu to have such strength, easily controlling him with just one hand. Following the principle of not suffering losses, the young man began to soften and beg for mercy. Still want to cut in line? No, I won't cut in line. I was wrong. Get lost. Yi Yu lightly pushed the young man, and only then did the young man escape from Yi Yu's control. The young man touched his shoulder in pain and took a few steps towards the entrance. After maintaining a safe distance from Yi Yu, he turned around and glared fiercely at him. You bastard! How dare you touch me? Wait for me. You're dead. He. You're welcome anytime. Yi Yu didn't mind and just smiled faintly. I'm not afraid of you coming to find me, I'm afraid you won't come. After uttering a final threat, the young man ran out of the entrance in a sorry state. Hello, sir. Which department would you like to visit? It was soon Yi Yu's turn, and the nurse seemed satisfied with Yi Yu's dominance and kindness, her face filled with smiles. Oh, it's like this. My dad accidentally fell and should have injured his bones, his heel. His heel? The nurse was slightly startled, then smiled. Okay, I got it. 40 yuan in total. Thank you. After Yi Yu handed the money to the nurse he quickly realized something was wrong. Wasn't the registration fee 20 yuan? Why did this nurse charge him 40 yuan? When Yi Yu received the number, he was surprised to find that the nurse had registered him for orthopedics and urology. No, miss, why did you register my dad for urology? Yi Yu looked at the nurse in astonishment. The nurse smiled slightly. That's what you said. What did I say? His heel. His heel. Yi Yu couldn't help but be stunned. No. Miss, what I meant was the heel, the position of the heel, not the foot in that area. Ah, I'm sorry. After a busy morning, Yi Hao finally settled down in the hospital. Yi Ge, the doctor just said that grandpa doesn't have any major problems. After resting in the hospital for 3 or 4 days, he can go home to recuperate. After paying all the fees, Yi Yu arrived at the door of Yi Hao's ward, just as Shi Wenbin came out of the room. That's good. After listening to Shi Wenbin's words, Yi Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Ge, how about? Since we're already in the hospital, why not have grandpa's surgery done as well? After all, the gang still has money, and grandpa's medical expenses can be easily taken care of. That works. Yi Yu glanced at Yi Hao, who was already sleeping on the hospital bed, and nodded gently. Soon, Yi Yu remembered the incident with the young man earlier and prepared to tell Shi Wenbin a few words. At this moment, a voice of cursing came from the end of the corridor. Shoga, I found out, that bastard and his father are in that ward. That kid actually publicly beat me up. You must stand up for me. Don't worry, anyone who dares to touch me, I will make them regret living in this world today. Yi Yu glanced in the direction of the voice and saw the young man who had been driven away by him earlier, now leading a group of burly men, approaching with a menacing aura. Yi Yu couldn't help but smirk. He had just wanted to talk to Shi Wenbin about this matter, and unexpectedly, it came to him. If this guy was really from the Qinglong gang, he would clean house today. Shoga quickly arrived by Yi Yu and Shi Wenbin's side with Xin. Shoga was also someone with a small position in the Qinglong gang, so he naturally knew Shi Wenbin. Seeing that Xin had caused trouble for the person next to Shi Wenbin, Shoga felt a strong sense of unease. Shoga pointed at Shi Wenbin in front of him with his thumb. You mean him? Shogu! It's that bastard next to him. Xin completely ignored Shoji's abnormal expression and kept pointing at Yi Yu and Shi Wenbin, but that guy standing with him must be his accomplice. We must beat them both up to get rid of the anger in my heart. Shogu couldn't help but tremble, feeling like doomsday had arrived. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Even if I turn into ashes, I'll recognize him. Damn it! Sure Wenbin also froze, then turned his head to look at Yi Good. Did these people provoke you? Who provoked who? Clearly, he provoked me. Ah, who provoked who doesn't matter. I came here today to make trouble, so what? Shogu, you must give these two bastards a slap. Oh, so you guys came to provoke me and Yigu? Sure Wenbin looked at Shogu with a playful expression. Plop upon hearing Sure Wenbin's words, Shoji's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Ha! Shogu, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling? Did those two girls last night drain you dry? Xin still hadn't figured out the situation and was confused when he saw Shogu kneel down. What the hell are you talking about? Shogu couldn't help but get angry. Kneel down for me. Me kneel down? Shogu, are you mistaken? Shouldn't it be them kneeling down? You mother fasterous cur, are you rebelling? Shoji's eyes went black and he slapped Xin hard across the face. No, Shogu, have you gone crazy? Why did you hit me? Shoji's trembling right thumb pointed at Sure Wenbin. You little bastard, do you know who this godlike figure in front of you is? Xin was a bit confused, covering his face and looking at Sure Wenbin. Who? He is my boss, your boss, and the boss of the Qinglong gang. You bastard. Kneel down quickly. What? Xin was shocked by Shoji's words and couldn't speak. He. Sure Wenbin coldly smiled and pointed his thumb at Yu. Do you guys know who he is? We don't know. Shogu and Xin shook their heads continuously. He is my boss, and the boss of your boss. What? Xin was almost scared to death. He actually wanted to bring people to fight against his boss's boss's boss. Yiga, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. I promise it won't happen again. Please punish me, Yigu. Sure Wenbin sighed lightly and faced this unwarranted disaster, quickly bowing his head to apologize to Yu. Forget it. Yu saw Sure Wenbin busy taking care of Yi Hao and couldn't bear to blame him. He just waved his hand lightly. Let it go this time. Just make sure similar things don't happen again in the future. Don't worry. Yiga, I promise there won't be similar things happening again. Sure Wenbin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Yiyu's godlike figure from that night had firmly embedded itself in Sure Wenbin's mind. If Yiyu got angry, Sure Wenbin couldn't imagine what would happen. Sure Wenbin immediately turned his head and glared fiercely at Shogu. I'll give you a chance to make amends. You should know what to do. I don't need to say more, right? Understood, boss. I will handle it properly. Shogu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, like a guilty child, bowing his head and nodding continuously. In his heart, he cursed Xin and his entire family for generations. Get lost quickly. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Yes. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss's boss. Shogu stood up with a frightened expression, then glared fiercely at Xin, the culprit. What are you still standing there for? Take this bastard away. Spare me, boss. Spare me. Xin was dragged away by several big men, begging continuously, and was soon taken away from the hospital. The warm afternoon sun shone evenly over the entire Yunha city. With the landing of an airplane, a young woman dressed in casual clothes, with light yellow hair and an impressive figure, walked out of the airport with elegant steps. Outside the airport, 6 black cars were already waiting, and the leader was none other than Sakuraba Corporation's president, Koichiro Koizumi. Seeing the young woman appear at the airport gate, Koichiro Koizumi and his group quickly bowed in respect. Miss Mamiya, welcome to Yunha City. The young woman was the reinforcement brought by Daisho Maru, the young and handsome Mamiya Tomomi from the Mamiya family. Miyamoto Yumi glanced at Kobayashi Ichiro, her face devoid of any emotion, and her voice was extremely cold. Did you bring my things? Miss Miyamoto, I've brought them. Kobayashi Ichiro quickly nodded and motioned to his subordinates behind him, who promptly brought forward a small box. Miyamoto Yumi extended her right hand and gently opened the box, revealing a Japanese-style dagger made of pure steel. A rare hint of warmth appeared on Miyamoto Yumi's face as she continuously caressed the dagger with her right hand. She then gripped the dagger, lightly twirling it in the air. Kobayashi Ichiro, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. This dagger weighed a whole kilogram. It wasn't unusual to hold something that heavy, but what was astonishing was that she held it with just one hand, and with such ease that she could even twirl it in the air. Terrifying. This woman in front of him was truly terrifying. She truly lived up to being a talented young member of the Miyamoto family. The strength of the Miyamoto family's elites was truly terrifying. Miyamoto Yumi sheathed the dagger and placed it at her waist, then looked at Kobayashi Ichiro with disdain. Who is the target? Give me the information. Kobayashi Ichiro quickly waved to his subordinates, and once the two sets of documents were in Miyamoto Yumi's hands, he explained softly, "Miss Miyamoto, this time there are two targets. One is an ordinary person, and the other is quite strong, making it more challenging. The ordinary person is called Shin Jingbing. He used to be my spy planted in another company, but he was recently discovered. To silence him, he must be eliminated. I've already arranged for his release on bail. You can strike at any time. The more challenging individual is called Yi Yu. He is quite strong, even lifting something weighing over 3 kilograms in a weightlifting competition." "That's enough," Miyamoto Yumi impatiently interrupted Kobayashi Ichiro. "Leave it to me. Once these two are taken care of, I will return to the Oriental country to continue my training." "Understood. We're counting on you, Miss Miyamoto." At dusk, in front of the entrance of the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, Shin Jingbing walked out of the police station with a dejected expression. At this moment, Shin Jingbing kept replaying the words the police had just said in his mind. "Mr. Shin Jingbing, you are suspected of a commercial espionage case. Although you have been granted bail, starting today, your movements will be restricted. You can only stay at home and wait for further summons." Sigh. Shin Jingbing sighed heavily, not knowing how much time had passed. Shin Jingbing knew that even though Kobayashi Ichiro had used his connections to secure his release, he was essentially finished this time. At this moment, Shin Jingbing deeply regretted agreeing to Kobayashi Ichiro's deal because of money. One wrong decision had led to eternal regret. "Who?" A cold wind blew, causing Shin Jingbing to shiver involuntarily. Shin Jingbing looked around in confusion. "Ha? Where am I? How did I end up here?" Sigh. Just as Shin Jingbing sighed again, preparing to retrace his steps, he suddenly noticed a young woman sitting on a small chair by the roadside not far ahead. The young woman was none other than Miyamoto Yumi, clearly here to assassinate Shin Jingbing. Perhaps it was Miyamoto Yumi's extraordinary appearance, or perhaps it was her stunning figure, but Shin Jingbing couldn't help but stop and admire Miyamoto Yumi before him. Shin Jingbing couldn't help but evaluate Miyamoto Yumi in his heart. "Well, her appearance is decent, I give her 85 out of 100. But her figure, TSK. I've never seen a woman with such a great figure in all my life. Is it an E-cup? Those impressive curves, that slender waist, those long legs. If I could spend a night with a woman like her, it would be worth dying for. It's a pity that this top-notch person doesn't act in romance action movies." Suwa. Suddenly, Yumi Miyamoto stood up and walked towards Shin Jingbing with elegant steps. Shin Jingbing had no idea of the danger approaching and was even evaluating Yumi Miyamoto's figure in his mind. In a daze, Shin Jingbing suddenly felt cold light emanating from Yumi Miyamoto's waist. Under the setting sun, Yumi Miyamoto drew a Japanese dagger from her waist. "Ha? Not good." It wasn't until Yumi Miyamoto drew the dagger that Shin Jingbing realized the danger. Shin Jingbing vaguely guessed that it must be Koizumi Ichiro who hired an assassin to silence him. Bastard. Ungrateful. Shin Jingbing didn't dare to underestimate Yumi Miyamoto in front of him. Someone who could hold a pure steel dagger with one hand, could they be a good person? Shin Jingbing didn't have the courage to resist, so he quickly turned and ran in the opposite direction of Yumi Miyamoto. He. A cold smile appeared on Yumi Miyamoto's face. The dagger in her hand created a sword flower in the air, then she swiftly charged towards Shin Jingbing. "Damn it! Shit!" Shin Jingbing cursed while running away without looking back. After running for dozens of meters, Shin Jingbing continued to escape while occasionally looking back to see where Yumi Miyamoto was. However, after Shin Jingbing turned his head, he was horrified to find that Yumi Miyamoto had already appeared behind him. "Ah, no. Schwa." Before Shin Jingbing could say anything, Yumi Miyamoto quickly leaped past him, lightly shaking the right hand holding the dagger. Then, Yumi Miyamoto squatted in front of Shin Jingbing steadily. "Ah!" Shin Jingbing felt a bright light on his neck. He pointed to Yumi Miyamoto's back, which had already come in front of him, wanting to say something but was horrified to find that he couldn't speak, and a burning sensation came from his neck. Shin Jingbing touched his neck with his right hand and was shocked to find it covered in blood. Shin Jingbing pointed to Yumi Miyamoto again, feeling all the strength in his body draining from the cool spot on his neck. He. Yumi Miyamoto coldly smiled, no longer paying attention to Shin Jingbing, and walked away with elegant steps. It was only after Yumi Miyamoto had gone far away that Shin Jingbing finally fell straight into a pool of blood.